And we are now jumping into our first map of the day.
Get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Bands are going to get started here in just a second. Once again, apologies for that delay with getting things started, but we should be good to rock and roll from this point forward. DarkZero has the two outer bands. TSM on the blue team has the two inner bands. TSM will be starting on attack. DarkZero on defense. First band's coming up right now for DarkZero as they get to knock out an attacker, and they are going to choose to eliminate Thatcher.
Cannot blame them there. I will be honest, in the back of my head, I was sitting here thinking, is it going to be the Ash band? Will it come through once again up against TSM? And that is not the case. TSM actually going to take away Dokkaebi here, which I really enjoy this band, especially for something like Theme Park. Lots of clear here, and Dokkaebi definitely assists with that.
We've seen Dokkaebi used quite heavily, in my opinion, on this map, so it makes perfect sense to be able to knock her out as she's become a pretty quintessential part of the info game for attacking sides on this map from time to time. Well, mine makes sense. He's been a pretty strong contender, and the same thing can really be said for Valkyrie when it comes to just overall prowess on the defensive side, so those usually make sense to ban out in pretty much any sort of map situation in the current meta.
Absolutely. And the other thing is that with Valkyrie and Wamai, I feel like most defenders right now have just been so very potent with them. Not just their utility either, just those guns have just been blazing the last handful of months. So to be able to take away the MP5 with that 1.5 times scope, as well as the MPX and the cameras really finding a lot of intel for the defense, that's going to be a really, really big deal. So these bands rolling in here pretty equal as to what's going to be going on in between the offense and defense. We already have a 6-pick coming in. TSM changing up the lineup. Merc not going to be on his quintessential Ash, instead bringing Jackal along for the ride.
We are going to start with the usual beginning site when it comes to Theme Park. The overall rotation for teams and overall sites is a little bit more open, in my opinion, on this map compared to some of the others. Stokes had mentioned teams are still kind of working this map out, even though it's been in the pool for a while here. So as a result of that, sometimes you see differential starts, but this is usually the go-to. This is the throne room. It's very easy to lock down for the defenders, and it's very, very annoying to get any sort of access to for the attackers. It'll be a long process of not just clearing out the area surrounding the immediate site rooms, but also the areas above it, just because you do have to watch out for the top-down clear. We are going to see reinforcement going on to the hatch that would lead down into the site, as well as charging it up as well from the electric claw. So trying to double down on that. There's also going to be additional reinforcements placed upstairs to allow the roam game to continue to maintain control here, hopefully past the normal point where they would be expected to hold it.
Yeah, there's quite a few things to behold here, especially in these first handful of rounds, because the big thing about innovation on siege maps when they do come into the competitive pool, or just really haven't been thought out well just yet, is that defense is usually the first thing to get innovated, mainly because you need to know what the best defensive lineups are in order to obviously work on your offenses. If you don't know what you're walking into, it's very hard to try and make something happen with your offense. So obviously Theme Park's been something that's been worked on for quite some time now. It has a little bit over a year's time inside of the competitive pool. So the big question is are there teams that are now equalizing on this map, or are going to be seeing, offensive rounds be gathered more and more often? We'll have to see how TSM are going to fare here. This Jackal already working out some intel onto Hyper. He's found a camp, and a nice flick to lead us off onto Achieved. The breath has been removed from my lungs and the life from Achieved's entire body.
Hyper just tapping away, it seems, at a couple of those pre-fired angles. He's going to do a little bit of damage to himself on the retreat as he falls back into the depths of Gong there, but the damage has already been done as Achieved has very quickly been knocked out, and Hyper still maintains himself as a player that's very much alive in this late round scenario now, even though it takes a little bit of self-damage on the way back. Great start for DZ. Puts it down to a 5v4. TSM so far not giving themselves the capability to trade that back. We're still early days for this round with a little under half of it to go.
It's very interesting to see that a lot of the fraggers nowadays have been picking up this 1.5 times scope on the roam and just really trying to make some things work. And it just time and time again, it continues to pay off. Another engagement happening here for TSM inside of Drug. They've got a Jackal track inside of here, but it's actually going to be Geo to pick up Mint on the other side of the map. I don't exactly know if they actually handled the man inside of Drug Lab just yet, but DarkZero still have some tidbits here on the roam. Yes, actually, Geo ended up getting the mute through the sidewall from Yellow Stairs. The TSM have cleared out the Drug Lab area as they continue to barrel down onto this yellow wall. Still have some electronics to get rid of and are going to be desperately needed needed to get these walls open, and they still have to worry about Hyper on this roam inside of Tellers.
And neither of the Electric Claws have been dealt with, so all walls which we're focused on have still been charged up at this point in it here. 20 seconds remaining, too.
Wow.
But TSM is picking up kills out of absolutely nowhere, it seems. Hyper and Skies both go down in a split second of each other here. Eclipse and Hot and Cold are the only ones that remain alive here. Hot and Cold's going to try to get aggressive, and it will fail, unfortunately. Merc taking him out as well. Now, Eclipse will be able to maintain for at least one in the depths, but he's got to now try and stop the rest of the push here. 1 second remaining. There's the commitment, but Eclipse might still be able to stop this. Never mind. It's Bolo from up on top with the countered angle to secure the round for TSM.
Great stuff here by TSM. Very low time execute, but those 2 kills coming in just the tail end there, really assisting them to actually work their way onto site. Some beautiful shots across the board as well. Both of these teams coming out swinging. You can definitely tell that the Wheaties have been consumed and that there's been some warm-ups done this morning.
Definitely, to be sure here. TSM, a great recovery after a little bit of a bumpy start there, losing a player early on to the Hyper roam there, which was a very well-placed shot from him, but unfortunately, they're falling back. Weren't able to see a whole lot. It fell down to the site players after that fact, and a very last-second execute from TSM in order to make their take work. Worked beautifully as well there. Some very quick mid-round kills they had to try and snipe for themselves. Allowed them to get access, and more importantly, allowed them to get that diffuser on the ground as they got that wall open with just a couple seconds to spare.
That was still a very winnable round for DarkZero as well. Even down to Eclipse, he still had some options there to possibly make some plays. Just very unfortunate how things ended up, going down. Hot and Cold with a nice swing from Split as well to try and assist while Merc was attempting to hold down the angle towards the back of Throne. Not a bad idea at all, especially on such a close range engagement. Hot and Cold had the drop on Merc, but he just was not able to win things out with that AUG. Really surprised, actually, that he wasn't able to get that kill, but that's just somehow, sometimes how the cookie crumbles. We'll see how DarkZero able to bring things back. We're headed back to Armory, so obviously they feel as though there's some things to fix. They've also adjusted Hyper over to Melusi instead of the Legion.
Melusi should be a pretty good changeup overall here, just in terms of trying to slow down the pacing when it comes to TSM. Obviously, we're missing that in the previous round. And while, yes, they did have access to the Legion mines, that's only kind of partial interruption of overall movement, whereas the Banshees are going to be a little bit more direct this time around here on the defensive side. So we'll see how that changeup ends up working for DZ. TSM, in the meanwhile, are going to start their push primarily from the cafe side, it looks like here. So we've got both Geo and Merc working their way in. That doesn't mean that there's not anything happening over on Dragon's side either. We do have, I believe, one player near the roof sitting up here. Yep, there you go. Achieved and Chala both working to find entries here. So we're taking both angles as I take a look here. And now Merc, she's going to find himself into a bit of a rough situation, but he almost comes out of it as the winner, as Hyper takes just about as much damage at the same time.
Nice trade in damage, but no kills, and practically the same amount of damage as well, but amazing top clear here by TSM. Just like we were talking about before this round started, or before Theme Park really kicked off. You always want to look for those innovations on offense and what these squads are doing, and TSM have clearly been working on these offenses and these clears. They set up Bolo on the south side windows and start to clear out this entire building so they can try and pinch him out. Wherever the roamer tries to find some safe harbor upstairs, he's more than likely going to run into some gunfire or possibly some intel gathering that TSM has set up. So now they've forced all of these players down to the bottom level. This is where that secondary clear needs to come in, but obviously they can use some verticality to hold down some angles as well as clear some utility.
Let's try to take out the hatch here in order to deal with that. Hot and Cold does have the electric claw already. He might have thrown in a second or two too late, though, so we'll have to see. No, it looks like he got it just in time. The X-Kairos will be denied at the end of the day. Hatch stays closed. More importantly, DarkZero stays secure in the depths of that throne room site. We approach the final minute of the round. Mint's having to play a little bit of a dodge game right now as he is slowly losing all of the vertical real estate, which he previously had control of and really didn't have to worry too much about. Drone work coming in against him here too. So definitely a big focus for TSM right now is dealing with this player on the inside of storage. Unfortunately, the call is not given for Mint's current position, so we are going to see Merc try to run in an attempt to frag him, and it'll pretty quickly get taken down. Still having the player to the inside. The good news is Bolo is able to walk right in, find the trade for that, and even better, Chala pushes the advantage further by one player.
Luckily enough, the job has already been done for these DarkZero roamers. They've delayed all the way down to 30 seconds. Usually a minute and a half is good enough, but they've also gotten Merc for their pleasure as well. pop the yellow wall, and now it seems like we're going to have a party. TSM surrounds the building, surrounds the site. It's time to force their way in. 10 seconds left. Bolo's on split. Eclipse gets a lead-off kill. Achieve to try and refrag, and he'll find it. Down to 2, but now before Bolo removes Eclipse's head, it's a 1v3 for Skies. He needs to try and make some magic happen, but that's hard to do when you got the highlight fragger on your squad. Bolo puts multiple people inside the grave and locks up the second round for TSM. They are looking dynamite in these first 2 rounds.
Bolo stepping up in a big way today, not only helping out back on round number 1 with the mid-round frags to allow his team to work their way into the site, but obviously doing it to a huge extent here in round number 2 as well to finish off the clutch once again with a very, very rough timer working against our attackers here. TSM, 2 amazing rounds going into their favor. DZ's going to have to try and find a way to respond to this quickly. As you mentioned, both of these rounds were very, very winnable by them up until the final seconds.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
Oh my goodness gracious, John. Do we have a match on our hands today? Let me tell you, TSM, like you were saying, so good inside of these first 2 rounds. And this is that innovation that we were talking about. I'm only going to bring it up one more time. But TSM's offenses are looking so very good. And I have to continue to talk about this simply because this is Theme Park. This map is not easy to attack. Talk to any professional player inside the scene. This map, to be God's honest truth, is terrible for offense. It is so very difficult. There is a lot of angles you have to worry about. Same thing for the defense, but the thing is that the defense gets to recreate the map how they want. So with the new sites that we now have with the 1.5s in, the ACOGs, everything else that the defense has at their disposal, as well as the soft destruction they have, you can set this entire map up to just have so many angles that'll make your head spin. So for TSM to be doing what they're doing right now and forcing DarkZero to go to a different site, this is a very big deal. Simply because how these rounds went, DarkZero did not have bad defenses, folks. They didn't. Again, like what we talked about, they held TSM back up until the last 30 seconds, and TSM still found success. That's something that is not supposed to happen on a map like this, and they're doing it time and time again. So this is very, very impressive by both of these teams. DarkZero stemming the tide up until the very last second, and TSM still able to win out these rounds.
Impressive stuff on the opening 2 here from TSM, definitely lending some credence to why we'd see them pick into this map as the opening one for the series, as of course it is their own map pick. But as we get into the action of round number 3, already about a minute deep or so here, we are seeing Bolo get himself close to another potential engagement if he decides to commit to this at break room. Now that's unlikely to happen given the very low chance he has to win the fight against a Mint, so he end up committing. So yeah, it's not going to be too surprising to see him move away from that after trying to bait out the duel for a few seconds here. End up just rotating to a more efficient position where he can actually make some progress on map controls. Unfortunately, not a whole lot's going to be happening from that rappel, and if he was covering across, more than likely that job was already finished by that point.
Well, still plenty of time for TSM to get this lead-off pick, but as we've seen, it's slow and steady wins the race for them. Plenty of drones still spinning outside, as well as most of TSM residing out there as well. Well, except for Bolo, who seems to have found some safe harbor over near the initiation side of things. So have a good clear going on, though, as they're mainly prioritizing the arcade area, trying to find out where multiple members are. Hot and cold with some hot and spicy information, figuring out where multiple TSM members are over near Cafe.
Still seeing a lot of clear work being done. Merc going to try and take a peek down below here with one of the breach charges being used on Ash in order to clear out from Cafe down below. Not much going to be found from it, though. Hot and cold still sitting on the other end of that one. So Merc does need to be very careful about how he approaches any sort of aggressive peaks, because Hot and Cold will more than likely have advanced intel on those. Either way, down to sub 1 minute now. We still have an active horizontal roam. It does appear as though TSM has cleared out most of the second floor pressure, but there's still a lot as we've been panning through these player POVs spread out amongst the initial floor here. So once again, if TSM end up winning this one, it's going to be a surprise for me. Just as I say that, Bolo gets himself onto the board here. First kill of the round, first real bits of damage in the round, coming in only at this 30-second mark, but it's once again working out in TSM's favor. Hyper and Mint have both gone down. Barely any damage traded in response. Skies is ready to fend off the push to the inside of the storage window, but is he going to be able to fend it off? He's quickly losing control. 2 more kills coming in from TSM. Now the plant attempt going down onto the ground for Bolo. Can Eclipse stop it? No, he cannot. Merc gets the final kill again, and TSM secure yet another round with a barnstorming execute at low time.
This is just so very impressive. I am flabbergasted as to what is happening right now. This is not supposed to happen on Theme Park. This is my analysis, folks. This is what you get. Like, I mean, TSM with some fantastic map control, working this map so well, but it seems to be the same thing in the last 30 seconds. When that decision comes down to crunch time, they just flood sight, and they do it so well. It's all in unison. They're making sure that there's no real thing that DZ can do to them to try and slow this down. Really, the only attempt that DarkZero had to try and shut down that push was all on the back of Skies and the proper M590 swing onto Drug Window, but he looks away for a split second, and all of a sudden Merc's inside and shooting him in the back of the head. Like, there was no decision for TSM. It was all go. As soon as there's an opening, take your opportunity, take your gunfight, and see if you can make things work. And that's exactly how TSM got that done. Some fantastic stuff matched with that vertical play that they had earlier on inside of the round.
Now, at this point in the half, there's not really an excuse anymore for DarkZero to be taken, surprised by these types of plays. In fact, they should be expecting them at this point in the half, in my opinion, given that it's been used for 3 rounds straight here by TSM. The question is, does DarkZero have what they need to properly counter this? Because it's happening so suddenly and so fiercely from TSM. We haven't really seen a proper response yet from DarkZero. A lot of these situations, to be fair, have been hard to spot out on an individual basis because they've been transpiring so quickly, so we'll have to try and pay closer attention on this round and see where exactly the faults are lining up. But either way, DarkZero changing the site again, now moving away from lab and upstairs into the bunks to try and see if they have better luck here.
Well, it all starts in the picks for TSM. They get these lead-off picks. As Achieved goes down, apparently I have the blue curse of yesterday, so we'll see if that works out. But it all starts off with these picks for TSM, and then what they do is they translate these into that barnstorming offensive play onto the actual site like we were talking about. But the main reason is because of these lead-off picks. Obviously, with a situation like that, instead of being a 5-on-5 while you're trying to force yourself into site on a rush, when you have that 5v3 situation, it's exactly that. It's a 5-on-3. You have 5 people versus 3 people, and that's going to be difficult no matter what. We might have Eclipse flying out a window here, but doesn't seem like we're going to have that.
He's
more than likely a
sure.
smarter play here instead, try and keep that utility on deck. But that's really why TSM has been finding this success, is simply because it's a 5-on-3. It's very difficult for DarkZero to try and hold multiple angles and shut down all of TSM's avenues when they have such a low man count in comparison.
Well, coming down to the last half of the round here, shouldn't be too much stressful for the TSM fans out there to see the timer continue to tick down in the way that they've executed on the previous 3 rounds here. The timer doesn't seem to be much of a problem at all for them, to be completely honest with you. But for DarkZero, it's probably scaring the heck out of them, and it's going to be even scarier now that Merc snuck right up arcade stairs and gets the Deagle headshot to finish off Hyper. Going to look to try and take this further, but finally, a bit of a response coming in from DarkZero. If it's only short, though, as Eclipse does end up getting downed a moment after he finds that pick against Achieved, leaving only Mint and Skies alive. And I'm unsure if Eclipse is going to be revivable. Looking like Mint's certainly going to make an attempt. Whether it'll be possible is still yet to be seen.
Well, this is as pressed as we've seen DarkZero in a very long time. Full court, one would say, as it's down to the 1v3, technically speaking, unless they're able to get Chala up. Eclipse still down, but more than likely not recoverable for Mint inside of sight. He has the Alda, and this is definitely the weapon that you want inside of the clutch position, but exactly what is it going to be worth? They get Chala up, but Chala has been eviscerated by said weapon. Still has plenty of places to try and rotate to, but as he continues to spritz away with this weapon, the ammo count gets lower and lower, and even though this thing does have so much, eventually it's going to get empty. That is a 4th plant attempt here. Geo gets 2 after he downed Eclipse and is able to clean up the last frag. TSM, this is just textbook. I don't even know what else to say. These guys, every single time, John, plant attempt, every single time, perfect execute. There is nothing that DarkZero can do to stand up to them right now and try and slow them down. Every single time that they think they have them, they think they have a play, they're playing the proper way to try and slow them down in some capacity. TSM find a different avenue. Merc works his way in, downstairs, up arcade, literally shoots a man in the back of the head, fully walking, no shit, no alt walking, no nothing, just walks his way up the staircase, kills him, starts having a gunfight with a man on site. Rest of TSM's executing through cafeteria. You still have a man on the windows. I mean, you guys have to understand the amount of, different facets that TSM are taking to apply this pressure to DarkZero. This is masterfully done.
Also really respect the discipline, because it is apparent at this point that they're looking to try and set up like kill boxes, it seems, on their site pushes. And slowly just try to squeeze players out of positions, and then because of the fact that they'll more than likely be fighting someone else, they'll end up dying to someone completely different on an off angle because of the way that the kill box would be set up. But you really have to respect their discipline with actually, trying to close the box, so to speak, here. As TSM was kind of in a bit of an awkward spot in that round because of the ulti, but they didn't really overcommit to it. They sat back, they held the angles, despite the fact that they're on attack, and the time is very, very quickly working against them in that situation. They did not mind just sitting on angles, it seemed like, and waiting that out for at least 10 to 15 seconds. And what do you know? Someone from DarkZero, it seems like, slipped up or got forced out of position. They find the pick they need. Now they have it at a 4v1, and they can full commit. So really, really great play coming out from TSM right now.
Oh, we're going to have an early timeout from DarkZero, and that definitely should have happened. So that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Especially because obviously it's a best of 5, right? So there's a long time for DarkZero to try and get this figured out. And if anything, this is something that you want to happen inside of a best of 5. This is where you're truly going to get tested. This is where DarkZero can throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. TSM are playing lights out today, and I expect DarkZero to try and bring this back and, put TSM into a bad position. But we'll have to see how that goes after this timeout. They've assessed things, they've talked to BC, and now they've went back downstairs to Armory.
Let's take a look and see how the reattempt down here in the throne room is going to work out for DarkZero. This will be the third attempt on this site now in the half. Keep in mind, of course, DarkZero only have this round and the next to make an impact on the defensive up before they have to jump on the attack, which is traditionally deemed as a little bit more of a difficult side from time to time on this map. Obviously, TSM is looking to change that here today. They've already started to line up the same bits of aggression that they used on the previous 2 throne room attacks as well. With Geo and Merc working their way in from the cafe, or as well the lab side, depending on where they want to entry from, and 2 additional players trying to push their way in from Dragon.
Well, DarkZero still committed to this roam, at least with Mint upstairs defending that vertical play, as well as Hyper, Hot, and Cold, and actually the entirety of the remaining squad for DarkZero, all on a roam game. Couple jumping back into sight now, but still pay attention to how Hyper plays this drug lab area. This is actually a lot more important than what meets the eye initially. Hyper is able to delay a lot of time in this position, has a possibility to rotate back in if TSM doesn't handle things properly, but from what we've been seeing, I highly doubt that's the case. This is more than likely going to get checked out here in just a little while. TSM has been executing on load time, dedicating most of this to roam clear and getting these lead-off picks.
It does seem like the TSM is definitely aware of Hyper's position because they were very cognizant of. I know, like, a Merc specifically rotated from Cafe down to the window in storage to check for him at one point. So they have to have had a drone ping or something to indicate that he was already there. It's just whether they know he's rotated or potentially still in there. That's the part that's still up in the air. And obviously they're going to get confirmation on that now because they just rolled the drone right past Hyper. So they know he's moved slightly to the inside of the bathrooms next to storage here. But what they don't know is that as well, there could be some additional support on the way, but the pinch is still alive and well here for TSM, trying to crunch this player out. The problem, though, is that until they do that, TSM are kind of stuck with their current position. And once again, you can see here, they've got very passive lineups. They're trying to set up the kill box against the player on the inside of Lab. But at the time being, the player isn't taking the bait on either angle, and Hyper's just continuing to sit in the same position, baiting down all this time.
Oh, Houghton in one of those electric claws off. Merc finds Hyper inside of Drug Lab, and now Bolo's going to clear as well. They see the entire area has been handled, so now it's down to the execute once again. And look at that, folks. 30 seconds left for TSM to make it happen. That's what we're going to figure out just next. Still have some utility to try and clear, but that's going to be Merc's job as he uses his very first breaching round of the round. Oh, M590 shot takes him down, though. He saw the laser, thought he had a freebie, but that shotgun is never too free inside of those close-range engagements. And now with very minimal time, this is where TSM's going to be into a lot of trouble. They have to try and funnel in through, but they actually end up winning it out. DarkZero finally fighting back, and they're going to win their very first defensive round after a very strong defense inside of Armory.
DarkZero finally catching on to the plot, and it's really just to try and move as little as possible from the inside of these sites here. Continue to hold the angles, and more importantly, keep people on the choke point so that if they do find that entry or two, it can be quickly traded out. Good adjustment from DZ. Now it's time to see if they can get that second round together, because they obviously can't repeat the same site. finally got one under their belt here, so going to have to adjust over towards Lab to try and get that second round before the half comes to a close here.
Well, with Lab up next, we'll have to see if DarkZero can handle things in similar fashion at what they just did on Armory. As you were talking about, their adjustment was to slow things down and not try and play as aggressive across the map as they were prior. The only roamer that they had that actually stayed out on roam that entire time was Hyper, and Hyper didn't do all too much, and to the untrained eye, a lot of you more than likely said, well, Hyper died. He really didn't do, really anything. He just sat inside of a bathroom, he saw a drone, he shot the drone, and that was really it. Well, the most important thing that Hyper did there was the delay of time. What DarkZero had previously was, multiple people on roam. They'd have someone upstairs try and rotate back down, maybe Hyper over near the tellers area or Gong on that side of the map to try and possibly pick up another player from TSM that could be handling another aspect of the map. But TSM doesn't do that. They clear areas on, a room by room basis with the entire team or entire sections, right? So in order to delay the same amount of time, DarkZero just kept Hyper on the roam and just told him not to peek things. He just needs to stay there, stay alive, and waste time. Just be a nuisance. Be that thorn in the side that they know if they ignore you, it's Hyper and he's going to get some kills. So what does TSM do? Well, they can't ignore Hyper, so they have to pinch him out, get the intel. Merc finally gets the pick, but there's not enough time for them to try and force their way into sight. DarkZero plays the swings extremely well, plays those angles tight with the shotguns, and locks TSM out.
Hyper's going to take some initial damage at the beginning of round number 6 here, as he'll be caught, I believe, on the spray from Bolo coming in from one of those 2 break room windows. No one else going to get hit by that, so just a small turn of events here. It's really just a bullet or 2 that he won't be able to take in the next fight, which is unfortunate, but not going to change the state of the game all that much at this point in time. Hyper will now move himself over here to the arcade stairs. We'll probably be able to maintain that position for a little bit more time here. For TSM, curious to see if there's going to be any adjustments to the overarching strategy, given that DarkZero have figured out a way to, at a minimum, slow down the pacing to a pretty massive degree here from TSM. It does look like TSM still bringing a lot of the same type of flair here. They're looking to take small amounts of map control, deal with the roam game, and then explode out onto the site when the time should come very, very late into this round. They're pretty much getting close here to completing the top clear now. Few players still causing problems, though. You could see the player just on the top side of yellow there, for instance. There may be one more still roaming on this floor, too. Nope, just going to be Hyper and Eclipse working together around the arcade area. And there we go. They're actually going to be able to pinch out Merc here. He goes down. Eclipse will finish off in just a second. There is a trade from Geo to take down Skies in a separate fight. Another fight's going to occur as well. This one goes into the favor of Achieve, but Mint quickly trades that back from the inside of one of the upstairs sites. We're back down to a 3v3.
Well, the previous round, we had a lot of slow and steady gameplay by DarkZero, but this time they've doubled down on the aggression. Plenty of roamers upstairs, plenty of crossfires. Merc existing in an area of the map that was not necessarily safe, surrounded by the enemy, especially around the yellow stairs area, but at least able to get the refrag and eventually equalize here for both squads. Down in the last minute now, though, for both of these teams. 3 versus 3, and still plenty of utility at their disposal to try and clear some areas out, get some of this verticality working into the offensive favor. That's exactly what they're going to start working on. Breaching charges for Bolo, Geo assisting on these vertical angles, trying to find anything at all to get one of these leadoff picks that they desperately need to try and work their way into sight. You don't want to try and make this a 3 versus 3. Anything less for DarkZero is a positive route for TSM.
Quick little flash check to the inside of the storage window there. Not going to do much besides act as sound distraction, and now push comes to shove here for TSM. They need to force their way in. Hyper picks up the initial defense. Another one's going to be found as well here with Mint chiming in. Last player is going to be Chala, and it won't stay that way for a really long time. Hot and cold shuts down the round for DarkZero, with the last player from TSM going down. And finally, a second round going up on the board for DZ as well. Quick turnaround for them after they figured things out, but is it going to be enough for them to come back on the attacking side? That's the question now.
Nice adjustments here from DarkZero. Apparently the conversation with the coach was desperately needed because he looked very strong in those last 2 rounds as opposed to the previous 4. We're switching sides now, folks. We've reached the halftime point of our very first map, and what an explosive half it was. But now TSM is on the defense, and we'll see if that explosive offense that they had or load time executes they had and the cohesion that they had doing all of that works out well for them on defense. Already having a 6-pick once again, leading us off here on the second half from TSM. This time Echo is going away. We're bringing back out the Bandit, but that's more than likely needed for this exact site. They're not going to be running the Kaid like DarkZero did. Honestly, preferred the Electro Claws just a little bit, simply because of what they were able to do with the hatch inside of Split.
Yeah, they were able to successfully counter out X-Kairos on at least 2 separate occasions with those Electro Claws, so a little bit of a difference in preference there. I'd be curious to see if TSM will end up shifting towards that should the need rise. Obviously, still going to see the reinforcements go down on that hatch, just not going to be able to see its charges. They'll have to be much more focused on the actual walls coming in from Geo here with those 4 extra batteries that he has, trying to block out areas like the tool closet here, as we can see, as well as areas like going into barrels there will be his primary focus with the utility, at least at the start here, because remember, and it can still pick those up and move them, and there's potentially going to be quite a need for that if there's going to be additional pressure coming in from a yellow, should that be the attacking strategy to start things out here from DarkZero. We've got quite a few players working their way in from Dragon's side, though, so this could be a lot hitting Geo's side of the map very quickly if he's not careful.
I love the little tiny stylistic differences between these teams that you can see on either side. I mean, for DarkZero, they don't want the Habana. Rather, they'd bring the Thermite instead on hot and cold. And they're also going to get the leadoff pick as well. Apparently, the offense is just prospering today on Theme Park as TSM already down 1 member, a very important one as well, Geo. So all those bandit batteries that he had in his pocket, if he had any at all, are now stuck, and everything else is stuck to a wall where they lie.
And if I remember seeing that correctly, I believe that death had... Oh, man, a weird turn of events there. Merc having the Nitro Cell get dropped down off the ground. He was hoping to probably catch a kill from that one, but a little bit too late, unfortunately, in order to fish that out. But either way, the death of Geo there, I believe partially his own fault due to missing a drone that had been placed down by Hot and Cold. I don't know if he ended up dying in the same position that was in, but it definitely gave DarkZero the heads up that he was roaming around that back halls area just as they start to push in towards Gong or any other area down on the first floor in that part of the map. By the way, down to a 4v5, a little over half the round to go. DarkZero already has the advantage, so they're not really feeling stressed for time, I would imagine, at this point here. Also, just locating Achieve, they're going to be unable to pick him immediately, but Skies does have this player on lock and has relatively forced him down the stairs. 2 more kills going to come off camera for us as well there. Mint finishing off Merc, Bolo falling a second later. That's 2 of the most powerful players on this roster. Slowly but surely, they are able to pinch out Achieve from his position on yellow stairs too. A good response from Chala, but it's a little shallow now, considering there's still 4 other players up and running at this point.
Well, we'll see how Chala tries to work this. He already got his pick, but obviously, as you said, still a long road ahead of him, and he's looking to try and isolate as many one-on-ones as he can possibly get. That's why he's not playing too safe. He needs to continue to swing these angles and try and get these frags, because if DarkZero is allowed to execute, it's already over before it even began. 2 stacked over towards yellow, still playing inside of Split. TSM, or excuse me, DarkZero, having some inkling of where he is playing. Eclipse with a very nice shot from downrange takes out Chala. DarkZero with round 7 in their first offensive round here on this half. Great stuff, amazing execute, and both of these teams with an amazing roam clear on these offenses.
Yeah, definitive statement being made by DarkZero here by closing out the first round of the second half in such one-sided fashion there, considering how far behind it seemed that they were in this matchup up until just about 3 rounds ago, when they finally figured out this very, very potent strategy from TSM that had been working for the initial 4 rounds. Ever since then, it's really been a DZ game, at least judging from this first round here on the second half. So we'll have to see how TSM will look to adjust their own strategies. Unfortunately, their roam clear got torn apart, as you were just mentioning, Stokes, very, very quickly throughout the course of that round, leaving plenty of time for a safe execute in DarkZero's camp.
This is just extremely interesting from both of these squads. I feel like this is going to be a streaky day that we have here, John, just because both of these teams are so, well planned, well thought out, and well executed overall, that it's going to continue to be the mind game rather than the matter game. And right now, that's what we're seeing. It's up to TSM to make the adjustment and try and link together some defensive rounds. It really seems like both of these teams have put in a lot of work on this map to make sure that these roam clears and how they handle their map control is well thought out, and that there's no real attempt from the defense to try and get back into the round once they're starting to bide for that map control. They lock down these staircases. We haven't seen a single flank happen from either team yet on these defenses so far. This is just very, very well done. So DarkZero hopefully tying things up here for their sake to try and continue to force TSM into a bad position. But Chala now with the secondary shotgun. I was actually not aware that Frost got this in her kit. That's actually Mira's secondary shotgun. She also has the Super 90 as a primary, but most people use her SMG, which is one of the most unique looking SMGs in the game. It's kind of like an extended version of the cock gun that we have on Caveira. So we'll have to see exactly what he's bringing that for reasons wise. Not too many windows for them to hop in upstairs, but if somebody hops into a Frost mat, it'll be, you know, at least a good chuckle. But if you guys didn't know, this actually isn't a full-on, you know, int or anything like that. Frost is actually most effective against silvers as well as diamond/champion players. That's her two most effective, you know, planes of existence.
Got a weird bell curve. It's not even really a bell at that point anymore. It's just a weird shape. But
It's just a very strange cup.
yeah, it's just some wax going on with that one. But either way, we have started to see it pop up every now and again as of the past few months here. It's actually starting to become more and more of an occurrence the more I kind of check out these games here. So maybe start to see it happening slightly more in these kind of niche scenarios where she can be quite useful for blocking off specific angles. As we've just seen there too, the secondary shotgun not going to be a bad thing either, especially if you're trying to set up top-down angles like the current situation that Chala is in. First bit of damage going to go pretty heavily onto Mint, however, as he will take the first strike for the team, but unfortunately won't come out with a whole lot to show for it. Push to the inside of Cafe, yes, but at sub 50 now. Trying to make an entry. That's going to be dangerous. Got to look for the headshot here and needs to hit it too. Otherwise, could end up very quickly on the losing end of that battle. Hyper's fallen back in the meantime here. They do have a slight pinch against Chala. Back over on the arcade stairs. Drone's going to confirm that because they still have the pressure from Cafe too. Now, going to see an air jab go out. It's quickly countered by Chala, so we're going to try and spam these in, but without any additional pressure from up on top, there's nothing really to force Chala to obey these air jabs, so he's just going to continue to shoot those time after time again. 45 seconds left. Still no deaths as of yet, but there we go. Achieved is finally going to pick one up here. Chala gets one from the staircase. Make it two, as he's going to knock out Mint as well. Down to Eclipse and hot and cold. The false start to put pressure onto the arcade stairs has really hurt the potency of DarkZero's take here. And just like that, they're down to Eclipse, who only has positioning in break room. Yes, he can attack the back of the site directly, but first of all, he doesn't even have the diffuser. And second of all, he's dead because it's a flawless round from TSM as they take number 8.
See, folks, it really doesn't matter what gun you have in Rainbow Six Siege, as long as you can shoot straight. And that's exactly what Chala just did right there. Some great work on the arcade stairs. Very questionable stuff from DarkZero, especially with the air jab spam going on in there. It seemed like that wasn't really translated to the rest of the squad. The only thing that I can think about with that air jab spam is that they were trying to distract Chala into a decision-making process, right? Either I shoot the air jab and the guy swings me, or I, you know, shoot the guy and the air jab knocks me on the ground. But there was no guy to back up the air jab. So he just shot both air jabs and then played the staircase and then killed 3 of your teammates. So, you know, that's the most questionable thing inside of that round. And that's more than likely the reason that round went so poorly, is that DarkZero desperately needed that staircase. You guys saw them trying to apply pressure from upstairs. They put Hyper downstairs. They insert him in through the drug lab area, use his breaching rounds to clear the deployable shield, and then try and get some pressure down low with him in Eclipse. But it just never worked out. And there truly never seemed to be an engagement on that landing from the bottom of the staircase that happened anyways. That most of his kills came from upstairs. So again, just a very weird circumstance there for DarkZero.
Bit of a, like I said, a bit of a kind of failure to start for them, as they had seemingly such heavy focus on clearing out that position, only to kind of fumble it a bit when it actually came to do the clearing itself. So hopefully just a momentary issue there for DarkZero, and they can quickly patch that up as we get into round number 9, but they've got to be careful. TSM still maintains the lead and is growing it once again here, as they've gone back up to 5-3 with the teams trading 1-1 at the beginning of the map here. DarkZero going to send a lot of their players over towards Cafe's side yet again, so you can expect quite a bit of pressure to work itself in from this side of the map early on in the round here.
Okay, well, Roman clear, as we've grown accustomed to so far out this series. No truly early engagements usually happening post 2 minutes, but so far so good for both of these teams. I've been enjoying the adjustments that we've seen, and definitely have some new things entail here as well. It appears that Geo is going to slap down a mirror window on one of the initiation double walls towards can't exactly actually remember what this room is called. We have the kitchen area and then this room that he's attached to here. But nevertheless, it's still a strange setup simply because he has that secondary reinforcement to the side, so you can't play that. It's simply information as to what's going on inside of that room. I think possibly pop the mirror window later on. But early pickup here. Hyper not having the best day right now. 2, 2, and 8 as Merc takes him down. And there's going to be a follow-up as well from DarkZero, or excuse me, from TSM to take down Mint.
Legion's been a little switch shot god in this game. It's been crazy, some of the shots we've been seeing, specifically from the Legion 1.5 site there on the T5. And they haven't been slowing down, as the first kill of this round was a direct result of it there on the arcade balcony. Great shot from Merc, and to be able to pick that up, and it's helped to bring things down to a 5v3. DarkZero, once again, unfortunately, working from the back foot to try and get themselves into this round. This guy's just a momentary issue there. If you're wondering why he took damage, it was because he was too close to that charged wall on the other side. So bleeding a little bit of HP from that, but quickly can get back on that and achieve with a great position inside of the throne room, just below the hatch. Is going to cut off one of the players trying to rotate into a more aggressive spot. Still all 5 alive here from TSM, and yes, there's a minute remaining, which in siege terms is a lot of time. It doesn't seem like it if you're watching us from another game, but trust us, it is. Unfortunately, in the 2v5, it's still going to be incredibly tough to work their way out, although they may be given a gift here. Hot and cold, some foot shots going out. Sky's going to be able to capitalize on that, get the finishing shot on the Geo at a minimum, and bring this down into a 4v2.
Well, at least stopping the flawless round from TSM. Still have quite a laundry list of things to do. Stun grenades in now. Try to force it, but achieved. Oh my god. All over him. TSM almost with a flawless round once again. That's a 3K for achieved on that round. And I mean, can we just see the scoreboard for a second, Cyano? I mean, look at this thing, folks. Look at the difference between the two rosters right now. TSM, so very consistent across this board. And I mean, John, it's been the playmaking ability of this team as well. We've been seeing, you know, disjointed gunfights happen across the entire map where, you know, you think theme park with the name is supposed to be fun, but you enter the building and all of a sudden a bunch of people are shooting at you and you can't possibly get a refrag. They seem to be everywhere. They're in the trees. It's truly impressive what TSM are achieving right now.
Some really powerful stuff, and it's only the beginning of this series, folks. We've got a long way to go here, but TSM is certainly giving us a definitive start, especially if they're going to take this all the way to a 7-3 victory on our initial map of this series. DarkZero, in the meanwhile, seemed like we were onto something with the beginning of this half going so promisingly for them, able to squeeze out the roam pressure from TSM and very quickly overwhelm any of the remaining players on the site. But since then, we haven't been able to see that follow through. Their initial attempts to take control, such as on the second round of this half, fell to pieces due to some weird utility use, as well as just overall the way that they were posturing their aggression. And that problem has continued to, obviously, to a bit of a lesser extent into round number 3 as well. So DarkZero needs to clean this up quickly. Otherwise, we're going to be looking at TSM with a 1-0 lead in the best of 5.
And, you know, not too many people liking the one map advantage, but we have to give it to them if they win it, you know what I mean? So that's just how it is. But TSM so far, very impressive today. I like what I'm seeing. DarkZero, they're showing signs of life, and that's what's important inside of a best of 5. You don't want them just being a slouch this entire map. They've been trying to make adjustments. They're attempting to work their way around TSM. It's just that TSM have been that much better so far throughout this map. So we'll have to see how this continues to translate throughout the rest of this series. But as of right now, it's TSM ahead by quite a bit of a distance. It's not unrecoverable by DarkZero, obviously. We're still inside of this, you know, first map, but it's definitely something to take into consideration.
All right, well, let's take a look here. Already about 30 seconds into the round. We are seeing a little bit of pressure from DarkZero on the break room repels, trying to work their way across the two sites on this side of the map here. More importantly, trying to isolate out Geo, seeing if they can take him down, but he's quickly going to deal with a drone presence that's still sitting on the inside of break there. Even maybe going to challenge the actual window, which obviously this is going to be a little bit riskier for him here, but if it works, it works. And oh, not going to work this time, but very, very close. Hot and Cold wins out that incredibly close opening duel. They'll just have a sliver of HP remaining after taking it, but indeed, Geo goes down, and that's a lot of map control suddenly opened up for DarkZero.
Big pickup here, but Geo's ADS is still going to reside inside of sight, and that doesn't mean that DarkZero is out of the thick of it just yet. Still have to deal with these TSM members downstairs as well. But DarkZero have top control, and that's extremely pivotal when you're going up against a lab defense. TSM can only really keep these members over inside of Throne for retake or to be able to assist their teammates in any sort of capacity. Seems as though a lot of this is leaning on Merc's success over towards the bottom of Arcade Stairs. He hasn't been found out just yet, but he could be at a moment's notice. Drone in finds him, as well as Jackal available for the offense, so Merc could run into some issues, but now he's already found Safe Harbor back inside of sight. Less than a minute now for DarkZero to work their way in. Lots of drones taken out. Actually, drone economy looking quite strong now that I'm actually taking in all of these players. This is looking very good for DZ going into this last minute.
It's more than anything been a lack of droning from DarkZero, and it's kind of been working out okay for them because of the fact that they're usually able to find positions anyway, even without the drones. But as you mentioned, they still have the option to bring them out here if they need to slow things down, but that just really hasn't been necessary. It's been working okay for them. Guys, a little bit of self-damage there, but that won't matter too much. What does matter is Chala picking up the big kill from the depths of storage here. Now getting smoked out. He's got to be cautious of the hop in, but that's not much of a problem. It's such a close range fight. Takes down Min. Skies has an exchange to work with here for DZ, but now they only have top level and yellow control. They don't have what's necessary to swing into the lab site anymore, and I believe they've lost the kit as well. Indeed, it's sitting down on the ground. They're going to have to retrieve the case. A one-for-one exchange. Skies keeps his team alive and now has to sell it forward. Otherwise, we're going to see map number 1 go into the hands of TSM, as this round's going to expire on the timer. Never mind, it'll expire on the kills, as TSM seal the deal definitively here on Theme Park and take the 1-0 lead in the US Division Finals.
Extremely impressive theme park here by TSM. Just some disjointed plays by DarkZero in the last 9 seconds there that did not work out for that site execute. But we still have a long road ahead of us, folks. We're going to be saying that all day. So be sticking with us. Don't touch that browser. I promise you, there's a lot of action still to be had. But the scoreboard overall, folks, TSM and DZ, TSM just more consistent throughout this map.
Definitely the case. Well, map number 2 is coming up right around the corner, folks. It's going to be on Consulate as the first pick from DarkZero. We'll see if they'll be able to bounce back, as well as get some input from our analysis desk right after this break.
Nice shot from me! Perfect!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NA Finals between DarkZero and TSM, who wound up winning Theme Park. And Jacob, kind of like what you said during the predictions, you said, you know what? Gunplay is king. I believe TSM is going to take it, and they took it well, man. They destroyed DarkZero in the first half and kept on to win the map.
It's true. It's a very, very worthwhile first map pick in a best of 5. It's a map that DarkZero just decided that they didn't really want to play a lot in Stage 2, and TSM, even though they haven't played it a lot either, chose it as their first map to set the pace, set the momentum, and start them off on the right foot. And it was a clubbing. We only played 10 rounds on this one. It was a 7-3, and DarkZero didn't have an opportunity to really jump into the fray at any point. TSM had their backs the whole way.
Yeah, I do want to say, like, I'm really excited for map 1 to start. I thought that this warm-up was really great for TSM. Not sure why it was
really good
broadcasted.
T-hunt for TSM.
Yeah, usually this stuff happens off-stream beforehand, but either way, whenever DarkZero shows up, I'm excited to see them playing this game because I didn't see them in the server today.
Well, you know what? It's a best of 5, Jesse. I believe DarkZero, they're going to have something for TSM, hopefully, in this best of 5, and with a scoreline of 3-7, I mean, that had to hurt. But take a look at the stat line. achieved and Chala on top for TSM. Chala once again popping off for this roster. This is something that we've been accustomed to lately, and achieved looks good seeing him on top. He didn't have too good of a day yesterday, but it doesn't matter when the rest of your team are popping off the way they do. But for DarkZero, we have Eclipse up top, followed by the in-game leader, Mint. But Jesse, going to you, man. Taking a look at everything that's been happening, the stat line, the gameplay. You said yourself, TSM, they recover well from loss of a man advantage. And, you know, I was thinking about it. It's similar to yesterday against Oxygen.
Yeah, 100%. And you look at the start of this map, and you saw that TSM were losing those, early engagements. They were going down, and they were wasting a lot of time on those roam clears. But they still managed to come back and win those gunfights. And I think that comes down to a couple of reasons. The first one is their executes were flawless. I mean, they stormed that bomb site with 30 seconds to go, and they demolished every single one of those on-site defenders. Even the roamers that they hadn't yet cleared out around the 45, 40-second mark, they still were so clean and so coordinated to be able to take down those, roaming players and then move on to that site execute. It really did feel like they understood how DarkZero liked to roam. DarkZero like to put Hyper or whoever they have on their roam in a room. It's a pretty aggressive room more often than not, but then they just tell them to stay there. Get your picks, waste time. That's what DarkZero loves to do on their roam, and they're so good at staying alive and wasting time. And they were doing that. They were getting their kills, they were staying alive. But then TSM did something, they capitalized off that. Since they knew where those players were going to be, they demolished them. And that's why Hyper, you saw him in that stat line, had a 2-9 record. He just couldn't get anything done on that roam. And when we saw that pause happen from DarkZero, it seemed like BC, the coach, when he talked to them, he was able to address that. A couple of things they did in those following rounds on defense. First of all, they tried to funnel those attacks so that they couldn't have as successful as an execute. You saw the Electroclaw being able to stop the hatch. Really did funnel them. And then the roam as well, it got more aggressive. You saw them taking fights. They weren't just hunkering down on roam and waiting for TSM to clear them. They got in and got engagements, and that helped them win the scrappy fights in the end.
Yeah, the funneling was scary to watch, but hey, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Jacob, there was a team, I forgot which one you said it was. Was it TSM or DarkZero where you said the first half really dictates how the rest of the map goes? Was it DarkZero?
It was DarkZero, yeah, because a lot of that was based on their series against SSG from yesterday.
Right, and take a look at the first half. I remember looking at the scoreline, right, Jacob? And it was 4-0, and DarkZero, they were struggling. I believe Hot and Cold had no kills. Hyper had about one. Someone else had maybe none of one kill on their own. They started off really slow, and the rest of the map showed up to be a big L for them.
Yeah, on a defensive-sided theme park, which is usually how the map likes to play out, it's not a good thing when you go 4-0 against an attacking squad, and especially when it's TSM, and again, their gunplay will always come into account. So it's something that DarkZero slipped up on massively. Now, there were a couple players that did manage to come back a little bit. I want to say it was Hot and Cold and Mint. We're still trying to see if they couldn't hold the fort down. Eclipse started coming back toward the end with his own kills too, but it was too little too late. It was a 4-2 half in TSM's favor, and how did it end? 7-3. DarkZero only managed to get one more round back on their own on their own attacking half, and it just goes to show you the way in which maps play out for DarkZero depends a lot on how that first map swings, because momentum very much was not on their side.
I love how both of your points about TSM and DarkZero went hand in hand, right? You said if DarkZero, they don't start well, or if they start well, the rest of the map will reflect that. But TSM, on the other hand, doesn't matter what you throw at them, gunplay is going to be king with this roster. Now,
I sure hope that shows everyone in chat that we know what we're talking about on the desk. We got this. We're professionals.
Right. And so, before we talk about map number 2, we have a community poll. And fellas, let me know what you think about this one, right? Is both of these players were unstoppable yesterday. Which one will keep their form in the grand finals? Eclipse and Merc. And I asked you last time, Jesse, Jacob, which one you feeling?
Oh, you're asking me this time?
Yeah, you go first this time.
I don't know. Merc had a really flashy day yesterday on Consulate, but Eclipse overall had a lot of those highlight Nitro Cell plays. I think it might be him.
Thinking of Coastline, man. Jesse, you agree?
Yeah, I voted in this poll because I thought, you know what, way too many people are going to vote for Merc. I got to put some love on Eclipse because I think he's going to do well. No, I closed my... Yeah, no, I voted, but Merc, I think, won it out. Yeah, look at that.
Wait, did you almost try to lie and say, I closed my eyes to never...
I tried.
I blind voted. I don't know who it was.
I wanna be honest, but yeah, I definitely looked at those results.
Right.
Sorry.
All right, and also for those of you at home, I spoke about a giveaway earlier on, right? We're giving away a bundle giveaway, not just the stream. And if you want to pay attention and win that, make sure you follow our social pages as well. Oh, production. Thank you. You can win these skins. Not one, not two, but all of them. And also, if you don't win the contest on the main Rainbow Six Twitter page, you can win it on our individual pages as well. Not just us on the analyst desk, but the casters out there. But Jesse, map number 2. What is it? Who do you think has the upper hand? And tell me why.
Map 2 is Consulate, and this is probably the one that intrigues me the most because it was DarkZero's pick. Right? Why would DarkZero pick TSM's best map of Stage 2? It doesn't really make sense. TSM, again, to reiterate, have won this map 7 times this season, only losing it twice. And DarkZero, you know, they look okay here. They've had mixed results. They did lose it twice at the Major. So I've got to lean towards TSM on this one as well. I mean, DarkZero don't pick a map unless they have a good reason to, so I've got to believe that they've got something, you know, up their sleeves for it.
Yeah.
But it's TSM's home. I mean, this just doesn't make any sense to me. I think TSM are still looking good here.
Such an odd pick. Jacob, the casters and the players are ready, so real quick, who do you think has this map?
Jesse said it pretty darn eloquently. This is TSM's baby.
Okay.
DarkZero, however, did win. They didn't win against SSG on Clubhouse yesterday, and that was their pick.
All right.
But that's still SSG's home. If you go to your opponent's best map, you got to expect something massive. I think TSM can still do this, even though DarkZero picking it is a gutsy call.
All right, so both of y'all for TSM. We'll find out right now. Stokes and Blue, take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Veli. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, to get into map number 2 here. As the analysts just were talking about, it's Consulate between TSM and DarkZero, and it's time to find out if one of these teams is going to be able to really push the advantage in the case of TSM, or if they can finally get into the game in the case of DarkZero. We just saw TSM win this map even yesterday against Oxygen, so they're already primed up in a great position to try and take it. DarkZero will have to wait and see. Stokes, what do you make of the second map?
Oh, Consulate is going to be something else, especially from what we saw yesterday with TSM, like you were talking about. We saw the two-headed demon that we talk about a lot, but in all honesty, it is that, you know, multiple-headed Hydra, right? TSM is a team that is just so very good when it comes to mechanical skill, and it was something that we highlighted yesterday, that their offenses and defenses, though, you know, very comparable, have stark differences. And the biggest thing is the difference between Merc and Bolo. Merc is an offensive force to be reckoned with, but when it gets to that defensive side, you better be looking out for the YouTuber himself, because that man's about to put you on a highlight reel. I mean, this team just so dynamic in the ways that they can handle not only their offenses and their defenses. I'm extremely excited for this. DarkZero again walking into the deep end of the pool. Let's see if they don't drown.
Gotta be careful of team content rolling down the halls against you, man. You might end up on a YouTube video if you're not careful. Sledge is going to be our first ban here. That's a ban coming from DarkZero, as they have the 2 outer bans on the top UI there. TSM will have a response. A pretty quick one at that. So they're not changing whatever they're picking. They're going to knock out Nomad, which is a ban we don't see a whole lot. But again, it makes sense in the context specifically of Consulate.
Okay, I want to see these defensive bans first before I say a word, okay? Before I say a single thing. The next one's going to be Valkyrie. There's no way that they let Valkyrie through on Consulate. If you let Valkyrie through on Consulate, you're going to run into some major problems.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm positive. I put my entire career on it. My whole career, Valkyrie ban.
It's a good thing you put your career on it as it was popping up. It was a really risky move there, Stokes. But
listen, man, you know, they're jumping into the deep end. I went to the highest diving board. That's what I did. All right.
Either way, a sledge ban is really going to potentially change up this game on a round-to-round basis when you consider, yeah, you've got to bring a buck in now. You've got to potentially bring some breaching charges if you want to be able to set up your appropriate, you know, top-down angles for a lot of these sites. And this is going to be one of them, the cafeteria garage attack. A lot of teams are, you know, kind of required to take some form of piano control and open up top-down angles in order to properly work their way into the site. So not having the sledge to do it, it's not going to be the end of the world because you can replace them pretty easily with the buck, but obviously it's a pretty big change up for your utility because you're not going to have those frag grenades anymore in that case.
Yeah, and you're talking about the perfect thing as well, because Buck is really going to be the dynamic factor for these offenses and how they handle this map. Mainly because Buck offers different opportunities as opposed to what Sledge does. Obviously with Sledge, you have to be directly over top of what you want to get rid of, but with Buck, you can actually handle concept in a completely different way. Oh man, I am so very excited right now. We'll get into it in a second. We'll wait for their full cleanup. But my point was with the Buck is that they truly only have to take top control if they want to try and get that garage open. With Achieved on Buck, by the way, one of his best operators inside of the entirety of his career is this Buck, right? if he gets control of console office, he can actually remove anything inside of piano through that vertical play. He can actually go 2 floors all the way into garage and take off any bandit battery, anything that they need done, all the way from upstairs. And that's something to note, because they don't need to clear out this entire mid floor and able to achieve something like that. Granted, you're not going to be able to play the angles like you want to, and that'll be a big change up, but we'll see how TSM does.
So TSM bringing a lot of that destructive potential to the table here. Stokes was mentioning it. We've got a pretty interesting setup for DarkZero, specifically in hot and cold spot here on the inside of the kitchen, just because there's so much rotate potential, so much annoyingness, for lack of a better word there, that can get in the way of TSM based on this. So we'll have to see how well it works out for DZ. TSM are committing their clear for the most part over towards admin side to start things out, though. In fact, they got 3 players in that part of the building, very quickly sweeping out any of the upstairs pressure that may be here from DarkZero, and of course shifting their focus down to the first floor pretty quickly after that. They have to deal with Mint before they get to that point, though, as he is lurking right now at the top of yellow.
Well, an expected change up in take from TSM here, simply because of what DarkZero is mustering on the defense. Need to clear out this top floor and see where these members reside inside the rest of the map.
This is another thing too, is castle barricades are now like a lot more powerful in these situations too, because you're gonna have to commit some other form of soft breach in order to get rid of them. You can't just have the sledge take care of that anymore for you.
I'm so very glad you pointed that out, because that's the exact reason why that ban happened. DarkZero really want to lean into these castle barricades, and it's something we've seen in the past, actually. If you remember, you and I casted a Sonics match where they did that on Theme Park. They started bringing castle a lot, and they banned the sledge so that people couldn't get rid of the castle barricades as easily. So now Merc, Bolo, and anyone else with actual explosives are going to have to dedicate some of their utility to that.
Yeah, and that means that if there is going to be a castle on the other side, you really do have to, if you want absolute safety in your takes here, more than likely bring both the Ashe and the Zofia, so you can easily get rid of those if you end up running into one of them. So that's potentially going to limit the comp for the attackers as well, and we'll have to see if TSM decide to sacrifice that at any point here and any potential negative effects that might arise from that. That's all assuming DarkZero continuously picks into the castle, though, so we'll wait and see. This has been a very passive round, by the way. We're at 45 seconds. Kills should start happening at any second here, but up until this point, it's been very, very quiet indeed. Coming down to the wire, though, at 35 here. Indeed, the bullets are going to start flying. It's a 1-for-1 to start it out. Hyper gets a quick exchange after Achieve is able to take down Mint in the depths of that bathroom position. He'll quickly fall back into the basement after finding that one. He'll be stuck in a 4v4. Still only 20 seconds left for TSM, though, so TSM has to move quickly in order to make sure they can still get this kid onto the ground.
Still plenty of opportunity for them and lots of util at their disposal in order to clear out anything they need in order to get this plant down. But the problem is now they really don't have a safe arbor in order to do so. Geo swings on White Van, but Eclipse from downrange takes them out. 1.5 times scope works out on Bolo as well. Skies with a kill, and the first defensive round goes right into the back pocket of DarkZero with a very interesting setup. Enjoyed what they did with the mid floor there, especially with kind of a newfound angle, or just one that we haven't seen in quite some time, with Hyper holding a cross for the bathroom through one of the soft panels inside of Z to make sure that Buck could not prioritize taking out his teammate, at least without getting traded.
A lot of long angles being taken there by DarkZero as well in order to make sure that they left themselves alive. Eclipses at the end there, notably to shut down the plant attempts. And then the trade that we had happen from Hyper back over in Spiral because of the rotate to the inside of the bathrooms on the first floor as well. So some really great trade setups here from DarkZero to make sure that they're always staying on top of the situation on defense in that first round. Curious to see if that's going to continue into later rounds, given the kind of split nature that this map can have for your defensive setup sometimes. This site being no exception to that. Once again, you're going to have to see a heavy bunker setup in that showers room as we're now moving to piano and lobby for round number 2.
Well, DarkZero really enjoying these Mira picks right now, and you can't exactly blame them. These setups have been immaculate so far with her. Let's see if they continue to go this way. I mean, the beauty of Mira, especially in a position like this, is that she has constant intel that she can always capitalize off of. Even in this lobby area, that main bunker setup inside of the bathroom stalls is going to be extremely pivotal. This is all going to be in tandem with what that setup has going on upstairs, which is those vertical angles over towards the doors and the windows, as well as preventing access to projector. This is going to be the main room that everyone is concerned with on both sides. If you give that up to the offense and they are allowed verticality, they're more than likely going to plant inside of circle desks. So DarkZero are setting up for this to make sure that the clear can't come through for TSM, but there's a lot of different things that TSM have in order to make this easy on themselves, particularly Chala. in the lineup. Those EMPs, if they land true, can remove a lot of this utility and make their life quite easy.
Olo looking to open up some of the windows on balcony here while he still maintains the rappel. Will give him some purview into what's going on the inside of the site there. But the real story right now for our attackers is what's going on the inside of admin, as they're very quickly shuffling their players together. On top of that, going to work their way out with a breach, going over the stairs too, so they will have some vision on rotates from DZ if they are going to try to pull off a flank here. It does not look like that's really in the cards for them at this point, aside from maybe Skies, but we'll have to see what happens over these next few seconds here. Still a lot of focus on the downstairs hold, of course, here. TSM working their way in, still very early days on the round itself too, but now we're going to see pressure start to move in on the projector angle from multiple different positions here. Eclipse not only has to deal with players potentially swinging him from the staircase, but he's also got players in the balcony window too, so has to be very careful with aggression like that. Even though it works out great, it's a massive chunk of damage onto Merc. Just unfortunately, Merc not in the best position to full kill there. Either way, he'll be happy with the damage he got, considering he didn't lose any health in return.
Yeah, Eclipse has to be happy with that one, and that's just the playmaking ability of these professional players. Eclipse playing his role to the absolute T. You can see he's just making sure to stretch out as far as he possibly can safely. Knew that nobody was going to contest his suicide balcony, so that's a free swing for the moment. Possibly somebody on his stairs and get some good damage off onto Merc. But now he's going to fall back. Minute and 10 remaining, and they still have Connector at their disposal, but the deployable shield's already been taken away. This is something that we saw with TSM up against Oxygen yesterday, where quite a few members wanted to back off and try and delay more time inside of console office, and it seemed to work out decently, but TSM more than likely knowing that the jig is up. They've pushed them back, and Mint wants to hold on for dear life.
It might not be holding on for long here if he decides to make the leap of faith out to the open, but probably not going to go for that. Cooler heads do end up prevailing here. Either way, though, coming down to the wire, once again, the same problem for TSM, just an inability to find any sort of safe harbor to execute from here. Mint missing a great opportunity to make impact here. The good news is it still is not a massive deal at this point. Over the next few seconds, though, we're really going to start to see this situation evolve. Chala with those 2 kills, that's 2 very big pickups as they're all happening in the lobby, very close to a potential plant position here if TSM is able to finally work towards it. Mint drops down the hatch into Piano here, is going to try to hold out. Oh, he actually drops the kit. That's huge right there. He is going to get traded out a second later, but now they have to try and find Hot and Cold. He's just staying alive upstairs. No one's going to be able to retrieve the case in time, and the round is won by DarkZero on the timer.
Impressive stuff by DarkZero to keep things locked down. The site execute for TSM is botched after the window player is the one with the case, and an amazing shot from DZ to take down that last remaining member. I do believe it was Mint, but either way, some amazing stuff over towards the Piano windows, and that's going to be 2 rounds in a row on Consulate defense. And with the 2 sites that we saw and how well TSM was playing yesterday on their offenses here, this is very well done. DZ definitely doing their homework and taking into account what TSM was able to produce on this map yesterday, and making sure that they have a game plan for it. We're headed towards the split site now. Not too much of a change up from what we're accustomed to seeing on this site. We are going to have a decent amount of trap operators, but honestly, with a site like this, that simply just makes sense.
Very, very much the case. Definitely starting to make a lot more sense as to why DarkZero would have wanted to pick into this. They showed up with this map with a plan, and what a plan it's been so far here. 2 successful rounds in their favor. TSM coming close to responding on the previous one, but unfortunately flubbing the ball when they end up dropping the case on the outside of the window with only about 10 seconds remaining to retrieve it there. Very unfortunate turn of events for them, but hey, half's not over for our attackers just yet either. They'll still have plenty of opportunities to work their way back into this scoreline. And they have those opportunities show up very, very soon. Upstairs setup is still alive and well here for DarkZero, even though they're playing into the split site, which should be interesting to see how this all comes together on what's traditionally a very basement-heavy defense for this type of site.
Well, one of our good friends from across the pond, John, commented on our beautiful Indochino suits on Twitter, and I felt like everybody should know, since Gassan was just saying that we look so absolutely beautiful inside of these suits. Don't worry, Gassan, I will never forget going to the suit shop with you in Poland and buying one of my very first suits that I actually wore at the first final I ever commentated, that light blue baby one, the baby light blue one. I got it with him in Poland.
Like the tuxedo jacket one almost that you have?
No. That one was the original. That's the royal blue one. I'm talking about the one that has the sock tie. The sock tie, sir.
Very
Oh,
fancy.
yes, indubitably, yes.
Look at you.
Yeah. You know, I'm doing my best to,
Accessorizing.
you know, I always tell myself, I'm like, what is Parker going to wear? And then I try and wear the exact opposite thing so I don't look old. So that's kind of how I go about it. Nitro Cell out the window, though. We'll get back on the topics that actually matter, like Eclipse taking quite a bit of damage, and Geo as well as Merc getting tagged up as well.
Taking some damage to be sure, but also wasting a good 20 to 30 seconds for a couple of the players on Repel right there. So certainly a questionable trade for Eclipse's sake, at least there. We'll have to see how TSM will look to make up for it. Achieved is trying to rally himself for a potential entry into yellow window there with a flash check on the inside of it. But once again, just like many of the previous rounds here, it's taken a lot for TSM just to get into a position to find the initial frag here. DarkZero are not necessarily giving TSM the fights they need, but they're also not making it easy to take any semblance of map control here. A very controlled style of aggression that's slowly falling back here from DZ, and it's working out great. Eclipse with 2 for himself. Saves Hyper's life potentially here as well. Well, it might be a little too soon to speak for that, because Hyper's still in a bad spot. Bolo finally gets the trades rolling here for TSM, but it's not going to last that long. Hot and Cold immediately puts him down after the single kill pickup. We're going to see a quick wrap downstairs for the 2 remaining players on TSM as they're going to make a desperate bid for a push onto the basement site. But Min's already here, should be able to hear the push coming his way and call for the rotates on his teammates. However, Achieved picking up one of these kills. Mint with the exchange. Achieved can't get it. And unfortunately, he's going to be taken down by the secondary shotty from Mint as DarkZero claim round number 3 as well.
The shoddy Bugatti works out for DZ. Amazing heads-up play here by Mint, but honestly, there's quite a few aspects of that to talk about. TSM with a decent roam clear, able to trade things out, but really the thorn in their side that's been here all day, and it seems like it's finally festering, is Eclipse. This guy has been a nuisance all of Consulate, and they have not been able to shut him down. Granted, it was very close. You guys saw that flick from Merc. He almost 90-degreed him inside of the little break room there, but Eclipse still getting away with the bag, able to pick up 2 kills and, you know, step the ebb and flow of what the clear was going on with TSM. But now DarkZero well in the lead, 3 rounds in a row. The only thing is that Hyper's gone dead silent today. We haven't heard a single thing from him at all. It's like he got that initial frag, that amazing flick that we saw in Theme Park, and since then he's been on vacation. I don't necessarily know exactly what happened.
Either way, hasn't led itself to be a massive detraction from the team just as of yet, but he is in a very frag-heavy role, specifically on this round, jumping onto the A grade. We'll have to kind of pay closer attention to that and see if we can potentially pick that up. Thankfully, though, like we were talking about, DarkZero is still very much in control of this matchup, so it's not a massive detraction at this point in time. TSM are the team that really need to step things up right now and start to work towards a footing on this attacking half, because they're facing down the very same issue that DarkZero was on the previous map, where we're just building up such a massive scoreline for the defense at this point. Now, to be fair, this is somewhat of a defensive side map, so we can expect for TSM to be potentially, round that back as we move into the second half. But either way, just setting up a massive deficit is not the way to go about looking for a win, especially in the case of TSM, who are already up 1-0 in this series.
Absolutely, and for TSM, it seems to be the same old, same old. We're clearing across, but Merc no longer on the Ash. He is concerned about this roam game, and he damn well should be. It's been a very big deal for them so far that they've not been able to find any way around. This obstacle continued to continue to be allowed here by TSM, but it seems as though DarkZero already making the adjustment, just going back to the bare bones setup that they had, rotating back to the positions that were quite pivotal to their success in the very first round. Seems as though we will have Mint still on the roam, trying to provide pressure from yellow, but now TSM has top control. Don't know how much this means to the setup just yet. They obviously know about that cross that was being held the last time simply because Achieved got taken down, but this time it's actually Eclipse to fall first.
Potential change of pace coming in here with TSM finding that first strike in the round. Does DarkZero respond to it? That's the question, because Chala did take 1 hit, but it's really not anything to mention at this point in time here. Mint's also going to take some heat too. Now that he's been scanned out by the Jackal, it seems like the players upstairs are working on hunting him down. Possibly some drone pressure working its way around to him as well. Yeah, indeed, Mint's trying to scout that out now. As you can see, that little blue highlight rolling past here as Geo controls that Bolo as well, trying to put the additional pressure onto Mint here. in order to make sure that he is either forced to fall back or, of course, they get the kill onto him. Hyper's trying to support to the best of his capability because he does have the fallback angle right there. Merc's aware of it, but still can't win the fight as Hyper, we're just talking about him, finally picking one up here. He's going to be able to take down Merc and bring it back down to a 4v4 with a little under a minute remaining.
Well, Hyper doing what he does best, but oh, Chala doubling down on his successes as well. That's going to be his second on the round. Banshee working out well as it slows down Bolo, and DarkZero continuing to dwindle down this timer. 40 seconds remaining for TSM to attempt a plant. The DZ have already rotated back to site. It's up to TSM to clear the rest of this out and try and get a plant down, but this DarkZero setup has forced them into such a terrible position. The good news is, though, for the TSM fans at home, is that both panels are open. They will have an attempt to try and make a plant. Only issue is, though, Skies is still existing. His smoke grenades still landing true. Has 2 left in his kit, and this is going to be a lot of delay, and he has enough time to do all of this. Attempt the first plant, but they're dipping on out. Bolo taking plenty of damage as well as Geo, but the frags are coming through. Plant going down with Geo on the box. Nobody can possibly find him. They down Mint. It's now an effective 1 versus 3 for Mint as he tries to rotate in, but he's taking down Geo. He's taken down Achieved. Can he possibly get Mint back up and force us into 1v2? We saw this yesterday as well from TSM in this exact same position. It was Achieved the time before. It's Chala now. Can he possibly find the same success as his fallen teammates? Achieved still not here, obviously. Chala with the possible swing. 15 seconds remaining. Goes for the swing and able to get 2. Beautiful shots and an ace for Chala on the round. Round 4 goes to TSM.
Chala knows what he's up against in that situation too, processes the information so quickly from the initial swing where he even gets his opponents to shoot at him for a little bit. That was a very risky move from Chala, as obviously the quick peek to the inside could have potentially led to his own death if he wasn't actually ready to take the shots, but gets the info, quickly swings it back out and chains the spray together. Beautiful work from Chala on top of the 2 kills used to secure the plant to begin with, and of course the initial entry as well. Absolutely amazing work, and that's exactly what we needed to see from TSM to finally get them into this match.
Amazing stuff overall. Really well handled by TSM on that round. Able to get the roam clear to work out and actually ended up spearheading their way into that mid floor and removing the DZ members from inside the bathroom. That was a very big deal, especially after Hyper was able to get the frag from Spiral. I didn't see this translating too well into a round win, but TSM put my words right back in my mouth, or at least my thoughts back deeper inside of my brain. DZ now, this is their opportunity to continue to force TSM into a worse and worse position. And just to remind you, during these timeouts, no matter the side that takes it, the other team also has those 30 seconds to speak with their head coach, with their players, and try and figure out what their next step is going to be inside the game. But as soon as I say that, folks, it's done, it's dusted. We're back into Consulate, and we've got a 6 pick on deck.
Essentially a little bit of an annoying pause there for TSM, given that they probably wanted to continue the momentum into the next round, and DZ more than likely wanted to stop it, so that could have potentially been a reason for the pause as well. This thing we call, icing the kicker, so to speak, there. In esports terms, we see that happen in a lot of other matches and a lot of other games inside of the esports community as well. So wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, but DC obviously have some things to talk about, but that truly was only the first round they've lost here, so nothing massive lost from the overall DarkZero defense, just as of they're still in strong footing here. The question now is going to be, does TSM start to clean things up and round together a second one, since they are going to be attacking the same site?
Well, they're going to be going for the exact same setup as well, and TSM able to figure out the code the last time. We'll see if they can decipher it once again. It doesn't seem to be too much of a change up from DarkZero, still reinforcing very similar things. I'm going to pop that hatch under hot and cold so they have a place to rotate back to. Going to make sure a closet's closed up. This is looking very, very similar. I really don't see any change ups across the board. So it's really up to TSM and what they can possibly produce here. Might possibly have some different positions being played from DZ overall, but at least operator-wise and setup-wise, this is looking like the previous round.
So only 30 seconds into it, very early days as far as this round is concerned, and no massive 5 for control here being set up so early on by TSM. Might have a couple players beginning to move in over towards admin, and indeed we do. Merc and Chala in probably just a moment here, both on the inside with full control, and there's not going to be much of a response from DarkZero here. Their focus is once again primarily on that first floor hold, as well as Mint trying to lurk on the second floor there, but as you guys just saw, he nearly gets caught by Bolivar, one of the other players watching the crosses here. He's down at just a sliver of HP now, so he's going to have to be very careful if he continues to play this aggressive position, especially by the window just there.
Well, he's not too cognizant of these angles. He can get taken down by a singular bullet out of any gun at the offense's disposal, but Mint very educated in the ways of Siege, and that's exactly why he's going to scamper on back to site. More than likely going to drop Hatch here in a couple of seconds, but actually no, it's going to be Mint that tells Houghton to drop, and he's going to play the forward position instead. I actually really like this call. Mint's the one that has the most damage on him, and he really doesn't want to be down inside of crunch time. He'd much rather trade himself out since he is on such low HP, and if he's able to get a frag, that's, you know, all the better for DarkZero.
Mint still trying to maintain the position on the inside of the bathroom. He's going to keep it after getting droned out here. Pressure is going to start to potentially broil down on top of him here if he's not careful. There's the top-down angle established. Oh, not good. That's one bullet going into Chala's leg that should not have happened, so he'll be down at 75. Not the end of the world, but it's one less bullet he could potentially take from an opponent as well, so still counts at the end of the day here as we enter the final minute of the round. You still have Mint in that garage position, or excuse me, not garage, bathroom position here, causing problems, but finally he's going to feel the heat here and be forced back down into the basement with his final 45 seconds approaching, and DarkZero probably feeling like they can just fend this off from the depths of the actual site now.
It's been quite impressive so far from both of these teams on how they've been handling the clock. DarkZero waste as much time inside a bathroom as possible, drop down at about 45 seconds. You can tell they're really being apparent of what could possibly happen to them if they give up map control too early on. They've given TSM very minimal time to try and make this execute happen. It's a 5v5 inside the last 15 seconds here, folks. Let's see how this goes. Geo still has to pop this panel and try and find another avenue to work his way inside. We've been seeing DarkZero's long angles work out, and that's exactly why Geo's going to go for a separate avenue to plant this. Chala gets the first frag. Geo planning on yellow pillar, but I don't think anybody's found him just yet. They try to work their way in from the rear. Are they able to stop the plants? Oh, they're not. Hot and cold, though, with almost 2 big frags, but it's the TSM show here as the entire kill feed pops blue. This ocean crashes on DarkZero's shores as TSM takes the round.
TSM giving us a flavor of the first map there as they stun us once again with a last-second execute onto the site and are actually able to get the plant onto the ground and win out the resounding gunfights with kind of questionable post-plant positioning, if they were even in any sort of post-plant positioning at that point. Really impressive stuff from them. Want to give call-outs as well to Geo for the heads-up strat there of actually getting the plant onto the ground. Kind of uses the second garage opening as a bit of a bait to make it look like they actually might not have gone in yet. Obviously, that's a very loud sound cue, too, so it's going to mask at least partially some of the footstep noise that would have been made by him rushing into the site and trying to plant in that deep cubby right below the upper lip of the garage level right there. Really good stuff from Geo and the rest of TSM to make a play like that, as they may have not been able to sneak the defuse, or the defuse off otherwise.
Yeah, extremely smart stuff, and that's where, you know, things come in where you don't have cameras inside of sight, right? Like, not playing a Maestro there, they're playing for that extended roam to delay as much time and force TSM into a bad decision, but the mirror window can't see every possible plant spot inside of that garage. That's where bubbles come into effect. You can possibly place those on the ground, they can see under the cars, you can see like 99% of the spots where you can put any diffuser down. So that could have been something that DarkZero could have possibly done, but it really doesn't work with that setup. I completely understand why they did what they did, but that, exactly what you said, amazing play there by TSM, especially heads up play by Geo. Force them back, make sure that everything's safe in garage, have your teammates lock down the angles in which they can possibly try and kill you from, and then plant just right smack in the middle of everything. Some very, very nice stuff from TSM. Great post plant as well as the kills just continue to trickle in.
So a lead for DarkZero, but a bit of a timid one at that here, as TSM has rounded themselves back into this half, picking up 2 rounds for themselves. DarkZero is going to look for that 4th one. TSM going to look for the tie point at 3-3 here. No surprises, though, on the opening 5 for map control here for TSM, as we're going to see Merc, and it probably won't be alone. More likely a couple other players moving into admin to take that free control once again, as we haven't seen any attempts from DarkZero to fend this off.
Well, we're going to have another change up in the lineup for TSM as well. Merc has been on the carousel so far. Ash, Jackal, and now Habana added inside of our first 6 rounds. So, see if this is going to change anything up. They don't have Thatcher here, so they're not going to have that opportunity to get the wall open to Eclipse's left. That's usually how you handle this player inside a projector, at least the default way of doing it. Just get rid of anything preventing that wall from being opened and pop that open with Habana, and now his job's even more difficult inside of projector. But DarkZero with plenty of lineups and able to assist Eclipse here, but he still is on the forefront of combat. SMG-11 in hand, not able to find anyone on admin stairs, is already half of the round being disposed of by the defense.
A lot of explosives rolling out right now. A lot of utility being deployed by both teams, but Eclipse still seems ready for this. The flash is more importantly just not hitting him at all right here. So if the attempt is to blind instead of to waste the utility sitting in the back, as flashes are commonly more used for in Siege here, and this is going to be problematic. Never mind, Eclipse, he got impatient. He's just going to go for the regression himself here. Bolo gets down. Merc takes a lot of heat. Bolo will be retrievable, though, and he'll be brought back up. But now, baiting them into the doorway, Eclipse has the angle he finally wanted to fight for, or at least for a second he does, as he picks up the one more kill on the SMG-11 achieved, trades him out on Repel. Either way, we're down to 45 seconds after that 1-to-1 exchange, and obviously Bolo is still taking quite a bit of heat here, too, as he's now sitting at under 20.
All right, everyone, put your phones away before I say this so we don't, send some vigorous tweets or Reddit posts. But Bolo picked himself back up, so he has 5 HP. Because Sophia's the only one that's allowed to do that. Concussion's in now onto Spiral as they're trying to clear out Hyper, but it's not going to work out. The shot's too dang clean, boys. He takes down Shala. Achieved to follow it up, though, on the hot and cold. Skies battles back. Bolo to trade it out. Oh, as they still have an opportunity here. It's a 2v2. Case control now in Bolo's hands as he begins the plan. It's all on to Achieve, but, oh, it's done. It's dusted. It doesn't even matter if Bolo can pick himself up off the floor. DarkZero make sure to clean up that round, and they'll be walking away with a 4-2 split here on the Consulate defense.
DarkZero again there in the 2v2, some great weighted aggression. They knew that the plant situation was going to be awkward given the 2 remaining defender positions. They would very easily be able to squeeze that out if they went for the plant in lobby. Thankfully, they took the bait. It's a very easy shutdown from the player upstairs at that point forward. Great work there from DarkZero to regain control at the end of the half as they now get ready to jump onto the attacking side at a 4-2 scoreline.
Okay, well, amazing half by both of these squads. We saw some very strong adjustments from TSM to actually get some rounds on the board, and I think that was a concern for a lot of us once we saw the first 3 rounds go DZ's way in such an orderly fashion. It really didn't seem like they had to sweat too much in order to slow TSM down, but now that we've switched sides, it's up to TSM what they're able to produce on this side. We already see a change up inside of game plans. We talked about the setup before for DarkZero on this site, how they were running into some issues inside of the garage when it came to the plants. They were able to stop them multiple times earlier on, but when it came to the basement rounds that TSM were actually able to win, we saw those plants going down around the center of the garage area. No real intel there for DarkZero to try and gain any insight on that, and now TSM going for quite a different look. They're not bringing the mirror for this stalls area. Instead, they have Chala on that Alda with the Evil Eyes. So we'll see if the Evil Eyes are actually able to assist in any capacity inside of sight. But for TSM, there's extended and then there's this. There are people practically everywhere across this map. They're picking and choosing the hatches they want open and closed. Achieved also castle barricading the short door into admin as well. So this is quite unique. They've made it to where you really can't see downstairs into the visa office area, and it seems like this is the exact reason. Achieve wants to make a rotate into tellers and possibly, play for some picks up inside of this tellers area. He's accidentally pumped another hole over here inside of another panel, though, so he could possibly get seen if somebody's holding a proper crossfire, but that's just being nitpicky. It's actually meant to lead us off now, though, as Merc's taken down.
Really pick here from DarkZero, catching some roaming aggression to the inside of Copier there. Great find from DarkZero, and it's going to be found even further here now. Achieved getting locked out too. The early roam game, if it's even that right now from TSM, just getting spotted out so quickly and handled even more quickly here by DarkZero, as they've been able to bring it down to this very manageable situation so early on. Now, despite this, we still have bits of aggression sprawled out across the map here for TSM, most notably Bolo sitting on top yellow right now is going to be able to take out that drone. I don't think he got spotted, but obviously the impact would have been heard. So the player that's sitting over towards projector, and the players by vending are going to be very well aware of that. Bolo, though, able to dodge the bullets, keep himself in good straights, at least for now. He's avoiding that drone. And the lineup, the patience from Bolo, beautifully done. Shuts out one player there, but unfortunately is going to be traded out by Skies as he attempts to retreat further down yellow. Still a massive disadvantage here for TSM that they have to try and find a way to work back against. Only 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. DarkZero, that's plenty of time for them to make their execute work here. Eclipse, actually going to get aggressive, but the player on the other side fires back. Knows he's there now for sure. Like that player was Geo, and Geo's going to end up giving up that position, or at least trying to make sound cues that would make it seem that way before ultimately taking up position on the inside of the cafeteria and getting ready to defend once more.
DarkZero taking their time. They want to make sure that they confirm this round. They've already got the lead. TSM cannot rotate out of this basement. This is all going to be heads-up gunfight. Skies with a beautiful angle through the hatch created through that soft destruction. And now it's all down to Geo, but I don't see this going too well for him either. Shotgun in hand, but Skies quickly works that equation out as well. DarkZero with round 7 and their 5th round on Consulate so far, looking very, very solid as opposed to what they had on Theme Park.
Big win for them to be sure, especially with how they're able to catch the 2 picks so early on. As you had mentioned, Stokes, is just a matter of making sure that they win that round in clean fashion at that point, making sure they secure the win, as there was some more aggressive tendencies coming out from the 2 remaining players on TSM. Unfortunately, not able to make that work in multiple avenues, as they were eventually locked down, shut out by the DarkZero roster, and that on top of the earlier picks they found leads to the first round win on their attack. Only 2 more needed now for them to claim their own first map and to tie this series up at 1-1.
Well, apparently TSM has something to say about this basement defense, John. We're going to see no real change-up inside of the lineup. More than likely just going to play this a little bit closer to the chest. Those early picks are really what forced TSM into a bad position. Bolo with a very nice pick. He got a 1-for-1 on a extremely well done shot. I mean, even then with that, like, the problem is when you see those shots, you just want them to keep going. I feel like everyone gets that way. You see something like that and you're just like, go, kill everyone. I want everyone to die. This has got to be on YouTube somehow, right? But either way, even in that position, that was still a really good 1-for-1 for Bolo. The problem is that they just didn't have the man count in order for that to be a successful, run for him. And that is because of that early, those early plays by DZ. I really don't necessarily know what happened to the TSM members too early on. We saw the 1 pick go down inside of paper or printer, whatever you guys call it at home upstairs. But this time around, it's going to be the shoe on the other foot. Bolo hops outside and removes Skies. That's a lot of soft destruction gone, especially in Skies' department. Again, this is one of the best bucks in the entire world when Buck was at his peak. It was really achieved in Skies that just ran amok inside of North America.
I see down there by Bolo. Just booting up the Kia real quick, revving it outside for a quick run around as he takes down Skies. Tried to be edgy there, didn't really work, but I was hoping
sounded better in my head.
I was hoping for a reaction from you. Just got nothing. But either way, DarkZero fighting from the back foot now here as TSM get their first advantage on the defensive half. Second round only, of course, so kind of expected to see this come in at some point here, but did we expect to see in such dominant fashion? Because right now, there has been a complete lack of a response from DarkZero. Not only have they found that second kill, a little bit of pick damage has been picked up onto Hyper as well. And like I said, literally nothing at this point has been returned over to TSM, and the map control that DarkZero have gained is questionable at best.
Well, it seems as though DarkZero have poked at the bear. And there's one thing about bears. You really don't poke them, in case anybody was wondering. That's something that you don't necessarily do.
Please don't poke a bear.
Yeah. Also, bear spray, that's a lie. Don't do that. That does not work nearly as well as one would want. So don't waste your money on that. Just be safe when you're out in the woods. But nevertheless, TSM really is this bear that's been in hibernation so far on Consulate, and they've been awoken to be an absolute monster. 2 early picks, and it doesn't even seem like DarkZero have a dog in this race right now. But trying to make the adjustments accordingly. Still a basement attack here, as they've now cleared out the mid-level effectively, but still still have one person residing inside the bathroom. That's going to be Bolo of all people. So this might not bode too well for DarkZero here. Yes, as they're actually able to get the two initial panels open and can continue to clear things out. This is really on Hyper and the success he can possibly find with these breaching rounds, but I don't know if he still knows that Bolo's actually still up here. This could be a huge issue. The hatch is actually sealed. Bolo is going to rotate out. This is the play right here. This is everything for TSM.
Bolo trying to make a big flank happen. He's going to wait on this too. People may be wondering, like, why doesn't he just go for it now? You know, he's losing teammates. Well, the problem is they know the XQ is going to come in at a very, very low time scenario. They're trying to wait that up. Bolo, man, so unfortunate. Ends up walking right into the breaching charge off of the Ash. The good news is he is here now to try and deny the actual plant, but is it going to work? They're down to only 2. The plant attempt is going to have to come in from hot and cold. It was the player transitioning from the yellow stairs, so it takes him a moment to get into a spot. Pings are coming in. Do they have the angle for it? No, they transition the plant to the inside of cafeteria instead. Great switch up here from DarkZero, as they should be able to get it now. Even better, Hyper's got the free pick, even the redraw as well, as he doesn't realize it the first time. Bolo's now here trying to pull off the 1v2. It was such a promising round for him, but it ends in disaster as DarkZero take round number 8 instead, putting them on map point.
All right, armchair analysts, you guys were right. He really should have flanked earlier on. Yep.
Yeah, I was about to say, let's just kind of ignore that part of the conversation, because he probably should have done that in hindsight.
Oh, that's a yikes. That's a little bit of a yikes there, Bolo. But listen, man, you've hit way too many shots in your career. We can't give you that hard of a time. So we'll give you the benefit of the doubt on that one. It was just very unfortunate across the board. The timing was poor. When he does actually rotate out, he literally eats a breaching round for half of his health. You know, there was just not a lot of positive things going on there for Bolo or TSM instead of that 2v2, and that's exactly why we're sitting at this scoreline. 6-2 in favor of DarkZero. This is a huge difference from what we saw on Theme Park, and I think that this might be something that we see throughout the rest of the day between these two. Really pay attention to whose map pick this is when they're talking about it on the analyst desk. It seems as though there's a lot of plans implemented into these setups.
All right, DarkZero just a single round away from being able to close this one out and tie our series up at 1-1. Remember, teams are playing to 3, not 2s. This is a best of 5. We're going to be here for a little bit longer if we end up going to a series of traded maps. But DarkZero sitting on the precipice of claiming their first here. TSM has to try and find a way to get back into this, but they're in that very same situation that DarkZero was in just on the previous map here. Now, so many rounds in a row needed for TSM. Are they ready for the challenge of being able to pick all of these up 4 rounds consecutively, in addition to the ones that would have to be won in OT as well? So a tough task sits before TSM if they want to keep their record flawless. See, though, quite a bit of a mirror setup coming down here in order to assist out with the piano play. We'll be bunkering that, as we've been seeing from DarkZero's own side as well earlier on this map.
Pretty rudimentary when it comes to Mira on this map. That's the usual setup that you're going to see, that as well as the basement area. We've seen some odds and ends happen every once in a while with Mira on this map, particularly on the split site nowadays. But back in the day, we used to see some Mira plays by Penta, now G2, on the upstairs area on console office, which was a pretty unique setup, but we never really see that anymore as everyone's grown accustomed to that top floor just being absolutely trash. It's not something that you really want to try and bet your bottom dollar on as a team, and that's why we don't see it utilized as much. Just way too many windows for them to play, but still expect it to be defended in the case of what TSM is doing right now. Still have to worry about that vertical control, and TSM bringing a pretty unique lineup. This is something that we saw from them yesterday. They really liked bringing this alibi along for the ride, and quite a few occasions that actually ended up working out for them. Most notably the clip that they ended up getting on Laxing of him just constantly walking back and forth into Legion mines and Prismas.
Let's take a look here now at the final half of this round. TSM still looking to secure things, and right now they've got a pretty solid hold of the overall map here, but DarkZero now going to start to challenge that, as apparently they got piano control. Though, quick swing out to stop that one. Bolo with the follow-up as well. So far, a good hold from TSM here. DarkZero possibly a bit overconfident with that defusal plan attempt, and it could cost them big time now if they're going to be unable to retrieve it. Sky's not in piano where the diffuser is. He's below it in the basement area right now, and the only player that would be able to move in and help out with this situation would be Hyper, but even he's a quick rotate away. You'd have to swing in from rappel. You can't just hop into these windows normally, so this is a really awkward one now for DZ now that they've lost that defuse kit.
Oh, it's the test of time here. Who will concede first? Who walks in the building? Or rather, who swings in Indiana Jones style? Hyper takes down Bolo. Skies follows through on the upswing as well. All of a sudden, we're in a 3v3. You thought it was going TSM's way, but that was not the case at all. The case, though, speaking of which, still down inside of Piano, and that's DarkZero's main take right now. They need to get control of that and try and get a plant down, but not before there's another trade that ensues. Down to the 2v2, losing a member from both squads. So DarkZero not exactly having the best means in order to get case control back. TSM stacked up on this yellow staircase in order to prevent this map control necessary to make this happen. Merc still residing inside a bathroom, and with these Miras, he's going to have so much intel to translate back to the remaining members on TSM. Lots of damage done to the DZ members as well, and this is going to make this so unbelievably easy for Merc. First damage done by Chala. He takes him down. Rate of fire is king in this game, and it's going to win TSM round 9.
A solid hold on the inside of the bathroom reigns supreme here. The unfortunate inability to deal with it there from DZ, or the ignorance of it at the beginning of the round, costs them dearly as they try to go for a plant attempt. And like I said, either ignorant of the fact or just not really caring too much about the players sitting on the inside of the bathroom. So it's a quick swing and takedown there. And from that point forward, DZ tries so hard to maintain control over that situation. But ultimately, the same issue comes back to bite them towards the end of the round as they still have to try and retrieve it. And once again, the Mirror can unleash hell and make sure that that does not go off with a hitch.
Yeah, that's a very big question right there from DZ, simply because we saw one smoke grenade get dedicated inside of Piano, and it was to simply block off the sight line from the Mira window. Granted, that doesn't stop any sound or anything of the sort, so Merc's still going to be allowed to hear where the plant's going down, so that's a possible nitro cell through that smoke. But on top of that, holding on to a smoke grenade, if they were, I don't necessarily know if they did, but I'm going to assume that they did, simply because we saw one. The other one could have been eaten up by an ADS, so if that did happen, apologies to DZ. But they definitely should have dedicated that to cover the split angle as well, because they had no one to cover Merc coming out of that door. The only opportunity they could have really had is if somebody possibly could have played the antechamber window and held that down, accounting for the rotate of him, but they didn't do that at all. They just let Merc have an avenue to stop plant and have case control for the rest of the round, and that's exactly why TSM ended up winning that. They just were able to play defense around that case for the entirety of that round.
Well, coming down to the last couple seconds of the prep phase here. Olo potentially going to be flirting with a swing here, as we did see him pop the window. That might have just been for sound cues more than anything, though. It's the lower level that gets knocked out here, and there won't be much for him to shoot at anyway, judging from the fact that we've got a large majority of DZ spawns coming in from the other side of the map towards the yellow staircase. So not going to see any action early on as a direct result of that. DarkZero will now have to move in and start taking this controls. It's the split site defense here from TSM. Still an active roam game on the upstairs part of the map, so they'll have to deal with that, meaning the DarkZero are on a hard timer to work their way to the site before TSM will eventually be able to overwhelm them. These will have to force their way on.
Well, pretty explosive Consulate so far by both of these teams, but across the boards, mostly equal for both of these squads.
Yeah.
Really, Geo, the only one on a sleeper. Chala ahead of the game, though, and that's exactly why TSM are still inside of this one. 10-2-6 right now, continuing on what he was able to produce on Theme Park and capitalizing from this Consulate map so far. TSM still on the roam game, trying to waste as much time as possible. DarkZero going for the west to east clear this time instead. Since this is going to be a split site take, they're going to have to go about things in kind of an opposite fashion as opposed to what we usually see on this map. But Eclipse, the Jackal, gets an early pick onto Chala of all people. It's going to be a big deal. That's a nitro cell off the board on a site where these things are so very pivotal.
Still have the pulse in position, though, so Achieved can still control the chaos as long as it doesn't turn into too much for him to deal with. And even away from that, we've got the TSM, really this bunker hold on the upside of admin here as well. Hyper's going to be able to walk right in, though. Where's the setup? A little bit late, unfortunately, for Merc on the exchange. Still loses his teammate as a direct result of that fight. But if Merc can stay alive, it's not all lost yet. Unfortunately, though, he stands up just a bit too far, and Mint's able to capitalize on it. Takes down Merc, leaving only Achieved and Geo alive in this round now with over a minute remaining. Scratch that on Geo. It's just Achieved here on the 1v4. Otherwise, this map goes to DZ. Will be locked at a 1-1 scoreline.
Well Achieved, I hope you're feeling more like Bald Genius today, because you're definitely going to need some of that big brain in order to make something happen here. Achieved pushing his way towards Spiral. He has one in tow he's going to have to deal with, but the plant's already down. No Cams are trying to assist him. He runs up Spiral. Eclipse, done and dusted is round 10, and done and dusted is Consulate as Eclipse confirms the last frag, and that's Consulate going to DarkZero. Both of these teams so far winning their map choices.
DarkZero, great work here on the second map of the series. A lot of doubts about what they could potentially bring to the table when you consider the fact that TSM have looked so strong on this map in previous weeks, but no longer, as they're going to take the first L in quite a while today here on it. On top of that, DarkZero will win it with flying colors at a 7-3 scoreline as well. So things are looking good for further maps into this series. Stick with us, folks, as map number 3 should be coming up right around the corner. We're going to move to Coastline next as we get back to some of those more frag-heavy maps, as well as spend some time with our analysts. All that and a whole lot more is coming up right after this break.
All right, welcome back to the NA Finals. And here on the analyst desk, there's one thing that we love more than anything else out there is when a team shuts us up and proves us wrong. DarkZero took a map, and not just any map. It's going to be Consulate, TSM's pick, and Jacob and Jesse. How are you feeling about that?
I do like how the script has been flipped, so to speak, for this map. It's nice that, you know, you're able to win the map that you were confident in, the one that you decided to go to, and that's really been the case this whole time. You need to be the one to win your pick. Both teams so far have done that. It is nice, though, that TSM got a little bit of a momentum boost off of winning Theme Park, but now DarkZero is out here winning a map that TSM loves oh so much in Consulate. I wonder what that says for the rest of the series.
Yeah, it's nice to see DarkZero back on the server and doing what they do best. You know, taking a map that we don't expect them to do well on and really, you know, flipping our expectations on their heads. So I'm glad to see that DarkZero is here and playing well. You can see the scoreboard now as well, and pretty even across the board. I mean, this is not, again, the hyper show anymore for DarkZero. I like that we're seeing some kills spread out. I like we're seeing consistency from DarkZero across their players. This was a great map from them.
Yeah, I know what else you like out there, Jesse. Let's take a look at Achieve. And Achieve 6-9. What is one of his favorite operators to use?
Well, Chief's favorite operator has been Sledge. Chief is one of those players that really doesn't deviate too much. He plays a couple of operators per stage, and he doesn't like to change that up. And of course, Sledge is sort of his key operator. He loves his frag grenades.
Yes.
He loves that destructibility, and, you know, he's great with the L8. I think that he definitely did struggle a little bit with that Sledge ban coming out. Of course, DarkZero banning Sledge first thing right off the bat. You know, that was certainly a shock to the casters and to myself as well, and probably to TSM, because it seemed like they didn't really know how to deal with it. A couple of those takes, particularly like the lobby takes, you know, they tried to take the top floor. They cleared out players, whether it be Eclipse or whoever up in that top floor, but they didn't full clear those top floors. And that was what really bugged me, is they would spend some time taking control of Projector, and then they would sort of ignore it, because they don't have a Sledge, you know? They don't need the top floor. They don't need to tear things up. But that allowed DarkZero to take advantage of the ground given to them, and they came back and hurt them every single time. I really wish that TSM had taken a little bit more precautions, and maybe they would have if they had actually had a Sledge on the board.
Well, Jesse, let me ask you this. So Achieve, he was mostly on Ash, right? And there were multiple times, two that I can remember in the first half. It was Eclipse and Bolo that were at top floor over to the same hatch, and they were able to clear out rounds mostly because they just weren't found on their own, man.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Like round 2, we had the drop in from the CEO hatch. They dropped down into piano and stopped the diffuser, won it on time. That was a very clutch round, but again came down to not clearing out that top floor. And then round 6 was really, I mean, I think we were in the 2v2, and the last player above, it was in a 1-on-2 for him then, and he just, hi, I'm in the hatch. What are you going to do about it? You don't have any time left. And it was a really unfortunate circumstance where, again, TSM, they just don't clear out top, and that's a simple mistake that they shouldn't have made.
Yeah, and Jacob, there was a word that you used to describe DarkZero's roam clear, and it was exquisite. Why is it exquisite, man? Because it seemed like they had TSM locked down.
They did. I call it exquisite because there were bodies and positions for trades almost the entire time that DZ was clearing out the roam, and they also played vertically in. I don't use the word exquisitely very often, so I kind of figured you'd pick up on it. However, I know, but when you're trying to play on Consulate, that verticality does come into play, probably more so than on any other map because of how tight the map itself is. You're playing, on multiple floors over and over again, and sometimes you need to rely on clearing out that top floor, even if the site itself is 2 floors below whatever site you're supposed to be clearing, and DarkZero had that down to a T. If one of their members died trying to clear a member of TSM's attack out, or sorry, a member of TSM's defense out of the way, then they had someone that was there ready in prep to cover for it, and that continued even though we had a very, very short attacking half from DarkZero because of how well their defense went. It still impressed me that the way that they were just able to maneuver through that map so cleanly.
You know what, Jacob, and it's pretty much a consistent thing we say about DarkZero and teams like Space Station Gaming, right? When it comes to playing the game, it's so textbook. So the roam clear, they could do it in their sleep. But Jesse, map number 3 is going to be here soon. What map is it, and who do you think have the upper hand? I like asking you this question, man. It's good to get your insight.
Well, we're coming up on Coastline. This was TSM's pick. I think it's a map that intuitively might favor TSM, and I don't disagree with that. TSM, they're a frag-heavy team when things get chaotic, as things tend to do on Coastline. TSM is the team that you really expect to do well there. But this is a map that DarkZero like too, and you cannot count out the boys in purple on Coastline. They're on a 4-game win streak on Coastline. They haven't lost it in a long, long time. It was July 15th the last time they lost it.
Wow.
Now that was a loss to TSM, but this is still a map that DarkZero can hold their own on. And while I think TSM have a good chance of taking this, it is their pick, you can't count out DarkZero.
Nope, not at all. And so, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you out there, I can't show it because I am currently using it. This is Jacob's favorite segment, the Predator laptop. I'm sorry, I was trying to hold it in, Jacob. I'm so sorry. But Jesse, you know what? I'm going to let you know now. So I have the Triton 500. Mine is amazing. I have a 2080. It's double clock. Blue uses his. He's actually using his right now. And I've been over to his house to see it. That thing is a beast. And you have the same kind, Jesse. I'm really jealous.
Oh, yeah.
What do you love most about your laptop?
I mean, I love how powerful it is, to be honest with you. Like, this thing can really just do it all. It sits around and, is cold sometimes, but I don't know. This thing is really powerful. I love it so much. I have my spreadsheets open on it right now, so it helps me when I work, and yeah, this thing plays Siege. It's so powerful. This is the greatest laptop that I've ever owned.
It's good for crunching numbers, right? I know you love your spreadsheets on it. And Jacob, how you loving your laptop, intern?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you guys see something? I don't know what's going on.
No, but ladies and gentlemen, I just want to give some love to Predator out there. We have, great stuff inside these laptops. I definitely love them. But ladies and gentlemen, map number 3 is just about ready. But before we launch that game, let me show you these 2 casters again. 2 amazing casters. Great job, by the way, Bloom and Stokes. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Veli. And once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the U.S. Division Grand Finals. We are just moments away from the 3rd map of this series. It's already led itself to be quite the affair. 1 map going to either of our teams here. And now we get to see who the true leader will be in the first team to get to match point in the overall series score as well. The winner will be going up to a 2-1 advantage. Will it be TSM or will it be DarkZero? Consulate is the battleground, or excuse me, not Consulate. Coastline is the battleground where we're going to decide who will win that. Stokes, what do you make of it?
Well, I'm really happy that you pointed that out because I don't think that there is a better place to do it than Coastline. This is a map that you don't even need hard destruction on. You don't need a brain on. You don't need anything, John. Do you know what you need? You need fragging ability,
Bullets.
baby. That's what you need. You need bullets. bullets. That's what you need. And both of these squads have plenty of that. We've seen it throughout both of these previous maps. This coastline is going to be an absolute banger. I'm extremely excited for it. And guess what, folks? We're not going to have to wait too long. Ladies and gentlemen, get those anything, whatever emote you have, spam it. Let's see it. TSM versus DarkZero's back, baby. And we're on coastline.
Initial ban's going to go to TSM here as they'll be starting out on defense. So they'll get the 2 outer bands. DarkZero on the attack. It's the 2 inner ones. Going to go back to more normal territory, at least to start with our first ban, though, as Thatcher is going to be removed initially here by TSM. DarkZero's got the follow-up, and they've made the decision very quickly. So their attacker will be Ash actually getting banned out. So they're going to go for the target ban here.
I would have no idea why. I mean, come on. Why would you ban Ash? For all of those that don't know, though, it's because of Merc, and Merc's very dangerous, and you want to try and make Merc not as dangerous. It's like, you know, you ever seen the meme with the crab and the knife? It's like taking the knife away from that crab. That's what it is. You know, like, just, you know, it's still dangerous. It has pinchers and stuff like that. But, you know, now it just doesn't have a knife, which is a pretty good thing.
You can just put a rubber band around the pinchers and then you're good to go.
He could still hurt you, though. What if he like smacks you with a claw or something? I don't know. Valkyrie and Mawai, though, going to be the follow-up bands, and
gotta have some force behind that.
I mean, I guess, man. You know, I don't really know. I don't know the crabs that you deal with. You know, I don't know. Maybe my crabs are a little bit different than your crabs. Ever think about that? Huh?
I don't think about that a lot.
These are genetically modified crabs. All right.
I
don't come from my crabs, okay?
All right. So we've got a finger pick here from DZ. Curious to see if it'll stick, because obviously that'll be a pretty big hallmark if that's going to be the case. And yeah, indeed, we're actually going to see a finger pick come in here from DarkZero, another operator that we don't really get to see all that often. So good to see her coming into the pool here. Very curious to see how DarkZero is going to utilize this now.
Okay, well, there is a couple drawbacks as well as positives with this. There's a strat that's been ran for a very long time with Finka when she's brought, and it's the LMG gun show. That's what it is. You get as many ops with LMGs, or practically just her, and you just start letting that PKM sing. The beauty of Finka is the fact that you have no recoil when she pops her ability, as well as she's able to res her teammates from across the map. The only downfall to her ability is that it makes a very loud whooshing noise constantly in your ears, and with a game that prioritizes audio and where people are coming from, that's kind of a big deal. So they could run into some issues with that, but that's really the only thing that could possibly, you know, make some plays work in a negative way as opposed to any other operator. The other beauty of it is, since they don't need really any hard destruction on this map, they're only going to bring Habana so they can access certain panels. They're allowed to just shove Finka into the lineup. I mean, there's no real other person that is necessary to make Coastline work.
It's going to be a quiet start here, as right now just focusing on the drone work. We do have the potential for some play to come from Aqua, though, but it's actually Bolo chasing out a player over there towards the front door of the actual building itself. And away from that, actually having a little bit of a contact that's gone between Merc and Mint, it would appear. Achieved also going to take a hit somewhere else on the map, back by service entry, and he'll be finished off. Hot and Cold coming in for the assist on that one, being boosted as well by the Finka ability, helping these guys out with quite a few things as they work their way in. Already 2 kills into their favor, and so far no trades from TSM.
Well, Coastline's going exactly how we thought off rip. This is going to be a death match. Bolo trying to exist downstairs as long as possible, but it's more of a run to the hills type of vibe than it is anything. Gets on upstairs, back to safety, but that's not before Merc and Achieve have already been spent. DarkZero with a lot of map control, but most of it downstairs as they are attacking Hookah. But the good news is since they got those 2 early picks, this completely changes up this dynamic. TSM cannot give up another body here. They need to fight back for man count. Otherwise, DZ are simply going to bowl them over on site.
Minute and a half left here as well. DarkZero going to plan to use most of that time here, especially now that they have the advantage. Still have plenty of drones to work with here as well, so no reason why they shouldn't be able to use the remaining drones, and of course time, be able to fish out the remaining 3 players' positions and then execute with confidence that they'll be able to take those players down. Bolo, of course, going to be the hardest to spot here, as not only is he on the Vigil, which has the inherent capability to avoid drones, but just the fact that he's moving around quite a bit too, so he's a bit of a harder target to track down. They did notice the preset that died, but now they're going to know for sure where he is. Sky is actually finally catching Bolo as well to take him out. Leaves only Geo alive in a 1v5. And even see some players going to be boosted up health point-wise here too. And Geo will eventually fall against the swing from Cool Vibes there. We'll get one more for his troubles, but it'll be a very small gesture as DZ win out the opening attacking round here with flying colors.
We usually say that things are going to be aggressive on coastline. You guys hear all of us say it all the dang time. But this is a different type of thing for DarkZero. We usually don't see them be so bullheaded, and this time it's really working out for them. This Finka pick in particular, making them a lot more aggressive, and you can see it caught TSM completely off guard. Not expecting the kitchen hop, not expecting the aggressive play in through the lobby. DarkZero making sure to change things up on TSM and force them to adapt to how DZ wants to play, and that's exactly what they're going to do here. Merc doubling down on utility. He's getting rid of those ADSs. That could be a poor selection simply because we are going to have frag grenades here and 9 stun grenades on the offense. That's a lot of throwables that now are all going to strike true no matter what. The handoff, though, is that TSM have a lot of utility to burn. Achieved is going to have 3 Banshees. Geo's brought Frostmat to try and slow them down somewhat if they're going to try and force them themselves in through windows. That's how Geo's going to counter that out, as well as with Chala and everybody else in place. This is more of a turtle setup than it is anything. They want to force DarkZero to clear this utility, slow them down, and force them to think. The more time that they can get away, or the more time they can spend as a complete unit, they have a possibility to get these picks that can be so pivotal when you're on the defense.
This is being played, I think, kind of similarly to how we often see the split site played on Consulate 2, because you can see the stack of nitro cells being worked into the team here. So I would imagine that part of the plan is to try and fish out kills from below if they're able to get the intel from upstairs in order to send those flying. So we'll see how well this pans out for TSM. Obviously, missing the pulse, it's be a little bit hit or miss in that respect, but either way, these nitros can be used upstairs just as potently here against the pushes from DarkZero when they attempt to clear out areas like VIP. A lot in play here right now for TSM. Time to see if it will lead to something, though.
I love that you talked about that as well, because you can see how this is supposed to work out now that we have this cam in the sky. Chala's down low with the nitro cell here. Achieved is going to give him any intel from that mirror window that he's playing, and the nitro cell is just going to go under whoever's feet is there. Along with that Banshee, you can see the holes next to that Banshee sitting in the floor. That's all audio cues right there. They're going to hear that wub wub go off, and it's going to make the dubstep noises that everyone is kind of scared of, I'll be honest. And you're more than likely going to get blown sky high. So we'll see how DZ try to work their way around this. They have plenty of explosives at their disposal with the frag grenades on Mints as well as the Hyper, but it's actually Chala to start us off here right after we eclipse 2 minutes.
Quick find there from Chala as well. Finds a small headshot angle to be able to take down Skies. And that's, for this early on in the round, that's a pretty important operator to be knocking out as well. That's a lot of the easy soft destruction they would have been able to play with later on here. They're no longer going to have. And I mean, potentially, like, the next worst operator is going to be the other one that they lose here as well. That's their anti-room. I don't know how many of the air jabs are already down on the ground prior to Eclipse's death, but if he didn't get the opportunity to deploy a lot of them, then again, like I said, the anti-roam utility is now gone too. So DarkZero going to get put into a really awkward position here in the early portion of the round, and we'll have to work hard to recover from that.
Yeah, they have top floor control, but like you were saying, really, what is it worth? It seems as though they have a singular air jab down on the top of white, so that could help them out, especially with the very low man count that they have right now. Someone's only going to have to watch vibes, which could definitely assist. But still a long road ahead of them. They need to get some picks here, but this defensive play from TSM has been immaculate so far. Instead of holding down upstairs, they've switched over to the horizontal hold. They rotated all the way in through security over towards double bar, and now DarkZero really do not have an opportunity to force themselves into sight. Damage coming in now. Hot and Cold gets rid of the frost mat here, but now Merc, the side angle. Fake plant, but now sticking the second one. Nitro cell out. It sails in, downs Hyper, and that's going to be a confirmation from Merc. Easy peasy lemon squeezy as the trades come in. Hyper actually off the top rope takes down Bolo, but it's all of a sudden just him inside of the main square, and Chala makes quick work of him. TSM with their very first round.
Great setup from TSM to be able to pinch from the theater side and make sure that any attempts to take the top-down control were going to be costly at a minimum and detrimental at its worst, as we saw there. The 2 early picks going into the favor of TSM due to the great roam work really set them up to shut things down on the eventual attempted kitchen push into the window there, because of the fact that they were also stacking those nitros. Punishing that actual attempt was a pretty easy process as well. Great heads-up play here from TSM. More importantly, too, allowing them, I think, to keep their distance away from some of the DZ players more here when they're potentially getting rushed by the Finkel ability getting spammed out there. So it possibly helping with that situation a little bit too.
And well, honestly, that's what that extended roam was for. And I think that that was the biggest change up for TSM is they immediately read into what DarkZero were doing. No timeout needed, no nothing. Very good IGLing there from TSM on the adjustments to make sure that DarkZero's lineup wasn't going to work how DZ wanted. And those early picks were definitely the entirety, or the entire reason why TSM ended up winning that round. There was no ifs, ands, or buts about that. I mean, without those two leadoff picks, we could definitely see something a little bit different. But as long as TSM are able to get those early frags, we're going to continue to see rounds like this here on Coastline. And this is one of the maps where those early picks matter the most, just because of how frag heavy this map is, as well as the amount of lines of sight that there are. You have to be concerned about a lot when you're taking these sites, and you need a lot of, man advantage in order to achieve quite a few different things. So we'll see if TSM can possibly find some success once again on this defensive half, or if DZ finally hold all the cards.
Still very early days here, so for DarkZero, really just poking their way in at this point. Not going to see any definitive action, more than likely, the first couple of seconds here. Merc, though, on the other edge of that window, potentially going to have quite a bit of info about what may be playing against him. The good news is it's really just Mint on the other side of that, and Mint's in a supportive role right now on the Finkus. It'd be pretty unlikely for him to try and make a solo play on his own to try and put any pressure, especially towards this part of the map, given it's so close to the actual site. Where we're just going to actually start to see some action is more towards the drop into the master bathroom over on this side of the map, as well as Sky's assisting via the drone work here too. You can see they're slowly working funnel out players like Bolo, who are still trying to hold in these kind of cheeky angles, but it's not going to work out this time. Bolo's going to get droned out. He'll be forced back to the depths of what appears to be security for right now. The good news, though, is that, again, these are all good fallbacks. This is all going according to plan so far for TSM, and eventually, Achieved is able to line himself up a nice Nitro in order to actually get them ahead in the midst of this round.
Now, Rogue Nitro sell off the information. Amazing heads-up play there by Achieve, just doing that off the audio upstairs. Able to secure that frag, and to one of the most important fraggers on all of DarkZero. No one truly stepping up to the plate in that category just yet, but still a lot of opportunity to be had for them. TSM lying in wait so far on this defense. Still plenty of time. Mint almost with a headshot through the wall there. He knows someone's existing on vibes, and with that Finka boost as well as this PKM, he's going to continue to rattle off rounds until either he dies or it stops working. We'll see which one comes first. Mint's actually, hey, we figured that out pretty quickly.
Flip's trying to lurk in here as well. Skies picks up all the kills for him here. TSM basically bleeding out the player count, especially upstairs here, putting them into a bit of an awkward situation for what they were dealing with before here. DarkZero is certainly going to be happy with the change of pace, and now the pressure starts to go into Bolo once again, because he's just out on an island at this point, going to have to try and make an impact. Speaking of which, throws an impact down, and well, there's the actual impact too, as he takes down Eclipse. Well played from Bolo there, avoids the drone work that was working its way down the hall towards him too, and counters out that clear that DarkZero were going for towards the 90 hallway. Mint gonna get shut down by the shotty on an attempted peek here as well. Nitro goes out to finish off the job, and just like that, TSM are now back in control of the man count.
Well, DarkZero trying to prioritize Mud, but it's not going to happen for him. Chala takes down Hot and Cold. Skies, the last remaining member, up against 3, and with very minimal time, he's just going to send it instead. Goes right down into jungle, but Bolo, with a piercing shot, takes down Skies, and round 3 goes to TSM after a beautiful roam game, some nice picks falling into their lap early on.
Few scary moments when it came to the retreat of their hookah, as well as Billiard's defense trying to fend off that additional upstairs pressure. But like we saw there, the good heads-up play from Bolo, as well as the great management in the actual Sunrise bar where the push was going down, still allows for TSM to negotiate for control there, now leading at 2-1 after taking control of the initial round further back as well. DC still sticking with the same overall strategy here. No 6 picks away from the Finka setup just as of yet, so things are going to stay consistent for them as they attempt yet another attack here, this time against the actual hookah billiards site from our defenders.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Well, no matter what on how this coastline turns out, we will be going to our next map, folks, which is Clubhouse. And if you guys weren't here for our initial draw phase of which maps we're going to be doing, it's Clubhouse followed by Oregon. We've already had Theme Park and Consulate. I won't say the score lines for those that want to go back and watch. We are spoiler free here on this broadcast, but obviously each team has one map. So TSM still ahead here. Still have lots of opportunities to make this defense work, and it's been working wonders for them so far. And that's something you can't say for everyone when it comes to Coastline. This is a map that is very difficult to defend, especially when the offense is being so oppressive. We haven't seen DarkZero come out with a Lion lineup just yet. That's usually the default that we see here on Coastline. This Finka play seems to be what they want to stick with. It's the bread and butter as of right now. We'll see if they possibly switch up the bread later on, though.
Expect a slow start yet again here on round number 4. DC has no reason to force the issue, especially with the roam game being so prevalent right now for TSM here and often finding impact in the early round. Achievement to be a little careful here. This drone potentially baiting him into a soft spot where members of DZ could spam through if we're given the appropriate ping, but not going to happen on this exchange. Achieved, and Merc will continue to hold on the inside of service and in safe positions as well. Back over here by the barrels angle. Achieved now going to start to rotate a little bit, it seems. Merc actually trying to get aggressive, so they're going to start to change up the positions in order to counter out anything from DarkZero that might start to swing its way in. Bolo and Achieve now working together. In fact, front doors, it seems the pressure's coming from there instead, but it's actually Geo deeper to the inside of Kitchen. That's going to be one of the first players to go down, but it's Bolo and Merc that are actually the first to die here. And wow, what is this? DarkZero just mopping the floor with the entire TSM roster. That entire extended roam game is now dead, and the only person alive is now the player that was on site, Chala here, who's going to have to try and pull off a 1v5. Great start there with the SMG-11 pick, but he's got a long, long way to go.
And triple kill for Hyper so far, but that's going to be done and dusted for him now. No longer able to get any frags since he is dead himself. Utility usage might find himself a frag. Chala gets it. Some heads up plays right now, but they know exactly where he is. Skies with the pre-fire. Nice lineup there, my friend. Takes down Chala. DarkZero claiming round 4 off the back of some fantastic plays downstairs to clear this roam game. Really sent TSM for a loop. They assumed that the priority was going to be the main door, but that was never the case. They actually end up pushing in through service, which Merc was no longer blocking. Since Achieved had gone over to assist Bolo inside of lobby to get the cross on the main lobby door, Merc moved inside of the bathroom, so he no longer has Keg's control. He can't play great. There's a lot of different things that he could have done there to try and prevent that, but instead, DarkZero apply pressure from office as well as service at the same time, clean up all of these frags off of multiple different angles, and walk away with 3 kills practically scot-free.
Great stuff from DarkZero to fill out the roam clear with, again, relative ease behind it as well. That's going to be a quick shift from TSM to move away from the bomb site and instead try to defend the direct site where the issues actually popped up in the previous round, which is going to be quite an interesting change-up for them, considering what we just had transpire and where their roam game kind of got torn to shreds in this area of the map. However, the setup will be much, much different for this round, considering that it is the actual site now, so hopefully we won't have a repeat of that unfortunate turn of events yet again here. It has served to work into the favor of DarkZero, though, as they've now tied it up at 2-2. This game staying neck and neck, both in map scoreline as well as individual round scoreline here within the third map itself.
5 seconds left.
Well, we're back to Kitchen, and the Frost Lock was not a fluke, folks. This is definitely in the game plan. This is written up. So this has been stamped on by Pojo, man. So all you Frost mains out there, just tell your friends that Pojo said you could play it, and everything should be fine, you know. But besides that point, TSM, the last time they were able to hold down things in Kitchen, actually ended up winning it out. They followed that up with a double bar defense that also found them success, but it mostly hindered on what they were able to produce with those early picks once again. This setup leaning on that utility and forcing DarkZero to clear appropriately. And if they don't, or if they finagle around an area too long, they're more than likely going to get blown up. So DarkZero, that is the main game plan for them right now. They need to handle this top floor hold that Achieved and Merc have in their hands.
It's going to take just a shot or two here as he crosses through luggage, gets a glimpse of Achieved for a split second there. Bolo still potentially causing problems from downstairs, and this could get dangerous here for Hot and Cold as he is on the rappel trying to scout for info, mainly right now. There's a drone lurking its way through office, although the player on it might have just hopped off, which would leave Bolo still in a safe position. Good news is Hot and Cold has re-rotated, so we're not going to see that very easy kill opportunity be presented to Bolo on the inside of security. Instead, going to have to work for it against the actual take, which seems to be coming in primarily from Sunrise Bar and Hookah to swing over towards the site inside of Kitchen.
Well, there is a chance here for this to be a horizontal take. Merc is going to get an ill-placed air jab. Very difficult sometimes to set up properly on those doors because you can do things like that. Crawl under the radius just barely and get rid of it. And Merc isn't going to push it just yet. Instead, he decides to go to the other side and start pressuring VIP. Both of his Goyo shields dedicated up here as well, which is quite interesting. But just trying to hold down the main theater hallway for as long as possible. DarkZero, though, still looking like they want to go for this horizontal take. They have office control. You can see Hyper here inside of Pink Bar. Hyper's actually going to get the lead-off pick onto Chala. Very nice as well. That's a Nitro Cell down. The Mira gone. They can actually start to force things in here. There are some angles upstairs that Achieve could possibly play to shut down at least the window as well as the door, but now he's getting pressured as well. Actually starts laying under the window to work his way across. Oh, Mint, if you only knew how close this man was to a kill. It's incredible. Achieved, rotating on over into Guitar, but not before Bolo is able to find a frag down low.
By the way, nice patience from the team playing upstairs right now, notably led by Achieve. Gio and Bolo trying to fend for control of the inside of the site, and they're winning it right now. One kill picked up for Bolo. Both Eclipse and one other player there, Hyper, going to get down, and Hyper just recently finished by Gio too. Gio actually going to be kind of low here. There's a bit of an awkward shotgun battle going on around the corner. What a pick from Skies onto the sidearm to destroy Gio. Now it's down to the 1v1. Only 13 seconds left to confirm the plant, and here's the big problem. Achieved has Overwatch on the kit. No! He's going to be able to run away with that one. The case escapes. Skies putting it down onto the ground. He should have it. They'll get confirmation onto that other player from DZ that was down, but does Achieve have it? Yes, he does. He'll clutch it out instead. TSM take round number 5.
You got to give that one to Skies, though. I mean, what a big brain play there. Able to juke out not one, but two. Snap 2 sets of ankles inside of Kitchen. Somebody get these men some tape, because those things need some assistance. I'm telling you right now. But still, DarkZero having some opportunities there, but inside of the 1v3, Skies not able to make it work. He got the case control back. He knew Achieved was upstairs. He did everything right. The only issue is that Achieved also has legs. So he's able to move downstairs, pick up the frag after he sees him through the triple panel for kegs, and that's all she wrote. And a great round from DarkZero. I like the horizontal take. They got the lead-off pick, but they weren't able to translate that into a round win due to TSM's defense on site. They played that single panel for service so very well.
Bit of a change up here now for TSM once again as they'll move back over to the double bars for their final defensive round here. Overall, not a bad half from TSM at all. 3 rounds on the defensive side here, especially if they can win out this one and make it a 4th. Definitely a very easily workable scoreline to be able to play with as we move into the second half itself. It's DarkZero need to see try and pick up at least one more round here. They don't want to be in a bit of an awkward position heading into it. Either way, it's not going to be the end of the world for either team, depending on the way this round goes. We still have a close match in front of us for the rest of the second half. Let's see how this double bar defense is going to go for TSM in the meanwhile, though.
This has been one of the closest coastlines you and I have casted in a very long time. I can't even think of a coastline that has been this close round-on-round basis. So honestly, I don't know who's going to take this. I mean, this is really going to translate to who's better on the opponent's side. So after this round, we'll have to see how TSM is doing on offense, and obviously DarkZero vice versa. Achieved might be going for a ride here, but oh... No, that door actually isn't open. The light under the door was messing with me there. Apologies, folks. I baited all of you. Haha. That's just how it is sometimes. But DarkZero going for the top floor clear instead.
And they're going to get it with relative ease for the most part. We can see that the hold over towards the actual VIP/bedroom/theater area is not being that actively defended at this point by TSM. Their focus is much more on the cool vibes wrap, on the main stairs position, as well as a couple other spots up here instead. So we're going to see that potential battle come to a boil in a second, though. And oh, an uncharacteristic loss on the duel from Bolo, but it is to Hyper. Picks him up and, more importantly, clears out the large majority of the rest of the second floor here, allowing a lot of control for DZ to work with to eventually push them towards the plant.
Well, if there's one person to lose a gunfight to, it's definitely Hyper, and you can't be too mad when it happens either. Granted, he did get quite a bit of damage off onto Hyper, so that could be of some assistance to TSM later on. About halfway through this round now, though, as this double bar defense has been working out decently so far, as Merc finally gets a refrag onto Hyper. Say the man's name and he will pass away, apparently, but it's a headshot, so either way, it more than likely would not have mattered. We're on equal footing now, as DarkZero still trying to figure out how to handle this top floor. Mint prioritizing Hookah once again, just spritzing this entire site with this PKM, trying to barrel down onto Merc inside of sight, but they're not able to find him. Merc getting out at the very last second.
We're still looking for a lineup as he now wraps past Achieve. DarkZero still being a little bit hesitant to commit themselves to the inside, and with good reason behind that too. Still a lot of setup to be done in their own department here, and a little over 50 seconds remaining. That's plenty of time in siege terms here. When we start to get down under 30, that's when things will get a little bit more riskier for DZ, especially considering we're still at even terms on the man advantage here, having it brought down to a 4v4. Geo waiting for his chance to strike, but it's hot and cold. It's going to get the pickup instead. It takes down Chala, who's holding the close corner deep in sight. Geo going to get absolutely pummeled with bullets here as he tries to hide in the depths of the Sunrise bar itself, but does get forced out to Cool Vibes, where he's eventually going to be outwitted here by Eclipse, pushing down and taking him out of the round here. Eclipse looking for another pickup from the Cool Vibes stairs here, as there is going to be some resistance from the inside of Kitchen. Not wanting to bait into the fight, though. The good news is despite all this going on, and despite the kill that's picked up, they bought time for Hot and Cold to get onto the site, plant this diffuser. Another 1-for-1 exchange will go down as well, but it's so unfortunate for Merc, as he's now the last player standing. And what is a 1v3? To try and bring out Skies here has not gotten the confirmed down onto him just yet, despite him going so low, and he's not even going to get the chance to do so because Mint has the rotate angle cut off. DarkZero take the final round of the half and tie us up at 3-3.
What a play there from Skies. Just lays down, does not move, bullets flying through the wall behind him, and this man is just cool as a cucumber. Does not give a single damn about what's going on inside of that bar. Much rather have the round win, and that's exactly what they're going to get. DZ tied things up on the double bar offense here to bring us to the current scoreline, 3-3, as we go into the side switch. Now it is the battle of wits. Who is better on what side? DZ now on defense, so they're going to be leading us off here with a kitchen setup. So that last half going honestly not really as expected. I really like what DarkZero had for their offensive lineup. It mostly hinged on that Finca, but it makes a lot of sense now that we were able to see the entire side and able to get some more thought process into this Finca, especially on a map like Coastline where you're going to be taking a lot of duels. She assists you a lot more than meets the eye. It's not just the recoil, it's not just the ability to pick people up and things along those lines. It truly is the little bit of extra HP that you get. It's just about 1 bullet's worth of damage, which can make all the difference inside of these very quick TTK gunfights inside of Rainbow Six Siege. So for DarkZero, I feel like that was an extremely intelligent pickup to just utilize this operator that we don't see too often and bring out the highlights inside of her kit.
We'll see how well it's going to be able to develop itself now moving into the second half, where obviously it won't be a factor for DarkZero anymore. TSM have chosen not to utilize it at this point as well, playing a much more kind of traditional setup here for overall coastline attacks, bringing Geo in for the utility support over on the Capitao, and a lot of the other same bits of flair that we had on DarkZero's setup as well, such as Merc for the anti-roam, Chala as well. We're going to start to see these players move up, start to take control, mainly on the roof right now. It's more just setup than anything else here. Don't expect any duels to come anytime soon. That is, of course, assuming they don't try to hop in to that bathroom hatch there. They just broke open on the roof, because Hyper is very much waiting and ready to take a duel against a player should they drop down there.
Well achieved with a very nice drone, and this is one that you usually see actually on Coastline, but it's still one that goes unchecked sometimes just because of its kind of awkward positioning. Usually you're looking for drones on the ground, not on top of wardrobes, but Achieve definitely knows Merc is residing in here somewhere. I don't know if he's necessarily seen him go behind the wardrobe. This wardrobe is wall bangable, folks, so he can die from behind this. Gunfire in from behind him, but no, it's Achieved to strike first instead. Hyper turns around, assuming he can probably pre-fire back, but that was never the case in the first place. Mint now the only remaining member of DarkZero upstairs.
Yeah, Hyper very much realizing what was going on there after he heard the drone sound cue, but just unable to do anything about it. And man, the same fate almost for Mint here, as this time he just gets overwhelmed by drones and actually ends up being somewhat distracted by it when the actual player pushes him out. Clean opener here from TSM, barely any damage getting traded on any of their players, save for Geo there at a little under 100. But aside from that, these have been very, very clean openers from TSM, and they can definitely use this to leverage a lot of control towards the site.
I'm honestly very surprised in the roam game by DarkZero right now, mainly because so far throughout this series, they've had, very nice setups, even on the extended holds that they have, where, reinforcements, utility, and all these things. And you guys have probably heard me say this before, but a successful roam game usually comes alongside supporting utility. And that's something that they really don't have right now. And you know what else they don't have? A hot and cold that has a head. Achieve is going to remove that for him inside of Kegs. This is just all going so very wrong for DZ. Sky's trying to chase a man down with an M590, but it's not going to work out. Barely gets any damage off as they practically trade. Oh no, what a find from Achieved. On timing, able to clean up Eclipse, frag grenade in hand. Now down to Skies on one of his quintessential operators, but that's not going to matter either. TSM wipe the floor with Skies to make this place look flawless.
Yeah, the late round really showing the flawless nature of that round from TSM there. You could see players from DarkZero trying to rotate into power positions where they might have been able to trade out a couple players, trying to get themselves anywhere where they could make an impact here. But almost every single time we caught a player getting into one of those positions, the second they scoped in on a bullet hole or a certain angle, they were immediately headshot by someone from TSM. So great setups to punish that type of retake aggression from DZ that they were trying to use to get back into that round after they had already fallen behind earlier due to the 2 additional losses that were taken at the beginning of the round there.
Very interesting overall on how DarkZero handled that once again. I'm very surprised that there wasn't a supported roam game on that because they put Hyper upstairs. He's just kind of existing inside of Penthouse, and that's not necessarily what you see every single day. I'll be honest, that the spot that Paula is sitting isn't one that I would even tell someone in Plat to play. That's not something that you necessarily see, simply because if you do get droned out there and they have the proper pressure on that window, you're dead. You can't do a single damn thing. You can just shoot him right through the closet. If he swings, you still die. There's a lot of things that can possibly go wrong in that position, and it just seemed to be more of a misplay from DarkZero than it was anything. But that doesn't mean that they're out of it just yet. Just kind of an unfortunate round for them. But round 8, they're switching things up. They didn't like the kitchen defense too much. They're on over to double bar, and we have an early peek here from Mince on Aqua.
Min is ready to commit to. He's got the lineup, and there you go. The shutdown on N'Challa, and an early 5v4 advantage goes right into the hands of DarkZero. That's the way to get back into the game for sure. Great stuff from Mint there.
Well, that's exactly what they needed. Early pick on T'Challa will definitely set pace for round 8 here. No more air jabs. That means TSM, not only man down, but also flank watch down. Someone's going to have to dedicate themselves to that. Geo has picked up the Capital like you were talking about before. He has the Claymores, which could possibly assist them, but that's more than likely going to be for hop outs than it is anything else. Usually those are pretty easily dealt with when they are inside the building. Simple air jab or impact to deal with those, and you're right on your way. Could have a possible engage here from Merc, though, as he's worked his way towards Aqua Balcony, going for the swing, but Hyper with the pre-fire from top white takes him down.
So many problems being caused here all of a sudden for TSM. A promising start on the previous round, but DarkZero are putting that down very, very quickly as we moved into round number 2 of the half here. Bolo trying to line up, but again being pre-fired upon by Hyper. Hyper just off the angle slightly, so he falls back instead, giving it away to Bolo and the rest of TSM. Happy with that, though, because they're still up by 2 players, so they're probably perfectly fine to trade out map control, considering that they've already got what they needed from this early Vi, or this early push, I should say.
Oh, and here comes the issues, John. The drone economy is dwindling. Only 2 drones active for TSM right now. We saw Achieved on 1, but no matter the case, this is going to be very low intel. Lots of face checking here for TSM in their future, and that's where these problems start to arise. You still have 5 members alive for DarkZero, which means essentially you're going to have to win multiple gunfights to actually work your way onto site, and with such low man count, it's going to have to be practically perfection. A little bit of damage done onto Geo as he gets caught off guard from the window peak, trying to get his tactical crossbow out, but still going to be allowed to exist. Micro smokes go off. This could be the sign of a push, but doesn't seem to be too much just yet. Actually, yes, it is. It's Bolo working inside. He gets right next to the couch. Could have an audio cue here. Pre-fires, but no, they definitely know where he is now. He still gets the Mira. Geo gets one for himself. Bolo follows through. The Claymore gets one. What is happening to DarkZero? It's all down to Hyper in a 1 versus 3. He blows the wall open, but this might be the angle in which he finds his death. He pre-fires in. The only problem is now this Roni has a low mag capacity. He can be taken out with multiple gunfights having to be taken whenever he needs to reload. He needs to isolate as many 1v1s as possible, pistol in hand, but it's achieved to take him down, and TSM are all over these offenses.
TSM taking some great control, some solid control, and it's all because of the play towards Blue Bar, as well as the rest of the players pinching as well. All of a sudden, just far too many angles for DarkZero to deal with. Most notably, Bolos is the one we saw on stream going unchecked until he's actually in the sight. The player who was supposed to defend against that got outwitted by him. When he falls, that's the beginning of the domino chain starting to roll down the hill there. And that's when TSM really starts to take control and begins to swing the round in the other direction, eventually winning it now with a dominating scoreline of 5-3 here. Only 2 more rounds separate them from an overall advantage in the series of 2-1.
Well, I said that for that round to go well for TSM, that it was going to have to be perfect. And it was exactly that. That was a perfectly executed 3v5. I don't think that there is anything more that TSM could have done there to improve their odds. I mean, perfect Claymore placement, able to get the hop out kill, get all of the frags needed on site. Last second, changes in their game plan to make sure that they can actually work their way in. The micro smokes go down inside of Blue Bar. Bolo, the fearless man, just walks in right past the Mira window, even pre-fires into couches where the Mira is. And the Mira still doesn't know he's there? I mean, come on. The guy swings and Mira's just standing flat-footed. I was so taken aback by that. I mean, Bolo halfway walks into Sunrise and they still don't know the guy's here. It's just things like that where DZ are missing their marks and they're being punished for it.
A super unfortunate turn of events for DZ, given what you had mentioned, the fact that it had already been brought down to a 5v3 and should have been a relatively easy to control scenario for the folks on DarkZero, but it was anything but that because of the play from Bolo and the rest of the squad. Sight's going to change up here now for DZ. No reattempt of the double bar, despite how well things started out and how well they might have been able to keep it had it been for the not the glaring issue of the players being able to rotate in. Now we're going to see them work upstairs instead and try out the standard hookah billiards defense here they're now setting up for. Overall, taking a look at the operator lineup, still going to have the Mira in play here, so we'll have some angles to set up from that, but away from that, nothing fancy going on with the operator setup for our defenders here. Very much what you expect to see out of a defensive coastline team. In fact, we're going to see these Mira windows set up on an extended hold as well. Mint, or possibly the Mira itself, might be playing onto those.
This has honestly been such a fantastic best of 5 so far between these two. We still have maps to go as well, but it's been a battle of, brains and brawn. And honestly, it's been multiple facets for both of these squads, but that's the big highlight for both of them. TSM able to produce off of that mechanical skill and on-the-flow shot calling, while DarkZero has had multiple setups that have been a tough egg to crack for TSM. We'll see if this continues to be an issue for them, but as of right now, TSM winning out on the frag-heavy map. This is something I think a lot of people assumed was going to go their way simply because of how these two teams play out, but I don't think that we would get a best of 5 as of right now in North America quite like this without these two teams involved.
And the crazy part about this, if you really want to get hyped for like the way that these matches could potentially go, our 4th map is going to be Clubhouse as well. So that potentially gives DZ a great chance to get back into the series again, considering that's a very team-oriented map. As I'm sure you guys at home know, this series is shaping up to be a true test for both of these teams here. And DarkZero, to be fair, is not even out of the running on this map yet either. So we could still see them clutch out here. A lot of the pressure starting to build up here for TSM now, as they've taken control of the lower floor, at least the cool vibes area at a minimum. It does look like they're starting to get ready for a potential swing.
Speaking of swinging things, Skies is standing here on home plate, waiting for any ball to cross, and that would be any TSM member trying to force another way up Vibe stairs, but don't expect that too soon. That M590 will eviscerate anyone that possibly steps up. DarkZero leaning on this timer, but it seems like the time to strike is now. Eclipse downstairs finds one. Can he find the kitchen player? Mint here to assist as well. Oh no, but it's the prone angle. Chala takes down Mint. It's all left up down to the DarkZero members that still reside down here. Actually, Eclipse still allowed to exist. Chala with a double. Wow, that actually went the complete opposite way I think a lot of people thought it was going to go. Hyper picks up one as well. Finds another inside of Sunrise, continuing to teeter-totter back and forth on these exchanges.
Here, the members from TSM just locking themselves down after that very chaotic gunfight ends up leading really neither team with the favor coming into the late portion of the round here. 35 seconds remaining. TSM are obviously the ones that have to push the issue here. Two of the players on DarkZero are incredibly low at pretty much near resible HP there, as you see both Skies and Hyper sub 25. The only one suffering that fate is Chala on TSM. TSM does have the advantage in the HP department, but they've got to be careful not to waste it. Geo potentially having a free pick there, but unfortunately he had the crossbow out, so he's unable to capitalize upon it. Now spamming through to try to make up the difference here. We're going to see if they can work their way in. The force has to be coming soon. Hyper's been brought down so low, but they haven't been able to connect any bullets onto him. He's not being affected by the molly going onto the ground either, so he just tears it to shreds along with the rest of his teammates. Every single one of the DarkZero members that were alive there picked up a kill, and they shut down the take from TSM, keeping DarkZero in this map.
Impressive stuff from DZ to finally lock TSM out of the sight. Get these defenses online, as that'll be their first. Great stuff here on Hookah, but now they need to find some other sites in order to win out some rounds. They have to make sure that they can at least guarantee overtime here if they want to try and get back to that offensive side. DZ choose double bar, which is the round that we ended up seeing that clutch on from TSM. I'll see if it's going to happen the exact same way, but DZ more than likely have something to say about that. Merc going to be switching things up. Not something that we see too often on him. We have seen him play some hard destruction in the past, but mostly Hibana. But he's going to follow suit with Ace, and why not? This guy has everything at his disposal. Smoke grenades, amazing gun, the best AR in the entire game, as well as Selma charges, the arguably best hard destruction in the game currently. 3 Selma charges that you can deploy all practically at the same time, and they can all destroy 3 separate walls. So some very, very good utility brought for TSM here that could have some, major implications in this next round.
TSM, obviously the pressure going to start to build up against them here now that they've been put into a losing situation once again. But that's always the case when it comes to Siege, so it shouldn't be too surprising at a minimum for our attacking players right now. DarkZero once again looking to maintain it, though. They're going to have to bounce back here very quickly. Look to pick up their 5th round. A very heavy setup extended to the upstairs portion of this map, as they'll be defending the actual double bars just below them here, but they're bringing a lot to make sure that Billiards and Hookah is well bunkered down as well, with the double castle barricade commitment to the big window and the aqua rotate. The walls being reinforced. They'll leave the one soft, I believe, to spam into VIP, as well as potentially acting as a rotate if they really need it to be that as well. And away from that, just the usual setup to allow Hyper, any other member of DZ that wants to play outside of Hookah, to defend that too, and then eventually fall back to the site.
Yeah, quite interesting thing here. It looks like they really want TSM to attempt to take that top control. Just what's the avenue in which they're going to do it? That's the real question. Lots of crossfires here, as you said, all leaning on Hyper as well as Mint to find some success upstairs. As for the TSM camp, though, already talked about that lineup, but now they're out of the gates, and a minute has already been expended into the round. Lots of intel to gather still, as a Chief seemingly wanting to go towards Aqua. This first minute, not really spent working their way into the map. It seems as though the main intel gathering went on around the office area, as Bolo and Chala now just inserted themselves.
Be able to work their way in with control of office. We're going to have to use one of the Ace Selmas to actually work their way through a castle barricade, which obviously isn't the greatest thing in the world, but as we talked about at the beginning of this map, the hard breach is not entirely necessary for most of the attacks on this map, so it's not the end of the world to see a hard breach getting used in a situation like that, specifically on this map. Half the round having gone by, DarkZero still solid control of the Hookah Billiards area, but to be fair, TSM haven't really tested it yet either, so they're going to maintain that for as long as we continue to play that. The problem for TSM is going to surface if they continue to ignore the presence upstairs here and try to execute purely through garage, as they would have to somehow avoid all of the top-down angles that have already been set up here by DZ and make sure they don't get tripped up by that, which is not going to be an easy task at all.
Well, very slow round here. Actually, nothing going on. I mean, you can possibly hear the mice scurrying on the floor, but that's just about it. We've had some soft destruction done, some drones wind up, and that's really all she wrote. As for DZ, they're just lying in wait. Concussion in towards Skies on couch. That'll confirm his location, as this might be the time for TSM to attempt and execute. It looks to be blue bar. Frag grenade in, going to get eaten up by the ADS and no follow-up, so that's more than likely going to turn back on in a handful of seconds. Hyper with our first kill finally in the last 30 seconds. Micro smokes down as Geo attempts to force his way in, but it's a pre-fire through the smoke. Min's got the angle up top, and now he has case control. No real attempt here for DarkZero to try and make anything happen. Skies with a nice shot through the smoke, and continuing to make sure to lay down those toxic babes. Achieve now upstairs to try and find something to reconcile with, but it's going to be Chala to strike first. Mint's been down, but not before Hyper picks up Achieved. All down to Chala now, but all of this is just too little, too late. Hot and Cold cleans it up, and DarkZero tie things up once again.
And once again, things unfortunately play out the exact way I kind of described they would if they kind of ignored the upstairs pressure there, and that's exactly what went down, either due to an inability to handle it for whatever reason or the ignorance of it. TSM left those players upstairs at Hookah Billiards and paid the price for it as they picked up multiple kills against the push working its way through Office. TSM is going to call for a very much needed pause here, in my opinion, and so they'll use their minute to be able to figure out what exactly is going wrong.
Well, it makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense after that round that we just saw. And yes, it is completely due to that setup that was going on upstairs. Looking at that setup with a critical eye, you guys can see all of those crossfires that they have to be able to defend each other, as well as the vertical play that both of them are holding on to in Hookah, as well as the back of billiards, depending on what you guys call it. So either way, that was the thing that really led to TSM's demise, is that they did not want to clear out that top floor because of all of the issues that they could run into. So they go instead for an attempt to plant in smoke inside of Blue Bar. But unluckily enough, since they are micro smokes, they don't have the same plume size as a regular smoke does inside of the game. So what does that do? Well, it gives him a nice little, not exactly one way, but a nice little peek through as to who is crossing into the room behind that smoke, and that is where the castle's able to pick up that leadoff kill onto Geo, and then everything begins to just tumble downhill for TSM.
All right, back into it and tied yet again now at 5-5, as well as tied in the series score at 1-1. Both these teams are deadlocked, with the advantage going to whoever will win this round, and potentially the map point as well, if they can push it that one additional round further after this. It'll be a kitchen defense coming in from DarkZero. We'll see how well they're able to fend off here. Mira still very much being quintessential for the playstyle of this team on this map, as has been the case for, it seems, both of our teams here. So expect to see quite a few of those set up for the inside of barrels and potentially a few other areas, even upstairs as well, depending on how Mint and the rest of DarkZero want to position and play these.
These scoreboards are so unbelievably equal right now. It's actually quite crazy. Hyper, with his first pop-off of the day, 11-3 and 8, able to find so many frags. This is actually, even if you combine his last two maps, the most frags that he's had so far. So good thing to see him back online, especially when DarkZero needed him most. But that doesn't mean that TSM doesn't have their own heavy hitters. Chala, who's been just a highlight player of TSM ever since he joined the roster. Everyone questioning a lot of things when Chala joined the roster. He's always been a very strong player, originally joining in when Most Wanted was a team with Redeemer and all of those guys, and playing for quite some time, joining a myriad of different rosters. He was on SSG for a little bit, and now he's over here on TSM, knocking lights out left and right. And honestly, this is the most two-form Chala that I've ever seen in his entire career. This guy is a lights out player, extremely strong in every facet of Siege, whether it be, his gunplay, his brain, all of it. He's just a dynamic player that has continued to grow and grow. Again, a lot of people, when he made the switch onto TSM, there was rumblings of, oh, well, he's not Pojo. And Pojo's the person that plays site, and he does this, and he does that, and he pats all of TSM's ass. No, they need Chala. Chala is an amazing player, and he's proven time and time again with this roster that they can make it work.
All right, well, 1 minute having gone by, and much like some of our previous rounds here on the map, not a whole lot has gone down, as both teams are struggling to find the capability they need to pick up the initial kill. What a setup, though. Geo primed and scoped in on Hyper, ready to go. Just needed the explosion on the soft destruction, and that's going to be able to take him out of the running for this round. And easily one of the most impactful players from DZ. No longer going to be able to contribute here in round 11.
Uh-oh. I think Mint has seen into his own future. One would say through the fire and flames, but that's quoted too often when Capitao is here. But we'll think of something else later on. It will be fire related, don't worry about that. Concussions in towards Hot and Cold. Mint still residing upstairs. He's going to take some explosive damage. He sees the sledge moving up, but ignorance is apparently bliss as Sledge goes down, but Bolo trades him out. That's a 2K for Bolo as well, as he actually gets him from the rear. Eclipse and Skies With the last two remaining members for DarkZero, as TSM is trying to force map point here and be the first ones to match point as well. They want to put DarkZero in a bad position, and they are continuing to do so. Sky's the only one on site right now, and things have gone from bad to worse, John. He's now jackal tracked as he has to continue spinning inside of sight. Otherwise, he's more than likely going to face the firing squad.
Now, the good news is Eclipse has gone relatively unnoticed from what I've been able to tell, so he might still be able to sneak in here and cause quite a few issues on the initial take attempt. Sky's even going to be sneaking up to the very edge of the service entry here to try to play as close as possible with the M590 in hopes of picking up some kills on that one. A few little bits of chip damage going on to Geo there, but ultimately he will be taken down, and now it's on Eclipse to make the impact. He's been revealed as well. It no longer has that element of surprise, but he does have the element of the headshot. Quickly takes down Chala, knocking him out of the running, but is also going to be quickly overwhelmed by Bolo and the rest of TSM as they take round number 11 and put themselves up on map point.
And that's a 3K for Bolo on that round as well. Map control handled so very well by TSM throughout that round, and they're going to be the first ones up onto map point here. TSM looking quite strong in this offense, or excuse me, this defensive half so far for them. Or no, actually offense. I have these things backwards on my thingy here. Oops, that's my bad. Apologies,
little
chat.
note-taking device.
My little my little note-taking device. I just had the side switch. Still have the round counts proper though. But nevertheless, TSM's offenses, they've been equal so far with DZs, and if we continue on this teeter-totter, then we should be going to overtime. So far on these hookah defenses though, we actually, I don't believe, have had one just yet from DarkZero. They've definitely obviously held it down when they played double bar, but we haven't had the actual bomb site be here.
Are we sure on that?
I might have one little miscalculation here. That's why I was kind of floating that one over to you.
I'm pretty sure they defended it once after the double bomb.
Actually, yes, I can tell you that they did because I remember that ADS placement on Vase. Because I was wondering if those could get shot from the roof, and then I was like, wait, BC's their head coach. Of course they can't get shot from the roof. Duh.
Yeah, so we did have the one previous attempt, and I'm pretty sure it was won by DarkZero as well. So good odds for them to try to take this to OT on the repeat here.
Oh my god! Do you know what I did?
What?
I was on the previous map by accident. I was on Consulate.
Almost
Stokes,
like,
not like this. No.
Jesse almost made a similar mistake earlier. He was looking at the wrong map vetoes. So that almost ended badly for him. That was like an hour before we went live, to be fair, though. So he probably would have noticed that. But anyway.
Man. All right. So, yes, we are back on hookah, and DZ did end up winning that one, by the way.
Taking a look at the midst of the action going on right now, things are going to remain relatively quiet these opening few seconds. Got TSM still working for bits of control, mainly just a posture more than anything. They're definitely not going to be pushing it this early, but they will take the players and put them into a position over on top of the hookah balcony and start rotating them, like in the case of Geo, over towards VIP as well.
Well, TSM slowly working their way in here, but it's mostly Bolo right now, as Bolo and Merc both working their way in downstairs. Merc clearing out Sunrise Bar, Bolo handling kitchen as well as surface, and now they have a nice little cross set up for bottom of Vibes. So could work out into their favor, but no real roam game for DarkZero right now. They're mostly strung along the top floor, Mint and Hyper, all the way over in the penthouse / Hall of Fame area. But as of right now, TSM looking to possibly force something. I don't believe that they're going to try and work their way up Vibes just because of the shotgun that exists up there. And even as with as many bodies as they have, I'm still going to take Skies with an M590 up against everyone that comes up that staircase.
This is a pretty similar problem if I'm remembering the events of the previous attempt here too for TSM, as they did try to force the issue of Cool Vibes last time and had similar issues.
Oh, that Sky's dead.
Okay, ignore everything I just said. Go on, Stokes.
What? I don't listen. That was a hell of a side angle there from Geo. That's a misplay from Sky. That was a pre-fire, actually. Geo just pre-firing the top staircase because of that angle into Vase. And, I mean, count your lucky stars, man. That's exactly who you needed to die.
Only player holding the Cool Vibes now is going to be Eclipse, and he's having to do slight double duty because he's also watching for the overall hookah push as well here. Firebolt going to be sent to the back of his position, so he'll have to retreat from that and run back towards VIP. Another pick going to be found by Bolo as he's given free control because of that molly of the Cool Vibes stairs. Let's make it a double here as well, as he'll be able to eliminate Eclipse too. Achieve gets into the fight. Mint will at least fire back, but the problem is he's the only one firing back now. TSM take it, and they're going to take the map along with it.
Well, I feel a little good about that analysis saying that the only reason they can't push this is Skies is there, and then they pushed it after he was dead. But that is just so unbelievably unlucky for DarkZero there. A very safe area to play usually is Vase, and even with that Mira setup, not making the rotate there like we usually see as like the default setup for Hookah, that's just for that vision that if they do attempt to plant in that area, that they're able to stop them. But instead, in this exact instance, we see an amazing shot from Geometrics that's able to win TSM around, all off of that pre-fire.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this series has gone 3 maps in, and we do have a team set up on match point for it now. TSM lead it 2-1, but we are not done just yet. Because of the length of this series, we're going to be nice to our teams and players. Just letting you guys know right now, there will be a little bit of a lengthier break here between maps number 3 and 4. So if you need to get up, get a drink, get some popcorn, now's probably the time to do it. But for the time being, we are going to send it back over to our analysis desk to break things down on what so far has been an incredible series.
Nice shot for me. Perfect.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And Coastline did not disappoint at all. Jacob, I was sitting here with you saying, you know what? This is an amazing change of pace, Basically, everyone's running around killing each other. Hyper's having an amazing game. Take a look at TSM. They're popping off. This map was everything we wanted.
Yeah, for two teams that are known to be pretty darn strategic at times, it's nice when both of them are able to just kind of let loose and do really whatever the heck they feel like. And in this case, it resulted in the closest match that we've seen in this series thus far. Or sorry, the closest map. Both of the ones previous to this were pretty solid one-way maps the whole time. In this case, a 3-3 half, and then TSM waking up a little bit more on their own second half meant things were really, really tight the whole way through.
You're absolutely right, Jacob. I think that this is sort of what a best of 5 promises us. 2 maps that one team gets to pick without any bans in the way. You expect those to be a little bit more dominant, and that's what we saw. TSM won their map pick, DarkZero won theirs. But once we get those 2 maps out of the way and 2 bans out of the way, then we get to map 3. This is one where really we're going to see things go blow for blow. And I think this is more indicative of how the rest of the series is going to end up. 12 rounds, maybe some overtime in our future. We had a really close game here, and it was awesome to see.
Yeah, and taking a look at the score, 5-7. Close ain't even a word, Jesse. But DarkZero, they fell with Hyper on top, 11-10. You heard Stokes call him out multiple times. But for TSM, it's the one and only. It's that man Bolo, 14 kills, 7 deaths. 67% call set he shares with Chala and Achieve. TSM, despite it being a close game, they definitely popped off. Except one player out there, Jacob, and at the bottom, I'm not used to seeing Merc play like that, man. We saw that when the Rust, he was trying to shake up the Rust back in stage 1, and to see him like this again, it's such a close game. I mean, thank God everyone else stepped up because we need Merc to pop off so TSM can put a close to the series.
Yeah, it's not to say that TSM is going to wholeheartedly struggle, even if Merc isn't able to perform up to snuff, but the problem is he's definitely fallen off. Really good day yesterday and a very, very good map number 1 when they were able to take Theme Park. Thing is, he's had a pretty darn significant fall off since that opening map. In the last map on Consulate, he had a long time to really get wound up, in a sense. He was pulling a really bad KD ratio overall, but then even on Coastline, a map that they won, he was playing a lot of Ace and wasn't able to play Ashe, which, Jesse, why do you think that Ashe was banned out? Was that really what was holding Merc back?
You see a lot of people theorize this. I see this on Reddit a lot. They're like, ban Ashe against Merc, because he plays Ashe a lot and he's very good. But I think he has proven in the past that, you know, he can do well with an Ashe ban. Oxygen tried it against them yesterday on Cafe, and Merc still played fantastically. So I don't think that's the only thing that's holding Merc back. I think it's just that TSM are a team that they're going to have players that on certain days aren't going to show up. But I think that's okay, because there's so much star power on the side of TSM that when somebody like Bolo or Merc has a bad day, the other one can show up. Whether that's Achieved or even, you know, Geo or Chala, like, they have their moments as well. TSM is not a team that relies on one player showing up every day. It relies on someone showing up every day, and it doesn't necessarily matter who that is.
Luckily for them, they can afford it. And you know what? It's not going to be every single map a player is supposed to pop off, right? I mean, we all have bad games. We all have off games, but situations are all that matter. But Jesse, the thing I want to talk to you about, because you were so excited to talk about it once again, was DarkZero's Roam. What's going on, man?
Well, I had a couple problems with it. You know, they only got 2 defensive rounds in that second half, out of 6, of course, and it really did feel like they were being caught out of position a couple too many times, and that's really something that's unfortunate to see, particularly with those kitchen defenses. TSM were really doing a good job of, you know, capitalizing on the lack of players up above. They really weren't able to pinch those players out, trading in the worst case scenarios, you know, still getting those even trades, and then more often than not, picking up a couple of extra kills. And again, a lot of that's just maybe DarkZero not being as familiar with these positionings, TSM working together really well to pinch them and put them in awkward situations that DarkZero can't really fight themselves out of. And so it's just unfortunate to see. And then, of course, you know, that very last round where the smoke on Cool Vibes was just a little bit out of position, and we saw Geo from the window pick up that shot. I mean, that's kind of just unlucky. I don't like to put too much, you know, hate on the smoke player there, but still, it's the little things and the lacks in positioning that really did hurt DarkZero this game.
Yeah, I'm gonna go off the rails just a little bit. Production, if you could put back up the screen where we can look at DarkZero. There's a few things I want to talk about, especially heading in the next map. And Jesse and Jacob, help me out here momentarily. I mean, for a team that just lost a close game when, what, $75,000 is on the line for first place? They look comfortable, man. Hyper's sitting here smiling. He's laughing. You see Mint warming up, getting his hands ready. Skies doesn't look phased. Heading into mass map, what's going to be important for this team to overcome this deficit so they can be the champs once again?
It's probably a little bit of, sorry, Jesse, a little bit of adaptation from the November major, which was something that we were actually paying attention to in the bullpen cams, is that DarkZero looked incredibly dejected when they were losing out. They weren't really able to build a whole bunch of momentum back, and it might have just been that they just weren't loose. They were way too strict. They were tightening up. They weren't really playing to form. And when you see something like that, it was an interesting contrast where TSM was the team in their bullpen that was really like surrounding both Data and Pojo, man, figuring out what their next steps were going to be, and DZ is loose. They're hanging back. I wonder if they really are that confident in their clubhouse play, which will be map number 4, that they don't really feel like they have to do all that much.
Oh yeah, by the way, oh sorry, Jesse, did you want to throw something in there?
No, I mean, I just agree with Jacob. Like, I think that DarkZero probably have their strats already laid out. They probably know what they're going to do heading into Clubhouse, because they're that type of a team, you know? They're not going to show up to a tournament unprepared.
Giga Brain team, right? You got to thank the coaching staff for that. And also, man, but while we have this short break, while the players get ready along with the casters, giveaways. If it's free, it's for me. That's been a saying that I've had my entire life. We're doing skin giveaways for every individual on-air talent that worked this weekend. And also, you take a look at the Rainbow Six social media pages. Something I've been telling you guys over and over again. But you know what? We have more skins to give away. I just put out yet another tweet. Make sure you go to my Twitter at VeliCast. And, you know, I might pick one. I might pick 3. I don't know yet. But we're still giving away way more skins. And in order to do it, it's simple. Jacob, what's the rules?
So you head over to Veli's Twitter account, you find the tweet in question, and all you have to do is explain to us, the analyst desk, why you think either TSM or DarkZero is going to win but you only have 3 words with which to do it. You got to keep your points concise, even shorter than Jesse and I do on the desk. And you got to tell us why you think either TSM or DZ is going to walk away with that trophy, $75,000 in hand, and a first place finish in the US final. So go over to Veli's Twitter right now. Veli, you're not paying me to plug your Twitter, but I better get some really, really nice I don't know, afterwards, Jacob, just for doing your job for you.
I'll share the clout with you.
Because I'm just that good of a salesman.
Okay, I'll say this. As an intern on the desk right now, you're doing a fantastic job, all right?
I'm calling me an intern.
In order to win, and I'm giving you guys a cheat code right now, a cheat sheet. Make it funny, make it pop out, okay? If you want to impress Jesse, put like a mathematical equation or something right there. But heading into the next map, Jacob, is this it for DarkZero? Is TSM going to run away with this? Give me a reason why I should believe what you're telling me.
A reason for why DarkZero should win?
DarkZero or TSM. Who do you think has this? Is DarkZero going to take this to the final map, or is this it for him? Is TSM going to run through it?
A little bit of a reminder about how Clubhouse went for DarkZero yesterday. They lost it to an SSG team that was decidedly memeing and not playing up to par with how we expect SSG to play. I'm not saying that TSM are probably going to do the same thing. They will have a lot more structure to the way that they play because they're here already. They only need one more map. They're playing to win, and there is a cash prize on the other side. So their motivation shouldn't be called into question. Just remember how bad of a Clubhouse game that was for DarkZero yesterday, and keep that in your head while you watch TSM win Clubhouse and prove my prediction correct.
Right, and heading into this next map, Jesse, okay, we've seen a lot of weird bans, right? And the bans, you know, they're not weird. They're disrespectful. DarkZero, they're singling out individual players on TSM. We saw the Ash ban. That affects what? None other than Merc. We saw a Sledge ban. That's for Achieve. Do you think that their game plan throughout this entire series is to keep on picking apart some big strengths that TSM has?
I think it's going to depend a lot on the maps, right? And you look at a map like Clubhouse, I don't know if there's any more particular operators that are going to like vastly affect, TSM in the way that DarkZero were hoping perhaps that Ash ban and that Sledge ban would go. We've seen Sledge bans on Clubhouse before, so that's a possibility in DarkZero's, corner, but it clearly didn't slow TSM down too much on their last map where that was banned out. I mean, they had some troubles with it perhaps, but they still looked like they were playing pretty well, and I think that DarkZero, looking at Clubhouse, there's some standard bans you need to take off the board, things like Thatcher, things like Maverick. So we'll see how that actually ends up playing for DarkZero.
All right, Jesse, is this it for DarkZero? TSM winning, or they're going to tie things up? What do you got?
Man, you can't take these two teams and not predict they're going to go to a map 5. Come on, Veli.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, the players are finally ready. They're locked in and loaded. It's going to be Clubhouse. Blue and Stokes, take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Veli. And it is indeed time to jump into map number 4 of this series here. Potentially could be our final map as well. TSM now sits on the precipice of greatness here with one more map under their belt. They can claim the title and the inaugural season of the US division and become our first champions here. Stokes, are they going to do it, or is DarkZero going to bounce back in our 4th map here?
Well, that's $1 million question, isn't it, John? TSM and DZ on Clubhouse, dubbed Dub House as of late, but Clubhouse, a map that has existed inside of North America for a very, very long time, one that we have played consistently since the very beginning of Rainbow Six Siege. In between these two teams, we've highlighted both of them multiple times throughout these series as DarkZero being truly highlighted by their brains and their ability to strategize, even though they do definitely still have that mechanical skill. And then TSM for using that ebb and flow and their mechanical ability to get the edge up on DZ in certain areas. When it comes to Clubhouse, I feel like this map definitely leans in towards DarkZero just a tad bit more than it does TSM. Clubhouse is a very congested map. It's a place where anything can happen. All hell can break loose at a moment's notice. People can be flooding sight. Shotguns ring true across this entire map, except for mostly garage and some other long-winded areas. This is something that I think DarkZero can definitely abuse in here and force us onto this map 5. I've got DZ taking this.
We're going to have to see if that will hold itself to be true. In addition to some great matches that we have here today, we've also got some great new merch available. Over in the Ubisoft shop, an entire SI collection is now available. There you go, folks. You can take a look at it for yourself. We've got a t-shirt, we've got a zip-up hoodie, or zip-up jacket, I should say, and a normal hoodie available for you there as well. Be sure to go head over to the Ubisoft store and check that merchandise out before you lose the opportunity to buy it.
And I will tell you, I've gotten a lot of Ubi Shop merch before. Very, very comfortable stuff. Washes up nice. There is definitely quality considered when it comes into this clothing line. So make sure you guys go over and check that out at the Ubi Shop. But John, we got a hell of a match up on the docket, my man. Clubhouse, TSM, DZ. How are you personally feeling about it? I never get to ask you this question.
I'm feeling the TSM, snowball at this point, to be completely honest with you. TSM really taking control of our previous map there. I think that we could see a similar start for them going on to Clubhouse right here, and we could see them take control, but it's such a hard call to make here. It's a bit of a confident one for me, if I'm being honest with myself here, so we'll have to see how poor of a prediction it is. But DarkZero could also take this one just as easily. Very much wanting to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Maybe not relax, because I gotta cast it, but either way, enjoy the show here, and hopefully we'll get ourselves a winner out of this one.
Well, lots of opportunities to be had, and the GLHF has went out in chat, folks. It's time to get this on the way. Map 4 between TSM and DarkZero happens right now. It's Clubhouse. DarkZero on offense, TSM on defense. Let's see how this ban phase stacks up to what we've seen for the rest of the day.
Oh, are we going to have anything crazy coming out in the ban phase here? We've obviously had a couple interesting ones show up already on our previous few maps, as well as at least one target ban. So curious to see if we'll get that. Not going to be the case on our attackers for TSM. They'll just stick with the old reliable here, knocking out Thatcher. For DarkZero, now they have the choice. Let's see if they're going to try and make things a bit more difficult here for TSM. And not necessarily going to target out anyone, but Capitao is going to be our other attacker ban here.
That's a really strong ban. We saw TSM use Capitao to a very high degree on Coastline. It was quite effective, and looks like for the defensive bans, we're going to be doing more of the same. Valkyrie has not seen the light of day. Wamai has not seen the light of day. I'm going to assume that this is going to be Wamai as well, just because, whoa. Take it back. We're going to be getting rid of Mira instead. And honestly, I like these bans from TSM. The Thatcher ban is practically mandated when you're on the defense, but the Mira ban up against DarkZero is a very smart thing to do.
And this does mean, though, that because we didn't see the Maverick ban come in with the Thatcher ban, that there's going to be some very easy access to some of what, in the past at least, have been some of the more hard to access areas of the map, like the two balconies and whatnot. So you kind of have the instant counter on that. You're not going to expect to see from our defenders any sort of mute tricking or cage tricking, although they'll certainly make an attempt if the opportunity arises. But as you can see right here already, Chala is going to be swapping out the Cade and moving over to a castle instead because of that.
Attackers need to locate and
Okay,
defuse
well,
as many bombs as
basement
they can.
defense up first. Could possibly have initial signs of an SSG roam, making sure that everything falls into the proper places here, but obviously TSM can make adjustments accordingly. But yes, this is most definitely going to be the SSG roam. Castle barricades up, reinforced jacuzzi double, reinforced server double. Everything here is, implications of, hey, we are going to go for this extension. We want to try and waste as much of DarkZero's time as possible. It's on to DarkZero now to know what to do, and obviously they have game plan for this. This is one of the most known strategies nowadays on this map, just because of how effective it was for such a very long time. There's actually a video still floating around the internet if you guys want to go look at it. I want to say it's either by Reaper or Data. I can't exactly remember who, but they did a full breakdown of how SSG had 100% win rate with this strategy for, I believe, over 6 months. It was some ungodly amount of time, but
I want to say it was closer to like 10 or 11 months or something like that.
It was like 36 defenses, right?
Yeah, it was a crazy long period of time either way. But it was, I don't remember the exact amount. But basically, SSG went uncontested on this map for pretty much an entire, a season of Siege, basically. And it took until well after that for them to finally start to be worked around by other teams. Either way, we'll see how well it fares for TSM, as things are starting pretty quiet. But that could change in just a moment here. Hyper got the pre-aimed angle against the players sitting inside of CCTV right now. If Merc hops out that window, he's more than likely a dead man. So they have to be very, very careful about how they're going to approach these next couple of steps here.
Well, DarkZero ahead of the game.
And Hyper's committed to this angle too. Look, he's still on it. He hasn't moved an inch.
Yeah, exactly. And that's that commitment that we were just talking about. They've committed to knowing, or at least they have the initial thoughts of where TSM want to try and rotate away from this setup at, and it seems to be that DarkZero assume that it's going to be coming from Garage. It can obviously go through separate facets like it is right now, down through Swamp, but since Hyper is inside of Garage. This is going to make things extremely difficult. With this powerful position, he can continue to stop them from actually rotating away. DarkZero can get the 2 picks. Bolo trying to find one inside of Garage. He actually ends up dealing a lot of damage to Eclipse at the top of Cash Stairs, but doesn't find the frag.
Bolo going to be able to at least fall back from his position upstairs here. Geo missing an opportunity to punish one of the DZ members when they cross the hatch there. Definitely very unfortunate turn of events, considering that we're already down to the 3v5 here. TSM needs something to get them back into this round here. The time is not really going to end up working out into their favor more than likely when they're this outnumbered, because DarkZero can flood the site with the overwhelming odds that they have to work into their favor. But regardless, still going to use that excess time just to make sure they can fully drone out the site, and more importantly, lock down the positions of any of the stragglers here from TSM. Figuring out Bolo's position being most important here, especially now that they are taking out the hatch, and there you go. Nice lineup there from Hot and Cold, runs over Bolo. There's a trade from Chala, but that's the only trade we've had so far from the defending team. Chala's going to take it one step further, though, as he's able to eliminate Eclipse, and now even going for Mint, too. Some serious damage onto him as he's at sub 50.
Well, still plenty of opportunity here for TSM to try and defend. Those 2 kills from Chala were desperately needed in this time. He's going for 3. This ump so strong in his hands, but finally shut down by Mint. The F2 is awoken for the very first time inside of this best of 5. Now it's down to Geo to try and seal the deal, but oh, Hyper's too quick. Geometrics hits the floor, and round 1 goes to DarkZero.
Valiant attempt to bring it back in the 3v5 there, especially from Chala, controlling a very chaotic situation to the best of his own capability. But unfortunately, it's a misfire in the early round strat on that roam game. It's dealt with far too quickly by DZ, and they're able to leverage the additional man advantage they get from that to eventually flood the site in the late round, leaving the one player still up from TSM with not much hope of being able to clutch that, unfortunately. First round of the map going to go to DZ. They are well on their way now to trying to take us to a map 5.
Okay, so CCTV, the next defense here for TSM. Looking to see if there's going to be any 6 picks. Don't have some people checked in just yet, and that's exactly what I was looking for. I assume the Echo is going to go away with his recent nerfs. Not too many people prioritizing him in their lineups because he no longer has invisibility on his drones. They just simply float on the ceiling. Still just as effective as they were, but not nearly as invisible. TSM switching things on over to Goyo to stack these utility pieces around the site and force DarkZero into a clearing protocol. Although they are going to be playing for the wall to be open, that's more than likely why they brought more expendable shields so that they could try and bait as much utility as possible. This is practically the remnants of the 20-second meta, just obviously improved to where the offense can have some effect over it. They're going to have a pretty cheeky Goyo shield downstairs to play for Swamp as well, which is kind of a weird spot to be playing. We saw earlier in the NAL season, the Sonics actually had quite a weird strat down in this area with Castle, where they banned Sledge on this map and then set up Castle barricades on those doors and prioritized playing down low to assist with Garage. But this is not of that same facet. This is a little bit different, just a stray Goyo shield downstairs with Bolo playing behind it. But as we've heard from some professionals, mostly Canadian, the last thing you want to do is try and, dance with Bolo when he's got a shield in front of him.
Definitely the case here. Hot and Cold, in the meanwhile, going to be working to open up the balcony wall here. Already dealing with the bottom portion, just has to finish up the top side, and they'll be in and have access to the site from that initial angle. TSM very much expecting that, though. They didn't bring any capability to charge these walls and prevent access from the attackers because they knew the Maverick was going to be in play. So instead, they're waiting for the potential push to come in. If they are only going to have this angle to access the site with, they are more than likely still not going to be able to make it in with an appropriate amount of space to actually clear out the defenders that are located deeper in the site. Now, the problem is going to arise if we start to see DarkZero get control on other parts of the map, such as over towards Construction, where you have Merc playing right now, that area in between there and Chala, or the Garage, where Geo's currently playing. Those have to be the next objectives here for DarkZero. Otherwise, things will be very tight when they push into the site through just that single angle they have open.
Well, still lots of opportunity for DarkZero to work their way into Garage. Currently working on the panels with that Mav line across the top. Trying to blow this wall up, but Bolo currently is on yellow stairs. Possibly find himself a frag here. Very slow beginnings, but now Eclipse taking quite a bit of damage from inside the building on Merc, and Mint going to strike true onto Achieved as we have our first blood. post 130. So a little less time on the clock, but DZ starting to make some things work, and this is exactly what they were looking for. They wanted these early frags to start working their way onto site, but TSM well aware of what's to come in the next minute, falling back into better defensive positions across the board and trying to assist each other through crossfires. But this is going to be the main priority right now for DZ. They need to focus on Geo. They need to get him out of the garage, and then next follows is that case.
Geo gonna be under a lot of pressure right now, even with the additional magnets to try and catch some of these. The flashes are still gonna end up booming right into his face. Merc, though, levies off some of the weight from him, but unfortunately, Geo's still going to fall to hot and cold when he makes a desperate push up those garage stairs to take him down. So the advantage still very much in the favor of DarkZero, despite the pickup that happened for another one of their players a few seconds prior. Bolo gonna take a lot of heat here, too, as he tries to hold top blue here. He's gonna go down to right around 25 HP and really can't play for red stairs control anymore. He's had to fall all the way back down to near basement blue. So this is going to be a tough situation. The only thing that's working in TSM's favor at this point is the timing here, and they have to try and leverage that to stop the attempt, which is going to be coming in right now. Here we go, hot and cold. Going to have to try and put it on the ground over these next few seconds. The attempt has been made. Bolo's been caught as a result of the smoke. Chala with the swing. Do they get the kill? Yes, they do. And TSM close out round number 2.
That is just some prime time Smoke play, folks. He smokes his own angle and then pushes it, because Smoke is the only person in the entire game that does not take damage from those toxic babes. So he's able to swing through, get the double with the SMG-11. Chala making things work all the time. Again, we talked about it earlier on Coastline. I don't care who the doubter is, you're absolutely wrong. This is exactly what TSM needed in this lineup. That's why they are playing so well today. This guy is one of the backbones, one of the pivotal pieces to TSM's lineup, and he continues to prove it time and time again. Achieved now with the 6th pick on over to the Kai. That could have some implications downstairs to lock up the hatches, but that previous round overall, not done just yet. I mean, DarkZero had a really good opening to that, able to pick up some nice frags, and they translated that into attempting a plant, but they really didn't even get that off all too well. They were really worried about what could possibly happen to them if they were going to stick around the server area, but it really didn't seem as though they paid attention to where the last smoke had landed by Chala. So instead, they go for the plant on the soft wall for cash, and that's where things just start to go wrong. TSM are able to delay things, most notably Merc over inside of construction, keeping everyone occupied, while Chala makes the big play to shut down the planter.
Either way, a massive round win for TSM to be able to leverage that control, especially with things very much looking like it was out of their control up until those final seconds. DarkZero had a lot lined up to make that work, and unfortunately just couldn't work their way past the back cache hold there, which eventually allowed them to retake, as well as the red stairs hold too. So now moving to a different site here. TSM definitely will have to reattempt that cache site again in the future once they've unlocked it, and DarkZero, I'm sure, will be ready for that opportunity when it does come, considering how close they were to winning it. A basement DarkZero's already shown prowess in, so we're probably going to feel a lot more confident rolling back into round number 3. Taking things slow, as we generally come to expect, but already clearing out the full strip area, so quite obviously not going to be any roam presence to the inside of there. Eclipse is still getting full bar control, and for the most part has pushed back any players from the TSM roster that would be trying to play for a contestant on those main stairs. I don't think they have any upstairs roam going on either. Now, they definitely don't, because all 5 players are down here, so it's fully cleared out at this point for DZ. They just need to work on transitioning it down to the bottom floor.
That's usually what we end up with on these basement defenses. The offense starts to work hard. Destruction utility goes back and forth, especially those nitro cells, as TSM will attempt to get some early frags with those. We'll see how the artillery lands, but so far so good for DZ. They've been able to get bar hatch open as well as get some things done inside of kitchen. More than likely going to be the next priority for DarkZero, as they only have 2 hard destructors, but it's the ones that they desperately need. Habana as well as Maverick are the main priorities here on Clubhouse. Sky's now working on the kitchen hatch as we continue to dwindle down on time, but nothing really going to happen too crazily until past that minute when it comes to this basement site.
A lot of noise being made here, so you can see Bolo just lining himself up against an angle in the event that DarkZero really want to try and press the issue, and they might actually be doing it here. We've got flashes rolling in. It looked like kind of players sprinting towards the hatch, but probably going to end up not being much at the end of the day there, as I just get baited a little bit by the animations. Either way, Drones still work their way in. They're definitely getting close to being ready to clear out this site, or at least make the attempt. You can see that stack right up on top of the kitchen hatch. They're ready to roll, but Merc is as well here. Has the countered angle for it. He's going to get a couple shots off onto Eclipse to bring him down to 75 and make him think twice about peeking that angle again. As the time ticks lower and lower here, DarkZero has not found that entry they need yet to brute force their way into this site. And until they get it, this could turn into a very, very awkward staring contest. And oh no! We already knew that Merc was in that position, but Skies is going to crouch down into the angle anyway. He nearly loses his life. Merc will rotate out, assist the blue hold, take down Hyper. Nitro goes in, but he's going to get killed before he has the chance to explode it. Thankfully, Chala's ready to go at dirt. Quickly swings out for the exchange. Stops a lot of that drop from happening, but players still able to work their way out. Hot and Cold will now make the attempt. It's going to bait out potentially one player from the inside of Church here. Mint tries to punish it, but it won't work. Never mind. Gets it on the follow-up there. Skies with another pickup too. DarkZero has the man advantage. We're going to see Achieve, though, take down Mint. It goes back down into a 2v2 here. They have to get it down on this attempt. Otherwise, we're going to see a round one on the timer again. There's the plant from Hot and Cold. Achieved is rolling in. He just needs to stop this now. Is he going to be able to do it? Oh, almost didn't get it. But indeed, Achieve will clutch it out, and TSM will get a second round.
Oh my god. Woo. All right. That was so unbelievably scary. I'll be really honest. I thought Achieve was going to get bodied right there for 2 seconds. As soon as he popped the first, bullet into his back and the guy whipped around with plant. Oh, I did not need that in my life,
Looked like he was losing it there for a moment. It was like, oh no.
Yeah, that was something else. But nevertheless, TSM able to link 2 rounds together, and what a pivotal point to do it as well. DarkZero with the very first round, their offenses have looked quite strong, but when it comes to the basement defense, it's TSM battling back from multiple different angles. A lot of that off of Merc's efforts, able to get that leadoff kill inside of blue, and then translating that back into some trades inside of the actual site. You saw Chala hopping in there as well, and it wasn't anything too out of the ordinary for TSM. That's a pretty rudimentary basement setup. Have your smoke play inside of dirt, place someone around Dummy's box, 1 blue, and then your other 2 sit inside of Church and kind of bide for the main hallway as well as Moto. That's kind of what we usually see a lot of teams bring along. You have some other implications that you can possibly have with different operators, but for that lineup, that is about as good as you can get, and that's exactly why TSM ended up winning that round. Those trades were just so well done across the entire board.
Great stuff from TSM. They know how important this map is going to be for them, especially if they can get started out here with a definitive lead coming off the defensive half. It's going to make that closeout on the attacking side that much easier for them to pull off, as well as inching them that much closer to being the US Division champions. Remember, they're on match point right now. They just need this map. It's DarkZero that has to reclaim this one and send us to a 5th map if we want to go for the full series here. Obviously, it'll be a bedroom defense this time from TSM. The extended hold already being set up here over towards the extremities of Cash, as you would normally see here. I'll leave Bolo to the inside of it, playing with Achieved, and more than likely we'll see a few of these players shuffle over the next few seconds once the push from DarkZero starts to become more clear.
Cyan, can I see the top of red, please? Top of red stairs. Thank you so much, sir. All right, so they're not going to be playing a shield here, but they do play 2 ADSs. Usually we see a shield to the left-hand position of where Bolo's playing that he just ran through, just so he has some more safe harbor to play around with. But when you're Bolo, you don't exactly need that. You can push things to the extreme, and you're more than likely still going to 1-for-1 yourself. But they've also allowed themselves to save some reinforcements because of Bolo's position that they can allow or play in other locations. So they've reinforced this off, which is going to delay DarkZero even more. And then on top of that, once they actually work their way into Cash, not only are they going to have to deal with Bolo on the crossfire, but any hard destruction that they attempt to put down on the Cash wall, Achieved is simply just going to get rid of it. He has 2 impact grenades set up for destruction.
Still focused heavily on dealing with the Bolo and Achieved combo on the inside of Red Stairs and Cash. Bolo will get shouted out first, sitting on the inside of that angle. They've yet to spot the Cash player, currently being run by the other player sitting on the inside. It's not Achieved here. Or, it is. Sorry, my bad. I'm getting confused here. We're getting late into the day, folks. That's my bad. But either way, Achieved with the foothold to try and work with. Gets a bit of damage onto Hot and Cold as he attempts to work his way in here. Drone work going to be attempted by Eclipse. It's going to be a little dangerous given the close contact proximity of a few of these players. Either way, we'll make it work for now. Eclipse gets the first entry onto Bolo as well, so it's all on Achieved to hold on to this. Achieved will very quickly lose his wall, which is his real last bastion of defense against the push from CCTV, and as soon as that's gone, he takes the fight, dies to Skies, and that's, again, the massive advantage built up here for DZ, bringing it down to a 5v3, just like a couple rounds in the past.
So very impressive, the thought process of all of these professionals here in this match so far. I mean, you can see every single time a new angle's opened, there's always a challenge going on both ends. They know someone's going to be there. That could be the new opportunity that the other team has to take you down. You better be watching that. There's a lot of different facets here for both of these squads that have just been so very impressive. But right now, TSM on a downward trend. Bolo and Achieve have been removed from cash as DarkZero forced their way into construction and now soon into logistics. Hyper and Eclipse at the gates forced their way in. Geometrics has to back up onto main stairs. Still some drones to utilize to try and find some information, as well as a MAV torch line in which Geo finds one. Shala follows that up, but Hyper takes him down. Merc follows through as well. It's a 2 versus 2. Geo been so good with Frost today, but he finally gets shut down. Do they know where Merc resides? That's the real question. They do. Sky's on an absolute tear. Has to let him know real quick, and he seems pretty happy about it as well. He knows that there's still a job to be done, and he's focused.
DarkZero negotiate themselves back another round here on the 4th. The game stays neck and neck, continuing the trend from our previous map on Coastline. Even this type of close game here on Clubhouse is very rare to see in a back and forth nature. So it's a real treat, the matchup we're getting here today, as now TSM is going to move back over to CCTV and Cash to defend this. They've won this previously. It's just been unlocked for replay by them. Remember, it was incredibly close. DZ are going to be happy to go back to this site and potentially attempt another win for themselves here to try and make it a 3-2 lead now.
Well, DarkZero really accustomed to this lineup. Bringing Mint once again. F2 Warrior. Been thinking about this for a little bit as to why they're really fitting this into the lineup, and I think that there's a couple of different reasons as to why they could definitely be utilizing this. Mostly just because of the clear that they need to get rid of on TSM's side. Twitch does a very, very good job if you're sneaky with those drones and getting rid of ADSs and my discs. As well as on top of that, she does indeed have stun grenades now, so she can burn as well, which is a very, very important change up in her kit. Set that up with the F2 and you have an operator that is built for success. So we'll see if DarkZero can continue to find some really needed picks with that rifle. With recent history and how the F2s went in the history of Siege, really the only thing that they've changed up on it is they've taken away a couple of bullets, so it doesn't have 30 anymore. It has 26, as well as what was the other aspect that they changed? Oh, excuse me, now my brain is farting. The recoil control. The recoil is different on it now. So there's a little extra recoil on it and little few less bullets. But when you're a professional player, that doesn't really matter too much because you're more than likely going to be accurate and that thing will still tear somebody to pieces.
So quick work being done once again on the balcony wall. Not much of a reason, as I've explained previously, for TSM to resist this, just because it's that easy of a process for the Maverick to deal with it. And even if the wall is charged, there's not much that can be done to really get in the way of him there. So just more of an annoyance than anything in that case. Wall's going to get open, and that's access gain. But like I've talked about the last time this site was attempted, that is nowhere near the end of the setup here. We've actually got one member of DarkZero really off on his lonesome here. Hyper on a big lurk back on the first floor. He's got another player close by on the roof, but definitely not in a tradable position, to say the least. So this potential duel between him and Achieved should be interesting to watch, especially with Sky's drone going down to spot him here. He's going to commit anyway. Doesn't think that Hyper's around the corner. Great play from DZ. Baits out Achieved and gets them a free pick.
It's probably one of the worst ways to go when you assume that you just have a free drone and someone follows it up. But that's the leadoff pick that DarkZero really needed. Got rid of the roamer, and now they can start to clear things out. Some skeleton key work done by Skies inside of Master, just for a fresh angle downstairs. Just worried about that flank that could possibly come later, and that's exactly what that's going to deal with. Bolo still downstairs inside of stock, and this is going to be a big switch up as well. Bolo actually having impact grenades for this position could possibly favor a nitro cell just a little bit more, but still obviously has the opportunity to actually bounce those off of the hatch and get rid of any hard destruction on that double panel for Cash. So could possibly be the play for him down low.
Gonna burn out the ADS is still sitting on the inside. Eclipse will get smoked out in response to that, so can't push the breach just as of yet. Houghton will also get himself a nice frag grenade pick, though, against Merc, and that'll open up a lot of territory. You can see he goes down deep in the depths of the cash room there, so a lot of potential territory for DZ to now be able to push into without having to worry about resistance. Speaking of which, Bolo goes for a wide swing out the breach and unfortunately is unable to catch the player that's actually on it. Instead, Mint takes him down when he goes to what he thought was a safe position by the bomb chassis. Hyper with another one, and let's make it another one as well. It's a flawless round from DarkZero as they pick up number 5 and once again push themselves into the lead.
What a round from DZ, and this is what I was worried about when it came to Clubhouse. DarkZero can dissect this map so easily simply by how congested Clubhouse is. There's a lot of avenues in which to take to just cut it up. You can cut off rotations extremely easily. You don't have to worry about flanks all that much, and this is all things that DarkZero are implementing into their game plan, and it's worked out extremely well so far, especially on the forefront of Hyper and the spearhead that he just had inside of that last round. I mean, even inside of that initial gunfight, Achieved wasn't exactly ready for it, but if he loses that gunfight, he's completely untradeable. So some amazing plays from Hyper so far, and again, like we talked about on Coastline, this is the part of the match where you really want to see Hyper come online and start to bring his Boy Scout best.
Let's see. He's going to be able to continue doing that. Some great stuff already just in the previous few rounds with how him and the rest of his team have been able to bait players into the open, getting so much of an advantage to work with there so early on, and then domino affecting that all the way into a late round win. Going to be a little bit more difficult to pull that off, unfortunately, for them on a basement hold. But the good news is it looks like TSM may be attempting the extended hold again that they did on round number 1. So if that's going to end up being the case, they might yet have the opportunity to pick up those early frags again and look for a solid advantage to try and work the 4-2 half.
10 seconds left.
Well, it looks as though we are going on the roam once again, my friend. We'll see how it works out this time, but the last time it was definitely not something that anyone was a big fan of, at least if you're a TSM fan, because DarkZero knew exactly what to do. Their main game plan the last time was get Hyper inside of Garage and have him hold the rotations for the roamers, but TSM are going to change things up now. Instead, Geo is playing the Garage. He impacts into Lounge to create the illusion of multiple angles being held by these TSM members and possibly make Hyper question if he should actually take up this mantle. As of right now, TSM doing a pretty bang-up job of delaying this time. We're seeing DarkZero kind of take a backseat look at this initially before going into the map.
Measured approach, usually never going to be bad in a situation like this, especially with the excess time that DarkZero has to play with currently. Now, Eclipse is going to be able to sneak his way to the inside of Logi. I say sneak kind of lightly because it's very obvious his opponents figured that out when he dropped down. Bit of a risky skeleton key there, yeah, as it does really confirm the position. I thought he would have got shot through the wall he blew open, but Merc actually ends up with a very nice lineup through the next set of soft walling and is able to punish Eclipse through that. Mint's hoping to punish players rotating back deeper towards Garage or the inside of security there, try and punish them, but also going to be unlucky. Not going to be able to pick anything up. So for the time being, TSM stays with the advantage, but indeed it's going to be a very short time as Hyper finally picks up the trade just below with the red and blue stairs.
That's a great adjustment here from Hyper. Instead of holding the Garage to cut off rotations, he instead goes in stock and plays the hatch. But the issue is now is as many rotations as you can possibly cut off. It doesn't really matter if the members don't have enough pressure on them to move. Hot and Cold now the only remaining member upstairs. Sees one inside a Garage, but great trigger discipline. Did not shoot there. Still safe for the most part on information, but he still has one Predator upstairs that he has to worry about. That one is on red stairs. Mute Jammer affects him, but he gets caught out by the mute. Merc could possibly re-peek this. Does he know that he's moving forward? Oh, doesn't catch him. Hot and Cold with a very nice pick, but now down under 1 minute. Geo still on the roam, and I don't exactly know if they still know about this. Obviously, the comms going out. Hyper seemingly want to clear out Garage just to make sure if Geo's still here. Oh, beautiful utility usage. Uses the concussions to see exactly where this man is. Sees him on the rafters. Don't exactly know what's going to happen just yet. Hyper with a beautiful flick. Geo not knowing that they've actually worked their way into Garage, but this roam game seemingly working out in TSM's favor. 2v3 into the last 30 seconds.
Bolo and Chala going to try to delay this for as long as possible now. Still, with 3 drones remaining here as well, DarkZero should be able to gather the intel that's needed to work their way in, with Bolo potentially being the only exception because his whole operator is based around countering drones. Chala with the lineup. Another player going to get down, finished off by Chala. Hyper being the one to kill him there, but he took out Hot and Cold before going down. Bolo now the last player standing. He's on the sidearm trying to work this too. Attempts to interrupt it. No, they traded, but DarkZero is going to end up winning as a result of that.
Well, you can't exactly be mad about that. I know we've had quite a few trades over the last couple days on land, and everyone might be wondering why that's happening. But it continues to be that first bullet accuracy. Both of them got out of their like sprinting animation at around the same time, and just beautiful shots overall. Still going into the pocket of DZ, but you got to commend both of the players there for that immaculate gameplay. TSM now on over to the offense, and they have an opportunity to right this ship and take everything home right now. That trophy that is sitting out inside of the HyperX Stadium, inside of Luxor in Las Vegas, is one of these teams to take home. We don't know who, but TSM still in the lead on map count. Opportunities still here for them to try and take this. DZ have to have pretty strong defensive half, but that's the thing. That's exactly what we expect out of these guys. Currently up 4-2. Coming from the offensive side, that's something that you can practically already walk away with Clubhouse smiling.
Yeah, 4-2 on the attack. Certainly a dream scoreline for DarkZero here, coming off of that aggressive half. For TSM, it's a lot that needs to be made up now because they had quite a few rounds where, unfortunately, due to their own setups, due to the insistence on the roam game, and at least 2 of those rounds that they played into basement defenses, ended up psyching themselves and losing far more players that they've ended up being worse. And now they sit with a deficit in rounds, jumping onto the attacking side. With that said, though, if you ignore the fact that we are on Clubhouse for just a second and look at the other maps that we've seen TSM play into, they've had a pretty good track record for winning attacking rounds under a lot of pressure. So they still might be able to come back inside of even a Clubhouse attack as well if they're going to be able to bring the prowess from previous maps to the table here. And of course, there's no reason why we would expect them not to. So.
Yeah, I think that's a very good argument, especially with how we started off the day. All the way back on theme park, folks. Yes, that's been quite some time ago, as it is now, 5 o'clock where I live. So, but nevertheless, their offenses have been really solid all day, and I don't think that it's going to change up now. There might charge down as, actually, they're going to handle things in a little bit of a different fashion, and this is actually going to get the wall open a lot quicker and with less utility, technically speaking, off of Merc.
Little drone work being done there, but it'll be spotted out by Mint, who's in fact going to get spotted by a whole lot more than that, as there's still even one more drone that I think he hasn't been able to spot just as of yet. It doesn't have vision on him currently there. You see it rolling around down below, but he himself is relatively safe as long as he does not commit back up to the angle. That's the problem, though, is he hasn't been able to see that. There we go. There's the spot, but such an awkward position for Mint to be in. Chala and the rest of TSM giving Mint absolutely zero room to breathe in that situation and quite literally choking him out of the top rafters to take him down. Nice trade from Hot and Cold, though. Takes Bolo out and leaves us even at a 4v4, but Chala, again, now with his second on the round, continues to clear things out as he trades Hot and Cold.
Well, Chala continuing to be a nuisance to this DarkZero squad. 2 big pickups onto Hot and Cold, and Mint might follow it up with Eclipse as well, but it's actually Merc, the call of duty, to work his way towards the top of main stairs, but Eclipse and Hyper both leave the area. They want nothing to do with this, and Hyper with a very nice pre-fire for main stairs. Could have possibly caught Merc if it was just a couple seconds later, but definitely was not the case. TSM, though, still have to work this map, get that soft destruction going on, as well as get some hatches open if they want a snowball's chance in hell in getting this diffuser down.
Mark with a nice utility pickup there as he was able to get rid of one of the Echo drones. There should at least be still one alive unless Skies has been incredibly aggressive with the placements, which I doubt. So he'll have to save that one for the actual post-plant scenario and potential denial at a 0 timer plant if they end up coming down to that, which has very much been the case of Siege the past couple months / year or so now with our meta. That's taking a lot of heat here. He's also very low too. Just a single bullet that he can really eat up here before immediately going down. Still going to make it impactful though as he lines up the headshot against Achieve. Still alive and well all at the same time. Tries to go for one more, but Merc will finally best out Eclipse, taking him down and restoring the advantage for TSM, if only temporarily, down to a 3v2. 14 seconds remain, so it's doubtful that this advantage is going to stick around for very long. They've got to force themselves in here. Skies with a straight up trace on a Geo. That's the case, going down upstairs. Merc getting dropped too. Chala, the last man standing in the 1v1. He could end it here, but no, can't get the kill quickly enough, and Hyper takes him out anyway. DarkZero takes the 7th round.
What a round by both of these mainstay fraggers. Chala on the Ash, folks. We didn't know that we needed it, but now I just desperately want it. I don't want to see him play another operator ever again. That was some fantastic gameplay from him, just getting all the frags necessary for TSM to work their way into site, as well as using his utility to the utmost of its ability to get rid of a lot of those mainstay pieces from DZ. So CCTV up next for DarkZero after they're able to lock out the basement. It's a very big deal, especially with how on fire Chala was in that round.
Very good to deny that potential swing and as well as snowball into future rounds there from Chala. More importantly, just shutting down the rest of the roster aside from him. Very valiant attempt, to be fair, from Chala there. Nearly crawls out of that round the victor through basically just his own efforts alone, but doesn't end up being the case, and DarkZero still are able to best him. Now moving into a bit of a dangerous part of this game here for TSM. They have to start claiming these rounds back, otherwise the deficit, much like it has been in previous maps, is going to grow far too strong for TSM to reasonably battle back from here. And map number 5 on Oregon is going to start to become more and more of a possibility here.
Well, I'm postulating the possibilities here, and it doesn't seem as though we've had a straight-up comeback just yet on any of these maps. We, well, DZ won cons, and, well, it seems like we've just had them tie up, and then the team that was in the elite originally win the map every single time. So no one truly coming back inside of any of these maps so far. So this would be a first inside of this series if TSM are able to pull it off.
Let's see if they can do it here. TSM quickly looking to deal with the balcony wall once again here, since they have the Maverick to do so. Defensive setup will be very much ready to stop any sort of forward pushes that would come from that, but obviously we're not going to see that. Instead, there's got to be some focus from TSM. If they're smart and are able to gather the intel from the drone work, they would more than likely take the path of least resistance and work their way into construction, which is pretty lightly defended at this point from what we can see. Garage is pretty much the exact opposite of that, as they've got a full 2-man commitment onto the catwalk right now, meaning it's going to take quite a bit to flush those players out. Hyper's going to change position though, so maybe a little bit easier to deal with now as they start to shift the player count around a bit, probably to deal with the extra pressure currently working its way in on the construction side of the map.
Got some shot calling going on for DarkZero, some mid-round adjustments. This is what you want to see. This is something that we don't see too often, just when it comes to actually like spectating, because it, like most of the time we're in engagements and stuff like that. But it's nice that we got a little piece there of them shifting utility around. That's something that happens extremely often when it comes to Rainbow Six. Adjusting to what you think the offense is going to do. DarkZero seemingly ready for TSM to attempt a construction take here. They've adjusted Mint into bar, as he's still being allowed to exist with these Wamai discs and can prevent quite a bit of utility. He'll actually end up getting droned out instead, but Hyper's still down low with him as well. There's possible trades that can ensue here, but TSM seemed extremely hyper-focused on site.
A bomb has been located.
Hyper continuing to wait out any possibility of picking out players near that main stair. And the Mint, you could say the same for him when it comes to this hatch here, but his opponent's very much aware of that. Is going to throw an impact, and it does massive damage to Merc too. Very well sunk, and he's going to have some second thoughts about trying to move forward and actually mav out the wall now, because there's still another one of those primed and ready to go if he inches too close as well. Mint takes the shot, nowhere near the damage this time, however, and he'll safely fall back into the depths of the site after throwing that one out. So have the breach that's been open in the meantime as well. TSM have that secondary angle they need to work with. Now they just need to commit to it. And while they have the excess time right now, they got to be careful of the trap here of running too low on time, as we've seen them have happen to them in previous parts of the series.
Well, with very low time remaining, TSM have to try and bullhead their way into this site. Get aggressive. Somebody has to get this lead-off kill, but that's not exactly what you want. The trades ensue hot and cold on an absolute heater. That's going to be 3 for him as he's putting all of TSM directly into a body bag, but Chala finally coming to life. Takes down one. 1 versus 3 for him. Knows one's on top red, but it's a pre-fire from Hyper to take him out and push DarkZero onto map point.
DarkZero not taking any challengers at all when it comes to this defensive side of Clubhouse, playing it right to the book, right exactly to the way you would expect a Clubhouse to be played, and DarkZero right now pulling it off on the defensive half in near flawless fashion here. Great stuff so far from them. It does look like we are going to have a pause come in from the looks of things, and yes, indeed we are. It's going to be the TSM tactical for this map.
I think everyone at home could have told us that one. I'll be really honest. I saw it coming.
I
You
mean,
probably saw it coming. I think
you never
everybody saw
know.
that coming.
DZ might be doing some weird stuff here. Some weird, mind games.
Icing the kicker, just timeout. Yeah, hey guys, we're kind of kicking your teeth in right now. You guys want to fix that, or like, is
Well,
there
they
anything?
they stand up and start yelling at the other team, right? We're just going back to the mid 2000s of esports now.
Oh man, dude.
I don't even think they're in earshot of the other team, but maybe if they scream loud enough, they can hear them.
Put your bank account on it. Shout out to
Canadians
Belly on
about
the
that.
analyst
We
deck,
get Canadian in on that fun for sure.
man. That's still one of my favorite SI clips of all time. Is him just I have an ump, you have an F2.
I have the worst gun in the game.
Oh man, well, Charlie was knocking some lights out earlier with that thing as well. I mean, I guess it really all is just user error. Maybe people just need to get better with the ump.
I feel like it's the timing of the shots more than anything personally. Like if you miss your first or second shot or something like that, and you get because that gun is like dut, 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 instead of like a much higher fire rate as the other guns have. So I feel
like a da 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 da.
Yeah. So if you get off on the rhythm of the shots, I feel like that actually messes it up a lot more than anything else.
So one could say that it's just not quite your tempo.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh.
That's a good reference. You're
You're
learning.
welcome.
Defenders,
You're welcome.
protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
You're finally growing in the movie department. I'm so proud.
Shout out to Intero and Blue, guys. I'm getting educated. There you go.
We're slowly culturing Stokes on good movies.
All right. Well, we possibly have the finish to Clubhouse already. That'd be 7-2 fashion in favor of DarkZero, and also push us on to Oregon, which could also lead to a lot of different things. Oregon is a map that has recently rejoined the ranks of the competitive pool, and a lot of teams have found a lot of success on it. It's extremely fun to watch. There's a lot of different ways in order to defend as well as attack that map. It's really well done. Shout out to the dev team for working on that and giving us back a fantastic map. I already really enjoyed Oregon as its original setup, but all the improvements that they made across the board on that map, extremely impressive, and have made it such a pinnacle to watch when it comes to competitive play.
I mean, what a potential final battleground too, with how often we've seen Oregon played recently within this region. Like both the teams have to be relatively comfortable moving on to a map like that, we would assume at this point. And that's just going to make for a really, really intense final brawl here. There's a lot of money on the line. The very cool trophy as well. These teams have been playing their hearts out for so many hours now. It's such a disappointment only to go home with second place. So if we do end up getting that fifth and final map, it's sure to be an event.
Yeah, you can bet on one thing here, and it's that whoever loses this is not exactly going to be too happy about playing Siege for 5 hours just to lose the best of 5. This series means a lot to both of these squads. As we talked about before, this is for who truly is the best team inside of North America. Both of them winning majors before. DZ the first one, TSM follows up with the second. We're on to the last, and we're down to the last 2 maps to decide who can possibly take home that trophy in the HyperX arena. DarkZero on a master defense, currently holding down Cash. Hyper looking for the swing onto Sledge, but can't find too much. It's actually hot and cold to strike first onto Merc. That's a big pick early on onto the Maverick. Chala actually gets one for himself as well onto Eclipse. All down to Hyper now. Still has one my disc he can possibly use, but he's being pressured from so many angles. I don't know if the AUG can exactly get him out of this.
Hyper still trying to keep himself in the mix of things. He'll at least get another magnet to be able to work with here. He'll eat up another nade if it's thrown his way, but he gets impatient, tries to go for the swing on Achieved, and he's been patiently waiting on the other side of that angle for quite some time. So he'll be able to win out that fight. TSM will take the advantage, if only just for now. Hot and cold to fall back behind the Goyo barricade. A few of their players will take more passive positions on the actual site too, as they're now basically just getting ready for the execute to work its way in.
Well, DarkZero primed and ready to try and battle back against this construction take. You can see they are already shifting gears inside of sight. These defensive members know what needs to be done, and it's get in the face of the offense. You need to equalize these picks and prevent this plant, but oh no, it can also all go so wrong. Bolo with a nice pick onto Hot and Cold. Skies with the refrag though, still keeping them alive in a 2 versus 3. Skies finds yet another. Can he get back to safety? He can't. It's all down to Mint now on very low HP, and with 2 TSM members barreling down on site, I don't see this going too well. SMG 11 in hand, plant soon to ensue. Can he possibly get DZ out of this area? This would be an amazing clutch to put away this map up against TSM on such minimal HP with a gun that takes all that finesse. All that build up and it didn't even matter. Achieved. Still takes him down. TSM still living here on Clubhouse.
Once again, though, just like many, many maps in the past on this series here, it's going to be an arduous effort for TSM to work their way back into this map here. They're still 3 rounds behind after winning that one, and they can't afford to drop a single one in the process of coming back here. That's not even considering, once again, the fact that they also have to win the 2 additional rounds in OT as well. So, once more, a very long road put before TSM here if they want to have any hope of ending this here and now. If not, they've got to get ready for Oregon.
Okay, well, one difficult thing down, another one to go. Well, TSM haven't had the best offenses when it comes to the basement just yet. We are going to have a 6 pick come in. Skies off the Echo on over to the Pulse. That's going to be really, really potent when it comes to the site. This has been a mainstay inside of Pulse's lineup for quite some time. Just any map where you're playing a basement site and there's multiple floors above you, Pulse is usually a good bet, but there's literally a spot on this site called Pulse Spot, which is deep inside of Armory, and it's mainly because of his Nitro Cell / Cardiac Sensor combo where you can easily get kills inside of Kitchen, but DarkZero are using this more for the intel than anything. Obviously, if they get a kill with the Nitro Cell, then that's, more bang for your buck, but it really is on to trying to keep track of what TSM's moves are on these top floors. As for TSM, though, what we said before, the basement offense not working out for them. It was mostly the Chala show on that last round, but DarkZero was really the team to take it to basement, able to win out on the basement offense twice, able to take that inside of round 1 and round 6.
All right. Well, once again, DarkZero on that 6 point. Only need the 1 additional one to get themselves over the edge and into a 2-2 scoreline against TSM overall for this series. But TSM wants to run it back and try to end this here and now. They've just on a long, long road to recovery to be able to do that. Extended roam game going to be played out here for DZ as they are trying to get a little bit more in the face of the TSM players, but at least with regards to seeing how TSM has used that strategy, it's often been very, very hit or miss. We'll have to see how this type of playstyle will potentially pan out for DarkZero.
I heard they never miss, though.
Who, DarkZero or TSM?
I just, never miss in general. Hit or miss,
yeah.
I guess they never miss, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't really know. But TSM still working their way in. Listen, man, you got to fit the memes in when you can, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's not nearly as entertaining. DarkZero and TSM still going at it. Merc with a very well-placed grenade. Seems to be downstairs inside of Secret as well. I don't necessarily know how he got that lineup, but nevertheless, that's a frag on to Mint, and that keeps TSM in this. It really seems as though they've been pushed to the brink, and now is when they want to fight back. Chala with a pick as well. They've got the cutoff for the rotation. Oh no, Hyper, you're in such a bad place. Everyone's barreling down on you. Can he possibly win out these initial gunfights? Frag grenade in. Merc swings. Pre-fire, though, takes out quite a bit of his HP. Merc's going to actually continue to play back, but it's actually achieved with the flank to take down Hyper. That was so well done by TSM.
Roam game once again coming back to bite these players in a very bad way, and even worse here now for Achieved as Eclipse tries to go for an aggressive duel to change their fate in the course of this round, and it ends up only making it that much worse. Skies sort of a revenge spray of his gun into his teammate's body now, because basically he's left him out to dry in this 1v5. Skies does not have much to work with here with regards to positioning, with regards to intel. Gotta be careful in so many respects here. That nade is rolling around below him too if he doesn't see the metal bars. The only thing stopping him from seeing his opponent's head right now is he once again tries to vie for some type of safe positioning here in the depths of the site, but he just can't find it. All he's really accomplishing right now is keeping TSM outside of the immediate area, but even that's not true anymore as they finally committed to the inside. It's a miracle he survived this long, but TSM wanted the flawless round, and they're gonna get it as Bolo finally sinks that last kill.
I'll be honest, this is quite scary for DarkZero. That's a plant for TSM and a flawless round. And as we've seen before, once they get going on offense, this is a very difficult train to stop. For practically any team, this has been season long that TSM has just been strikingly good when it comes to their offensive half. And right now, this would be a testament to that if they're able to close out this map inside of overtime, forcing it purely off of their offensive plays. Chala still on that Ash, Merc sticking to the Maverick. This lineup staying the same for TSM. They're feeling as good as gold walking in to round 11.
Couple six picks going down here, at least just the one on DZ side, is they're going to swap the Pulse out while playing into the basement again and bring the Goyo to the table, hopefully being able to hide those shields here past just the pick phase and maybe tripping up some of the utility usage from TSM on the way. Overall, though, they'll notice this relatively quickly with the shields going down in positions where the drones are going to spot them out pretty much immediately. So other than that, though, it is going to be the basement holding it. I would be very surprised if we saw the roam set up once more from DarkZero, just because of the fact that not only do we have a slightly different operator lineup this time, but also we're seeing much more of a focus on setting things up in the basement. So I would assume they're going to adjust and focus a lot more on the actual turtle strategy this time.
Yeah, I would completely agree. TSM's roam clear is just too strong, and it's very difficult to try and, you know, fight back up against them when it comes to a clear like that on Clubhouse. Just the congestion of this map makes it difficult to hold crossfires and things like that for, you know, better defensive opportunities. And, well, DarkZero felt Clubhouse wrath. That's exactly what that is when you're trying to transition through different avenues. I mean, the offense just has a lot of things at their disposal to cut off those rotations. So DarkZero head back downstairs instead and stack the entire site up with utility. We have Goyo shields and everything else being placed around, while DZ are going to attempt to try and slow down TSM by any means possible. We are going to have an aggressive peek up towards main stairs. It's currently Mint as he's holding down stalls on a cross angle. Bolo with a nice drone placement here, you know, at least droning the mainstay area here inside of stalls as well as billiards, and he's going to be able to clear that out. Most of the time when you see an operator lineup like this for TSM, they know what's coming. It's not going to be a roam game. There's too many different operators that you need to bring in the basement in order to hide that with simply a 6-pick. So, you know, as of right now, they know exactly what the main game plan is. They need to get control of kitchen, get this bar hatch open, and start to force some opportunities into their own hands. Almost a great opportunity there for Achieve, but the metal bars thwart him instead.
Minute gone from the round, and it's been a pretty quiet round so far. Not to jinx it or anything, but at the moment it's mainly just setups from TSM as they're trying to open up a lot of the floorboards and more importantly catch anyone from DarkZero that may lurk out just a tad too far. DarkZero, though, is being very, very cautious because that's exactly how they lost to the previous round, was by overextending their hold. Obviously to a much more extreme extent on the previous round, but it still can happen even with the turtle hold down here on the basement now that they're not roaming. Hyper be trying to actively reposition some of these ADSs. It looks like that's actually a nice way to save the utility for the late round push, because they're more than likely not expecting to be able to hold on to Blue Room for the entire round. And if they can put that somewhere deeper in the site to be used for the execute, which should be coming any moment now here from TSM, obviously they'll be in a much better position. Still a bit of work to be done here by TSM, though. Most importantly, have to get this kitchen hatch open. Hot and cold, looking to resist that. Impact goes out. Unfortunately, going to miss the thermite charge, though, so that will still get the hatch.
That was kind of a weird way to try and handle that thermite charge, but it seemed as though he knew exactly where it was going down due to the sparks coming out of the hatch on the other side, so just tried to catch the lip of it through the floor, but it seems as though those projectiles went a little wide. Still 35 seconds remain as TSM are barreling down onto site, but this seems to be DarkZero's best opportunity to try and close out this map. Initial shots onto Hot and Cold as he's going to take quite a bit of damage, actually. DZ need to make their stand here. Still have very strong positioning. Someone's actually has to flood this site. There has to be some sort of utility usage to open things up. No smokes available to cut off lines of sight, but that could be the calling card. Chala in with 2. Can he go for 3? No, he can't, but not before Achieve gets the 3rd instead. Eclipse with the refrag, but I believe it's too little too late. Nitro Cell misses. Geo gets it down, and Bolo, ice in this man's veins, claims round 11.
TSM, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do it. It doesn't look like they have the angle that's needed to work their way into the site. But Chala coming in clutch, I believe, with the push from Oil Pit to save the day. Picks up multiple entries, diverts so much of the attention away from the defenders over towards that blue push area, allows the hatch drop to go through, and as a result of that, the plant as well, and gives TSM yet another round. They are one more away from taking this to OT, and we're going to go to a timeout for DarkZero.
This is just so very interesting right now. I want to point out, guys, that 3 rounds ago, we had a timeout by TSM, right? DarkZero gets to speak to their coach. TSM gets to speak to theirs. And after that 30-second break, they come back and they link together 3 rounds that, honestly, you can't even argue with. There was really no chance that DZ made it out of any of those. TSM continuing to just force them back, get these plants, make these amazing plays. That's 2 plants in a flawless round for them inside of the last 3. And now they're sitting on the door of overtime. TSM can close this out. We talked about this. Their offensive halves have been so dynamic, so unstoppable. This is up to DarkZero now to put them away and force them into Oregon.
I doubted their capability to do it, but they're only one more round away from pulling off this comeback and potentially triggering the OT, keeping their hopes of shutting down the series and the championship here and now, well and alive. Let's find out if they can get it done. It's going to be a CCTV and cash defense from DarkZero by the looks of things. A new challenge coming up this time here for our friends on Team Solo Mid.
This has just been so well handled inside of these last 3 rounds, and I gotta point it out, folks. I know I've talked about him a decent bit this map, but Chala, 2.0 KD, doing everything he can to put TSM on his back and force this overtime, getting the entry frags, getting the lead-off frags. It doesn't even matter if this man is on the field. This is just some extremely impressive play overall, and honestly, I'd like to see more of this. I don't know if this is the only map that Chala really plays entry for them, or you know, whether he only plays Ashe on this map, but it's been working out so well. He's still using his utility pieces to favor TSM, getting those breaching rounds down, but then just having the utmost effect over the map when it comes down to it and that frag potential.
It's do or die time now for both DarkZero and TSM. DarkZero needs to set this map, send it off across the horizon, and take us to our 5th and final map. They may not even get the chance to do so here if TSM continues the run they've been on for the previous 2 to 3 rounds here now. Guys, does look like he might make an active attempt to stop the wall from being breached. There was a little bit of an annoyance being brought up this time here, as it looks like they did pepper the soft wall on the other side before reinforcing it, which makes it kind of annoying to take it out as Maverick. Just slows it down, you know, makes him take that extra 3 to 4 seconds or however long you can see here to be able to actually get rid of all the reinforcement panel on the other side. So that's taking a bit longer than normal. We'll still get done probably before the 2-minute mark here, and indeed, it just got finished now. So still kind of on schedule here for TSM. Not the end of the world. Just took them a little bit longer.
Yeah, that was simply the annoying gnat in the room, you know, partnered with that smoke grenade. Got some damage off onto Merc, and that honestly is just about a bullet's worth of damage as well. So that's definitely going to change up a couple of gunfights for Merc if he's going to be one of the mainstays to try and entry into the actual site. TSM could run into some problems, though, but it seems as though Chala might have them covered. Oh, no. That timing, truly impeccable. Chala not finding Hyper on main stairs. Could possibly have a flank go off here in just a second, but instead continues to exist downstairs with his roaming duo.
Hyper still looking for more, potentially lurking above him, but for the most part, he's going to be detached from that action. As Mint instead is very, very close to meeting quite a few members of the TSM roster here, especially with these impacts nicely done. That should take out at least one of the thermite charges, and indeed, it has done the job. Someone else is going to have to go down there and take care of that. Otherwise, the same thing's going to happen right here. There's the impact potentially going out, but no, this one's going to go through. So they are able to get the wall open. Chala as well with a double yet again. Merc will be taken down on a trade by Hot and Cold, but still advantage going over to TSM. Chala with 3 now as he takes out Skies. Hot and Cold challenging him as he's going to get his own second. It may come down to be a battle of the Titans here to control this match.
Chala with almost a 20 bomb right now, 19-0-8, as he is putting all of DarkZero on their back feet, practically laying down at this moment in time. They know where Hot and Cold is. He's behind green box. Don't really have an opportunity to try and frag him out, but oh no, it's down to the 1 versus 3. Geo seals the deal. TSM forces overtime. We're gonna have a Chala 20 bomb on Clubhouse, folks, and oh, I just gotta fit this in. I will never hear any more R4C slander ever again. Ever again. If you're not playing that rifle on Ashe, you are costing the game, and I do not care. Like, that gun is just so unbelievable in the proper hands. Chala is making magic happen right now for TSM. DZ have no way to try and battle back, and to make matters even worse right now, DarkZero are starting on the defensive side, in which TSM has been bullying them for the last 4 rounds.
All right, guys. So just for clarification, because we do change up the overtime rules from time to time in best of fives, that's not going to be the case here. This is just normal overtime. So it's best 2 out of 3 will win this map. TSM just needs to get themselves to 8, and they will have the championship.
Yes, indeed. And that means that we're only going to have whatever side that they're on right now will be their favorite side, which means that they play that twice. So, you know, if they both win one side, like DZ, say they win this defense, and then, you know, TSM wins the next defense, then they go back. So they play the opposite sides and switch back and forth, yada, yada, yada. You guys know the rest. So now, DarkZero, feeling as though the CCTV defense is what they want to lean into. That's a pretty difficult one. They've had one successful run with that, but immediately after is when we saw the Chala show come back, and Chala was able to frag out, force their way into construction, and eventually work their way onto site to get that last frag behind green box. We'll see if it works out in the same way, or if DarkZero has something to say about it this time.
I guess the problem for DarkZero, right, is if they look at the other sites, they're having a lot of the same problems, specifically on basement, right? There's very similar issues popping up for them there, so it's kind of pick your poison right now when it comes to site selection, unless they really wanted to throw the dice and just try to go for a bedroom hold.
Well, early smokes again here from Skies to get some damage off onto Merc. I'm interested to see if Skies is going to attempt to use more. He does. That's another smoke grenade now down, continuing to delay time here. I'm interested to see if he goes for a third. He will. He does. Skies burns his entire smoke kit in the first 15 minutes. This is not necessarily the worst thing to do, folks. There's a very famous quote from actually the coach of TSM, Pojo Man. I'd much rather die with no smokes in my pocket than 2. So it's very smart to use your utility, and if he thinks that that's the proper way to do it, hell, I'm not going to question the man. He's slowed down Merc quite a bit, got some damage off onto him. I mean, they're still torching the wall, and he got it past down past 1 minute. So, I mean, for all intents and purposes, this seems to have worked out in their favor.
The wall is actually very messy. Merc nearly lost himself there in the process. If the members of DZ were a little bit more cognizant of what was going on there, they might have been able to pick him when it went soft. In fact, Skies nearly did. Either way, though, he gets away from that situation only with the smoke damage that was sustained earlier, and is going to be able to rotate into position to support players like Achieve now as they're getting ready to move in. As you had mentioned, though, the smoke charges did do the work of holding back the overall opening for quite some time. Now, if they're still going to try to play for a construction opening, they've got to spend the additional time doing this. They're almost at a minute already here, so this is going to start to get a little desperate, and that's considering the fact that there's still downstairs presence as well that hasn't been contained as of yet that could come back and stab them in the back if they're not careful on execute.
I really like this thought process here from DarkZero using those smokes early just because of that timer like we're talking about. Because now it's put TSM into crunch time. Only a minute left. Frag grenade out. They've already sledged into that. No one can possibly impact it. Construction open. Only 1 minute remaining. Actually, no. They ended up actually getting it. I don't know where the impact came in from, but they're still able to do it. So, hey, beautiful stuff. Mint not having anything to really do with that. Oh, it was hot and cold all the way from red. Beautiful impact the first time around. And that was so far away, I didn't even notice it. But second one does not hit its mark. And now that panel's been opened. But with very minimal time, we're down into the same issue. TSM have to spearhead their way into sight. It's up to DarkZero to stem the tide.
We might need Chala to go crazy again here, but Achieve might do it instead. He gets the double for himself. Now make it 3. Mint and Hyper are the only players left standing, but Mint also holding on. He's going to be able to back up to red. They've managed to drop the case temporarily here as well. It'll be retrieved, but now as well, Mint's been left alone. He's lost his other teammate here on red. First attempt at the plant going down. It doesn't have a way to stop it, and Merc gets the final kill. TSM win the initial round of OT and are only 1 more away from the championship.
This is insane. This is something that I don't think we've seen for a very long time. They are 5 rounds in a row right now, forcing overtime, take the first round of overtime, and then flip the sides. DarkZero have had so many inklings on defense to try and make adjustments, try and do this, try and do that. None of it, not a single damn thing worked. And now they're forced on over to offense, something that they have not played for 7 straight rounds. They're back on this side, and they have to get this figured out. But TSM faces the same beast. What is this defensive round going to look like? They're favoring their basement hold. Their basement not working out the best. Remember, DZ got 4 offensive rounds on their half in order to make this happen. These teams splitting equally in this regard. TSM only finding rounds on CCTV as well as basement.
This entire map has been an incredibly aggressor-sided affair, which is very weird to say for a clubhouse game. As I'm sure most of you guys at home are aware of, it's usually the direct opposite of that. But doesn't seem to be the case here today. The attackers are dominating the scoreboard here, and TSM specifically are dominating on their entries throughout multiple players as well, achieved in the previous round. Shala really going without saying at this point by just looking at the scoreboard, but other members of the team are able to step up and pick up important kills when necessary as well. Merc, Bolo, Geo, not necessarily always picking up the 3, 4, 5Ks in this situation, but still being there to support the team when necessary. 7-6 is now the scoreline. TSM only one more round away from ending this here and now. And they just have to do it on a defensive round. But they've had trouble winning those, as Stokes had mentioned. So let's see what DarkZero can bring to the table on their own attack again.
Well, the good news for the TSM fans at home is that it is not the extended roam game. Instead, they've put Merc back onto the Warden playing dummies box, Geo inside of blue, and the turtle setup overall for TSM. Very rudimentary setup here as Chala scampers on back to Dirt Tunnel, and there you go. That's it. In case you guys were wondering how your defensive setup should look, it should look something similar to this inside of the basement. Chala's position being extremely pivotal inside of Dirt. If they try and go for a Dirt push there, he's got that M590 as well as smokes, as well as if he works his way up to the actual door, he has a nice little angle to peek out of to keep himself safe, as well as throw those smoke grenades to try and prevent the default plant area. So lots of opportunities here for TSM, but as we've said, DarkZero have found so much success on their offense as well, so don't count them out of it just yet. These last handful of rounds have not been the greatest, but it's mostly been due to the fact that Shala has really just been living rent-free inside of DarkZero's heads.
About half the round gone by here. A lot of setup for DarkZero, as Stokes was talking about, because TSM is not playing the extended roam. DarkZero pretty much has infinite time to set up their actual take. It's all about how they transition it from the first floor down to the basement itself, and that's oftentimes where teams find themselves getting tripped up. TSM is focusing entirely on their lower floor hold and are not shifting an inch from that. Nade's going to be chucked down below here, potentially dealing with some utility or possibly trying to suss out a player that they thought was in the corner. No one really in line with that nade, so at best it dealt with utility. X-Kairos are going to go off without being interrupted here, so they will get the kitchen hatch very early on and now have that extra 30 seconds or so to try to gather additional intel or maybe even get a pick if the opportunity presents itself, like in the case of Bolo, who they're trying to hunt down pretty aggressively right now.
Well, load time. 50 seconds remaining, 5v5. We've been here before, a million times on Clubhouse, but none of them feel quite like this. TSM have forced themselves onto map and match point inside of this best of 5 to claim the US finals and try and be the best inside of North America. DarkZero setting up for this execute. They've got kitchen handled. They're looking for the drop. They found the Banshee that could possibly stop them from getting through with this. But Merc still on the angle on Dummy's box. And they don't have any way to deal with this. No explosives in hand, and oh no, not like this. Oh, Hyper falls too. That was a double from Shala, a fourth from Achieved. It's all down to Skies. Is it on the flawless round? No, it's not, but it's a triple for Shala. That's 23 kills. Michael Jordan for TSM out here, making sure to slam it home. That's the US Finals champions right there for you, ladies and gentlemen. TSM beat DarkZero 3-1.
A hard-fought victory is what the in-game UI will tell us, and it's, well, much more hard-fought than that as well. TSM crawling back seemingly from the brink on this map to bring it all the way to OT and to win it out in flawless fashion in OT as well. TSM are your US Division champions for the 2020 season. Big congratulations for them. That's also going to be a repeat championship, as they were the winners of the November Major as well. Big congrats to TSM. They're going into SI with a lot of titles on their back from North America.
Yeah, I don't know how many Jordan memes I can possibly fit in here, but, you know, back-to-back like I'm Jordan in 96, 97. There you go. Back-to-back championships. You know, it just all writes itself, folks. TSM, what a series today, but hey, we have to give some love on over to DarkZero. That series would not nearly have been as good as it was if DZ was not on the other end of that barrel. Some amazing stuff from them throughout the day. Hyper lighting up the scoreboard. The rest of the squad showing up when they could. But it really was TSM to bring it all back and link together 6 rounds in order to win that series. What a game.
And what a massive overall individual performance coming out of that one from Chala as well. So many of those rounds are started on retakes or started on takes. from the entries coming out from him. Multiple rounds where we see him get at minimum a 2K, way more than that in a lot of other circumstances as well. Absolutely lights out performance from him here today, and definitely going to be making a lot of fans for himself. That's going to do it for myself and Stokes here on the cast. The show is not done just yet. We're going to send it back down to the analysis desk one more time to talk to those guys about how this match went, and as well, talk with our winners, I assume, too.
Thank you so much, Blue. And like Stokes said, man, 6 rounds in a row. TSM, they're your U.S. Division champions. And Jacob, Jesse, which one of you predicted this team to win?
Well, Jesse's got the shirt with my face on it, so I figure this is my time to shine. Team Solo Mid, a 2020 scarred with so many silver medals back-to-back, ending 2020 on their own merits with a major victory, and now, coming out of the gate swinging in 2021, they are your United States Division champions, but it was a hard-fought series nonetheless, bringing back Clubhouse from certain defeat. Match point for DarkZero on so many rounds in a row, but they did it. They absolutely deserve it.
TSM have had so many doubters throughout the year, and I've got to admit, I was one of them for a long time. I've definitely not given them the credit they deserve, but there's no way to deny it now. TSM are the best team in all of North America. There's no way that you can argue anything different. They've beaten every single team now over and over again, and on the biggest stages too, and they're doing it all, okay? Every single one of these players is stepping up to the plate when they need to. The coordination is off the charts. No other team in North America can match it. They've really proven that they've got what it takes, and I mean, it's incredible what they've been able to do on this server and in the game the last couple of months. You can see them celebrating now. They've got to be so happy, and it's got to feel so good.
It looked great seeing Chala just yeet his headphones across to his monitor.
Chala!
Chala is a
Wow.
beast. 23 Chala's on his Michael Jordan right now. 23 and 8. Destroying the competition, achieved right behind. But you know what? Hats off to every single person on this roster. They showed up when it counted, and that's why TSM, the U.S. Division champions. But you know what? Like Stokes and Blue said, you gotta show love for DarkZero. Jesse, Jacob, when it came to this team and their journey to battle their way back to the top to try to reclaim their throne as the best in the NA, what do we have to say about them?
For DarkZero you're talking about now, Veli?
Of course.
I think that DarkZero really needs to be applauded for what they've done. This is a team that, particularly coming into, 2020 and looking at their Stage 1 results, a lot of people were doubting DZ. I mean, they had a very tough start to the season. You remember when they were back in the qualifier, battling out against the Sonics just to make it to the major. They came back, they won that. They obviously played very well in Stage 2 as well, and I think even in this best of 3, they fought to their best of 5, excuse me. They fought to the bitter end. They really did bring all that they could, but in the end, it's just not enough. There's way too much power on the side of TSM.
Oh, you're definitely right. Now, Jacob, in our Discord call with the analysts, me and the desk, we were talking about we wanted an overtime, and boy, we got one, didn't we?
Oh, we did. So the way this went down was all about how this overtime was structured. TSM had a massive comeback to get us to overtime, but what happened in OT was incredibly pivotal. First round, DarkZero opt to go for the top floor bomb site of Cash. What do? They opt to spend all of their smoke grenades ensuring the server wall doesn't get open. But what happens? It gets open regardless. So much time and utility is wasted on only one side of the map, and it still didn't prevent TSM from getting in.
Yeah, TSM, it looked like they wasted no time, right, Jacob? We saw Hyper and everyone else move over to Cash Stairs, and that allowed Achieve to run in, get a 2K, and help his team secure the first round of overtime. But what happened in the second round?
Well, the second was when TSM wanted to go back down to Church. They've played that bomb site a couple of times before, but they did it in a couple different ways. When they turtled up on the bomb site and didn't allow any of their players to roam across the map, that's when they won, even though it was an achieved clutch. They didn't do what lost them Church 2 rounds in a row, which was a crazy Mute Mozzie roam that ended up netting almost no success, and DarkZero read through that almost perfectly. What did they do? Keep everyone on the bomb site instead, and that meant DZ had to come to them, and so much more time was wasted.
So, Jacob, you left out a very important part. When they jumped down Kitchen Hatch, who was the man that jumped out of dirt and clapped him with a 2K to help them out?
The man with 23 kills to his name, the SMG-11 god, pulling his punches from Pojo Man himself. in dirt, waiting for the drop, 2 kills before DarkZero even know what hits them in the face, and that sealed the deal for TSM to take this one home.
And you know what, Jesse? You wanted to rant and rave about DarkZero and their last second pushes. You were so glad that even though it was a little sloppy, they were getting wins, but it didn't help out later on in the game. What about their last second pushes really caught your eye?
I mean, at the start there, I was really rooting for DarkZero. I said, you know what? They're looking so good. I mean, these attacks, they were kind of scrappy. You know, there were a couple of rounds there where things got pretty close, but DarkZero were winning them largely because of Hyper coming in and getting the crucial frags when he needed to and helping out his team. Of course, when we saw this transition into that second half and previously, you know, past round 9, that's when things fell apart. Those close gunfights, those really intense battles went back in the way of TSM like I think we'd expect them to. But you've got to give more credit to DarkZero in that first half for fighting for every single round. It's just a shame they couldn't find one more.
And you know what? DarkZero, once again, to show him love. For everyone out there that's ever doubted him, I mean, hey, we called him out at certain times too. And what did they do, Jesse? They shut us out. When we spoke about their defense, what did they do?
Well, their defense started off pretty good as well. I mean, again, there were some, we started off with a crazy 1v1 Hyper versus Chala, and I think that's a great way to sort of look at how this, you know, whole map went. Chala and Hyper really stealing the show. They ran a lot of that utility dump. You know, they really did try to play to their strengths. They really tried to play to the meta that, you know, we're still in to an extent. But it wasn't enough, you know, and I really did think that they started to get in their own heads a little bit. Their defensive half was just not quite where it needed to be towards the end. So really unfortunate, but congrats again to TSM for winning that.
And speaking of TSM, the interview is ready. Production, when you can, get the champions on the screen. I want to talk to them. All right, look at the trophy, Chala. I'm just going to say this right now. You're a handsome man holding that trophy, okay? Congratulations, tearing it up. 23 kills. It's been insane, but this first question is going to go to Merc, all right? And Merc, I want to start off with you for a reason. Stage 1, you didn't start off too hot, man. There was a lot of shade thrown towards you on the desk, Twitter, everywhere. People counted you out. People counted out TSM. You came back with your team. What was it like battling through that, being with this team, molding this roster together, bringing on Chala and Gio in that hard breach position, and you guys being the champs of NA?
I was going through a lot of like personal life things in the first stage, and also kind of just like moving to Vegas with the team was kind of like a new thing for us. But you just got to go past all the hate and like keep pushing forward and working hard and just worrying about yourself, and that just that brings out these wins for sure.
Oh yeah, and Pojo, this is one for you, man. So someone in production, they were actually curious. They said, you know, see if Pojo said anything to that team, because after that talk, they came out the gate swinging. What was your mindset, especially heading into Clubhouse?
Going into Clubhouse, it was mainly just doing what we'd practiced, what we were doing. We didn't do anything too crazy new, so we were just trying to make sure our fundamentals were good. And then they banned Capitao, so we got at Chala on Ashe, and Chala on Ashe is nasty. So
best flank watch Ashe in the game.
Yeah, best flank watch.
If you watch my guide, that's why.
All right, and Chala, this is for you. You're new to this team. You know what I'm saying? I remember when I came in the scene, you're on Space Station Gaming, you was tearing it up. You're on TSM now, you're clapping everyone out there, right? You've been fantastic. What does the momentum mean for this win to you personally, especially heading into 6th Invitational?
I just think it feels really good to win back-to-back majors, as you'll call them. We've been growing a lot as a team. Moving down to Vegas has been really good for us, and you know, we're just looking next to Invitational, and hopefully we'll bring that home too.
I got you. By the way, Gio, you look like an FBI agent. You look like a narc. Take your finger out your ear, man. Yeah, but this is going to be for you too. Matter of fact, this is going to be for everybody out there. TSM, the entire fan base for your roster, they've been going in strong, man. They love you guys to death. They're rooting hard for you. So I'm just going to leave the floor, I'm going to leave the stage for all of you to give me your final thoughts and basically show some love to the fam out there.
TSM's got the best fans ever. You could pay $1 million for your org, but you can't pay for fans, you know? Fans are the best. They keep us motivated to keep pushing forward.
Well, shout out to DZ for the fans. go to Ashe.
Yeah. Thanks for letting me on Ashe.
Let's go, DZ.
All right, wait, Data, you've been quiet, man. You got something to say?
He doesn't have a mic.
He doesn't have a headset.
Or a headset.
You got something to
He
say?
said you got something to say,
We can
Jaden?
hear him. We can hear him.
No, I'm proud to have worked as long as I have, especially with Chala, like starting out with SSG, like seeing his potential and like talking with Lycan, like we knew he had a really high potential, and it really just came to figuring out how to get him to his potential. And I mean, he's been showing it this entire year. So
You can't cage a wild animal.
that is true.
Absolutely not.
Hey, everyone's lucky we got
Definitely.
this kind of flight watch.
No, seriously. Listen, Achieve, Bolo, everyone else out there, I just want to extend my love. Congratulations for being the U.S. Division champs on top of being the November Major champs. Listen, go out, celebrate, have a good time, and I'll see you guys, if I even go to Six Invitational, I'm in Paris to tear it up, whether it's on stream or in person. I wish you all the best of luck, all right?
Thank you. Thank you.
Shout out to DZ. Y'all suck.
All right.
Oh
By
my
the way, I had that interview with TSM, seeing their personality show and seeing them be for real. Listen, you have rivalries building. The level of siege is rising, and you love to see the players really come out their shell to tell us what they really think. And I had a big intro ready for that whole introduction for TSM, but I was excited just seeing the boys there holding the trophy because Jesse and Jacob, it just looks right. We've been waiting for TSM to take this step for a while now, right?
We have.
Absolutely, yeah.
Here's a thing that I remember about TSM back when they first entered the scene, when the org decided that they were going to jump into Rainbow Six. The first season that they were in the Pro League for Rainbow Six, they were in 6th place. That's where they finished. They were trying to make sure that they weren't in a relegation position against the old North American Rogue roster, if you want to cast your mind all the way back to those way better times in the world. But now, you probably wouldn't have expected them to win not only a major, but a US final in back-to-back LAN events in the midst of a pandemic. These guys have grown and challenged themselves and challenged one another so much over the course of the past year and a half, and to see it bearing this kind of fruit is, it warms the heart, man. I've been wanting these guys to succeed for a really long time, and they're here, man. It kind of makes me tear up a little bit.
Don't cry. Don't be a punk on stream, Jacob. But listen, talking about on stream, I said earlier on, we had a giveaway, and we actually chose some winners. So production, when you can, let's throw the tweets up on the page to let the audience know who won our bundle skin set. And I chose this one. Now, this is funny because I said, give me 3 words on who you think is going to win this series, DarkZero or TSM. The best answer, 3 amazing casters. Doggo, we love you. Make sure you, DM me and I'll send you the code, okay? So shout out to that. But also, Jesse and Jacob, you guys chose winners as well.
I like that pandering works for Veli. That's all you need to do.
It really does. I wanted to go with something that wasn't quite the same. I opted for better gaming chairs from TSM because ultimately we can hype up Chala any day of the week, but it is a concentrated team effort from TSM that gets them from series to series all the darn time. And it's not just TSM. The thrones that those legends sit on make them kings every single day. Congratulations, my name legend. You're also getting one of those bundle codes.
All right, and we got one more. Slap it up on the screen. Production, Jesse, who did you pick?
This one had to win. Nathan said Chala SMG11 Burr, and that's exactly what happened this map. I mean, Chala did very good on Ash, don't get me wrong, but he started off his frags with the SMG11 and he finished it with the SMG11 too. Chala had an amazing game, and this was a tweet that happened before the map was played. This was one of the earliest tweets that got sent in, so Nathan is clearly the prediction god. He's gonna win another one of those bundles, and really happy to see that. Great tweet.
So just like me, Jesse broke the rules. Jacob, how many words are in this tweet?
No, the 3 words start at Chala.
It
He's
does
just
start at
explaining who he
Chala,
picks.
but
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no.
Okay, now listen, we have the Corsair play of the day, and before I toss it out to you guys, I'm gonna tell you what I ultimately think it should be, okay? Chala, his ace to clutch out the round today, filthy. Who do you guys have in mind?
It's going to be Chala's ace.
Chala's ace?
You can't convince me otherwise.
Jesse?
It better be Chala's ace. I mean, it's Chala. The guy was holding the trophy. Give him the play of the day.
All right, production, slap it up on the screen. Let's see what the Corsair play of the day is going to be.
If it's not Chala now, we'll see. There might be something even better that we're forgetting.
Maybe. Okay.
Perhaps.
What is this?
Charlotte, yeah,
Oh,
this was his ace.
yes.
And these were the long angles that he was able to counter, too. This was really impressive because this is the bomb site that DarkZero had won before. And then Charlotte really did counter it well. Playing some long angles, fantastic. And note, no more wire on the mouse. That's a big
That
deal.
was it. You take the wire off, you win championships, right? So let's take a look at the bracket and see how this entire weekend unfolded. And it was a great one to say the least, okay? We had DarkZero facing off against the world champ Space Station Gaming. That match was interesting to say the least. Canadian on Asheville wasn't enough as Space Station fell short. One map to DarkZero as they won 2-1 and moved on to the grand finals. After that, TSM, they suffocated Oxygen. Oxygen had no answer at all as Chala and the boys moved on over to face DarkZero in the finale. We all saw what happened. TSM, they're the US Division champs, so shout out to them one more time, especially DarkZero for putting up such a great fight. But what did they win? $75,000. We all saw the smile on their faces. Those boys are happy. DarkZero walked away with a pretty penny as well, $45K. SSG and Oxygen, not so much, but still, that's a great amount, $15,000. And fellas, this is it. This is the end of our season. It has been a crazy ride. And before I even get into Phil's, Jesse, man, what are your thoughts right now as we move into Six Invitational and our next season?
I mean, the first year of the NAL, I think, has been a fantastic time for me personally. I mean, watching all the games throughout Stage 1 and Stage 2, you know, with you guys on the desk and the whole talent crew has been really fantastic. So, you know, thanks to everybody who's been working, you know, on the talent side, on the production side as well, on socials, you know, the teams who play the games themselves, and you know, everybody who contributes to the product. We really do, you know, make us feel like home. And as talents, you know, we really do get kind of spoiled a lot from time to time now.
A lot. We get spoiled
Yeah.
big time. Jacob, the intern. How's it been feeling, man? Tier 2, you've been grinding. You too. Challenger League, now on the big stage, man. What's been going on in your life lately?
Well, I mean, I think I've already kind of spilled enough by saying how much my life has changed and how 2020 is, despite it being a really bad year, was a really, really nice way for me to bounce back and find something to do. It's nice that 2020 has now officially kind of come to a close for the Siege calendar, with the exception of the Invitational, because the NAL, you know, it's been a very, very good league overall, but it's been tumultuous still. There's still a lot of things that we hope for the next season are going to be, I guess, ironed or smoothed out, and it's a nice thing when we're able to look back on how 2020 went and know that 2021 is probably only going to be bigger and better from here. Once again, thank you very much to Face It for reaching out after Challenger League said that, hey, maybe Jacob's a good fit for the desk. It's much appreciated. I didn't know how much fun I was going to have or how much I was going to gel with these two gentlemen over here. I don't know what's next for my future, but from the bottom of my heart, for these two guys, everyone in the production booth, and you watching at home, I love you very much. I can't understate how much this has meant to me, and I certainly hope this isn't my last time.
Yeah. We love you too, Jacob. You're doing all right on the desk. But I just want to give just a quick shout out. Face it, everyone involved with production. Listen, Ubisoft, the viewers at home, without you guys, we're literally nothing. So I just want to extend my love. You all are beautiful, amazing people out there. I saw a lot of love in the chat, and I just want to extend that here on broadcast. Also, shout out to the sponsors, Predator, Indochino. By the way, if you go to Indochino.com, it's fitted for Rainbow Six. You guys need to go and take a look right now. You can win a lot of cool stuff over there. I mean, we've had a blast so far this season. You know, seeing the storylines unfold, the team changes, the drama, everything in between has been beautiful. It's everything I could ask for, right? But you know what? I'm looking forward to next season. I'm looking forward to Six Invitational. I want to see what's next. Who's going to be the next champion, not only around the world, but here in NA. So for all of you at home, once again, I love you. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Veli. We're going to close out this desk. Jesse and Jacob, it has been a blast. But for all of you at home, make sure you tune in next month. Six Invitational 2021. I guarantee you, you do not want to miss it. And we'll see you next time here for Rainbow Six Siege.
Stackers are activated. Attackers bomb diffuser hatch. Defender has been defused. 5 seconds remaining. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers have located a bomb.